Tanky Mage System. Chapter 51 Distribution of Benefits. About an hour and a half later. 5 Flash Arc Potions. 5 portions of Bamboo Groove Elixir. They were all successfully refined. And through this time's refining, Gunai had a further intuitive understanding of some of the characteristics of these extraordinary herbs. Inside the secret alchemy room, Gun looked at the potion in his hand with satisfaction. I need even more extraordinary medicinal herbs to process and refine. This way, my understanding of the various medicinal properties will be even deeper. It's only possible to develop the engraving potion in the long run. Gunai thought. When he arrived at the living room, old Cohen was already back. Vaya was also sitting on the sofa closest to the fireplace, reading a book. Gun glanced at it. It was a popular romantic story about extraordinary steam knights. As for the 3 knights, they were like javelins, standing straight to the side. Sir Ed, this is the potion. It's done, you can take a look. Gunai walked over and handed over the black storage bracelet. Knight Commander Ed took the storage bracelet, and after a few seconds of checking, he carefully put it away. Thank you, Sir Gunai. Without further delay, the 3 knights bade farewell and left. Gunai didn't even have time to sit down. The materials and seeds are here, said Wei leisurely. Did you get the things? Gunai raised his eyebrows. I also brought the formulas for 2 high-grade potions. The items are here. With that, Vaya handed a black storage bracelet to Gun. Looking at the design, it was exactly the same as the black storage bracelet that Knight Commander Ed had. A standard storage equipment. From the looks of it, the Transcendent Association's alchemy skills in storage transcendent equipment are much higher than what the rumors say. As Gunai's source power seeped in, he sensed 7 boxes sealed in exquisite wooden boxes made of dragon blood. This internal storage space is quite big. Gunai's perception swept over the sealed wooden box that contained the extraordinary seed. A moment later, he withdrew his origin power. The 2 high-grade precious potions. One is the Dragon's Blood Essence Potion. The main ingredient is dragon's blood, which can mainly improve the strength of the body and other comprehensive abilities. The other is the Pure Nightmare Potion. The main ingredient is the fragments of the nightmare. It can increase the strength and quantity of the soul. The materials are all standard 100 sets. The formulas of these 2 high-grade precious potions are extremely confidential. It is strictly forbidden to leak them. As for the catalyst materials, they will be decomposed by themselves after you activate them once. And the main materials for the 2 formulas are restricted products. The higher UPS are currently in high demand for these 2 high-grade precious potions. I hope you can concoct them as soon as possible. No matter how urgently I need it, I still need to go through the refining process. Moreover, I still need to cultivate. I still need to learn how to meditate. Gunai said as he spread out his hands. 20 bottles. That's the daily minimum. 20 bottles a day, that's still reasonable. Then, how about the salary? Gunai was now talking about the core of the matter. In fact, Gun wasn't a pharmacist trained by the Pioneer Group. He could be considered to have been trained, and he was a pharmacist trained by Old Cohen. Now that he had joined the Pioneer Group, he didn't want to be an emotionless potion-making machine. Secondly, Gugni was an expert pharmacist, and he was qualified to negotiate with the Pioneer Alliance. The distribution of benefits was the most important thing, and it had to be made clear. Out of 100 standard portions of materials, we need to get at least 90 finished products. This is the minimum standard. We can purchase the excess. Vaya's tone was very calm. In addition, all expert-level pharmacologists have the same standard. Out of 100 sets of standard materials, 90 finished products were for the Pioneer Group. After all, they provided the raw materials and the formulas. If there were any excess production of these 100 standard materials, such as 95 bottles produced, then the extra 5 bottles would go to Gunai. And if they produced less than 90, for example, only 88 bottles, then Gunai would have to pay for 2 more bottles. Since it was a distribution of benefits, it was necessary to take some risks. In fact, to be able to reach the standard of an expert pharmacist, the success rate would naturally be over 90%. To an expert pharmacist, it was only a matter of how much they earned. That is, if the deficit didn't require any risk. Then Gunai can also get 100 sets of materials and make 95 bottles. I'll only report 50. He kept 45 bottles for himself. It was a huge profit. Some even kept 90 bottles for themselves and reported 5 bottles. Of course, this was too much. If they didn't take the risk, there might be people who would do such a shameless thing. Obviously, the pioneer group would not leave such a loophole for the pharmaceutics masters to exploit. And once they took the risk of 90 bottles, they could at least guarantee that these expert pharmacists were serious in refining and not embezzling the materials. In addition, the pioneer group would provide protection, a supply of all materials, and any request of the pharmacist. The pioneer group could even find some expert pharmacists with strange tastes, such as potion masters who liked exotic cultures, women from foreign races such as elves, fox demons, demon snakes, and even mermaids. There were also some expert pharmacists who liked to have land and a noble status. As long as they contributed enough, the pioneer group would give them what they wanted. The pioneer group wouldn't interfere as long as they didn't go too far and didn't delay the promised production of potions. Many of these privileges were exclusive to the expert pharmacists and even the pharmaceutics masters. The only requirement was to refine high-level precious potions for the pioneer group and even research the engraving potion. Status, and high income were things that many people could never dream of in their lives. To the current Gunai, the production of 100 bottles and the extra 10 bottles was already a considerable profit. If Gunai could use the standard materials to the extreme and produce 110 bottles, he would make even more money. Theoretically, 100 sets of materials could produce 120 bottles, but that was only in theory. If he produced 110 bottles, the investment and output would not be proportional. It was not worth it. A 90% success rate is the foundation. There is nothing to be picky about. Gunai nodded. But I have some additional requests. What request? I want to renovate the underground alchemy room. Gunai said. There's no need to renovate it. Old Cohen suddenly spoke. Dad, Gun looked at Old Cohen in confusion. I've already told Vera about this before. Let my small potion alchemy room be. The pioneer group will buy you a separate noble courtyard and set up a new large pharmaceutical alchemy room. There will also be a specialized junior pharmacist at your command. You don't even have to say anything. The pioneer group will send extraordinary experts to protect you. Old Cohen's words stunned Gunai. You don't know the terrifying value of a pharmacologist, and this pharmacologist has the potential to become a pharmacologist master. They'll fulfill any request you make, even if it's a little overboard. Gunai looked at Wei, who was smiling. I, Ying Luo, am still too inexperienced. Gunai sighed in his heart. But that's not important. What's important is to develop the engraving potion. At that time, no matter how high my asking price is, they'll still accept it. Gunai rubbed his brows and said to himself. Originally, after you graduate, you should have left my place after all, you can't stay here with me forever. Having your own Podiwonering and alchemy land will be of great help to your alchemy and research after all, there are too many people here, and it's dangerous. I'm very pleased that you've managed to make a name for yourself. Old Cohen said with some emotion. Hearing Old Cohen's words, Gunai was a little reluctant. Gunai also knew that it was time for him to have his own alchemy machine room. I won't let you down, old man Cohen. Gunai said to himself. Then, Gunai looked at Wei. This is the list for my potion alchemy room. Gun took out the list of potions he had prepared. Since his father had said so, he didn't need to be polite. It would be a pity if he didn't make use of the pioneer group's influence. After all, he was still weak. It was better to use his identity as a pharmacist to cover up the fact that he was a law incantation master. After taking the list and looking through it, Vera nodded slightly. I will report it. Via's tone was as calm and natural as ever. Immediately, Via's tone lowered a little. In addition, Zhen, can you refine a batch of medicine for me? It's the 3 potions I gave you before. Gunai smiled in relief. Miss Vea, your help and protection to me is obviously not something that can be repaid by me refining some potions for you. Besides, I haven't had the time to thank you for what happened last time. Actually, my refining speed is very fast. In the future, if you need potions and the demand is not large, I can refine them for you for free. If the quantity is relatively large, 90%. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Weya heaved a sigh of relief, and a happy smile appeared on her face. My family also needs this high-grade potion. I can provide the formula and materials myself. I'll leave it to you in the future, Sir Gunai. This time, the pressure from her family was still quite big. Her father had personally written to her, requesting that she establish a good cooperation channel with this talented expert pharmacist, who would become a future pharmacist master. The value of being able to establish a good cooperative relationship with a future pharmaceutics master was immeasurable. Not only did Gunai not worry, but he also laughed. Naturally, the more he refined, the better. The more quantity, the faster the money. Gunai had no reason to refuse. Chapter 52 Traces. At night. After making a batch of potions, Gun wrapped himself in a thick blanket and lay down on a bed in the corner of the secret room. As he sped up the flow of his blood, a moment later, he felt warm under the blanket. In his mind, he was thinking about his own pharmaceutics. The cooperation with the Pioneer Group's high-grade precious potions has been settled. Just maintain the refining speed of 20 bottles a day. At the same time, Viscount Dylan should also have a large quantity. He should have news about the same 90% price tomorrow. There will also be quite a number of them in Via's family. The key point is here. Gunai thought to himself. If I can only make about 90 bottles, then the profit of hard work is good, but not high. In fact, my current concoction level of high-grade precious potions has stabilized at more than 100 bottles. After I familiarize myself with it, 100 sets of materials will quickly rise to 105. It can even reach the extremely high standard of 110 portions in 1 or 2 months. At this time, the daily income from potions and alchemy would be quite considerable. I've been idle for half a year, and the Bone Elemental Medicine secret curse has been upgraded to level 7. Now, it's finally time to make use of the pharmacist's ability to earn money. Gunai sighed in his heart. Once you have gold pounds, you can buy suitable Beyonder equipment, mystical items, and even more powerful incantations at the Beyonder gatherings or even some black markets. Even within the Pioneer Group, you can purchase many good things with gold pounds. Old Cohen and Via had told him that there were many good things in the Pioneer Group. A powerful mage not only needed to be strong, but also needed powerful rare-grade equipment and mystical items. Even in the supernatural world, money can make the millstone push the ghost. Gunai said to himself. After sorting out the potions, Gunai opened his system. At this time, other than hack, miracle encounter, and reincarnation, there were no other options. A new function appeared in the system, planting. Just as Gunai had expected, the plant function was naturally born when he received the extraordinary herb seed. Plant page. At this moment, there was only one planting slot. The subsequent planting slot was in the process of accumulating energy to unlock. Gunai had done some experiments on the planting area. Gunai could plant the extraordinary plants and extraordinary seeds that had life force in them. Gunai even pulled out a common plant called fluorescent mosquito grass from Bailey's little pot to test it out. Ordinary plants could also be planted in this planting space. The larger plants were 3 or 4 meters tall and as thick as an arm. Gunai had wanted to try them out. However, at the thought that he would be treated as a lunatic if he were to be found out pulling trees at the roadside in the middle of the night, he gave up on the idea of destroying public property. However, Gunai estimated that the system's powerful characteristics would be enough to make him feel better. As long as it could be planted, then there was an 80 to 90% chance that it could be planted on the planting slot. In that case, the planting slot would be very interesting. First of all, the planting time on this planting position was very fast. Gunai couldn't estimate exactly how fast it was. However, 2 hours ago, the dragon bloodwood seed that Gunai had planted had already taken root and sprouted. Dragon bloodwood was a transcendent plant that grew very slowly. Gunai roughly estimated that the rate of growth would be a few hundred times, or even 1,000 times. Secondly, the plants in the planting slot were growing perfectly. You don't need to care about it at all, and this seed will develop perfectly on its own. One had to know that many transcendent plants also needed to absorb the transcendent energy of the world to grow. In the planting position, it was in the most perfect state of growth. All in all, it could grow hundreds or even thousands of times faster. The perfect environment for growth. In addition, it should not be limited by size. Gugni easily thought of a plant from historical myths Unitra Hill, also known as the World Tree. In theory, Gunai could plant the World Tree in his planting spot. Unfortunately, the World Tree was a mythical existence that was only recorded in ancient texts. Gunai naturally couldn't plant it. Gunai couldn't plant a mythical creature like the World Tree. Could Gunai not grow other powerful extraordinary plants? For example, the elven tree of life in the deep parts of the Otto Mountains in the north. For example, the twisted crown tree of the barbarian tribe of the southern wasteland. Another example was the cursed tree in the depths of the ocean fog in the extraordinary sea. As long as he could get his hands on the seeds of these powerful extraordinary plants, Gunai would be able to grow them. For example, Gunai could now plant some plants for his own use, such as the dragon bloodwood. Aged dragon bloodwood could be used to make all kinds of storage boxes and excellent items for sealing. Or, if Gun could get his hands on the seeds of some extraordinary plants with the properties of magic spells. After planting it, it could be made into a powerful spell staff in the future. All in all, plant had great potential and needed to be explored. The next day, early in the morning, Viscount Dylan came to Old Cohen's house. This wasn't out of Gunai's expectations. After all, high-grade precious potions did not have any side effects. Furthermore, long-term consumption could improve certain aspects of one's abilities. Take the Flash Arc potion for example. After a Shadowmancer drank it for a month or two, their physical and mental reaction speed would improve significantly. When he fought other Shadowers of the same level, he would have a certain advantage. However, if the Shadowman could drink it for 4 or 5 months, the advantage would be quite big. It would be enough to easily determine the winner between the two Shadowmen who were almost the same. Using potions to increase one's attributes and abilities, no powerhouse would refuse. Moreover, these attributes were often very important aspects, and there was almost no other way to improve them except for potions. This was also why Gugni was confident that Viscount Dylan would come. After some discussion with Gunai, they decided on a batch of potions. Over the next few days, Gun spent his time studying and making potions. With the devout night breathing technique, blood pool codex, and soul shadow codex, Gun's progress was rapid. On the 3rd day, Gun could feel the blood cursemancer's extraordinary characteristic fully merge with his body. If Gunai was willing to break through, he could easily become a blood cursemancer. Gunai didn't do that. Instead, he continued to improve his soul, blood, and physical body through the hack. When he was able to break through, he would need more time to settle down and strengthen his foundation. This way, when he broke through, he would be able to allow more room for mistakes when his extraordinary power evolved. Even with the hack function, Gunai still had to be careful with every breakthrough. After all, resurrection couldn't be wasted. It was still cold that day. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Gunai finished his class and left early. When Gunai reached Unit 155, he took out the key. Inadvertently, he caught a glimpse of a little girl in old clothes and a dirty face looking in his direction from a small alley around the corner to the left in front of him. Seeing this, Gunai clenched his fist. "Have you finally found their tracks?" When he let go, the key in his hand was already deformed. Chapter 53 Promotion. When Gun found out that his team had been assassinated and that he was being targeted by the blood-eared elves, he was stunned. Gunai's vigilance rose to the extreme. If it wasn't for the fact that Vaya was protecting him, he would have suffered the revenge of the blood-eared elves. If that was the case, there was no reason for Gun not to get rid of the blood-eared elves that were coveting him. He returned to his room. Gun quickly changed his clothes. He put on a low hood, an old black high-collared robe, a pair of white cotton pants, and a pair of workers' shoes. After putting them on, Gunai entered the secret alchemy room. He opened a secret passage and went in. A few minutes later, Gunai opened the door at the end of the tunnel and found himself in a dark alley. After walking out of the alley, they were still at Old Stone Street, but they were more than 200 meters away from 155. He circled around the area until he reached the back of the little girl who looked like she was begging but was actually spying on his house. Gunai patted the little girl. "Ah!" the little wandering girl exclaimed. He quickly turned around, his face full of panic. "Shh! Gunai hissed. "I'm the one you're waiting for. Take me to Luke." After the little girl had calmed down, Gunai spoke in a low voice. The little girl looked at Gunai. "You'll get your share," Gunai said indifferently. At this moment, the little girl laughed. "This way, follow me." The little girl turned into a small alley and quickly said to Gunai. The black map area was a chaotic place. There were many forces here. Most of these begging children were his eyes and ears. In fact, many thieves were trained by them. Gunai knew the young man named Luke. The only reason Gun knew him was because Old Cohen knew the leader of Luke's faction, the Old Crow. Old Man Cohen had done a lot of dirty work for the Old Crow. Even Gunai's memories were still intact. The original owner of this body had once stayed in the hands of the Old Crow for a period of time when he was young. Later on, Old Man Cohen took a fancy to her, and she was adopted. The little wandering girl was very familiar with the complicated terrain of the small alleys and streets in the black map area, and her speed was also very fast. However, Gunai was clearly faster. No matter how the girl ran, turned, jumped, Gunai was always able to keep up with her. 7 or 8 minutes later. Only then did the little girl stop in front of a low wooden door, panting. "We're here." The little girl looked at Gunai. Gunai waved his right hand. Gunai threw the 2 silver dragon coins over. The little girl quickly caught it. Looking at the silver dragon in her hand, the little girl quickly knocked on the low wooden door and ran away. The wooden door opened, and a burst of noise entered his ears. He saw a teenager around 14 or 15 years old, wearing suspenders and a tattered black shirt. "I'm here for Luke," Gunai said in a hoarse voice. The young man looked at Gunai before turning his head away. "Boss, someone is looking for you." "Let him in," was mixed in with the noise. "Come in." The young man opened the wooden door completely. After entering the wooden door, what entered their eyes was a stone staircase. Below the stairs was a rather large underground hall. It was noisy inside, and smoke lingered. A large group of young men and women were playing cards, drinking, smoking, and even hugging each other in pairs, wantonly squandering their youth. Among these young men and women, the youngest was only 12 or 13 years old, and the oldest was 17 or 18 years old. Most of them were orphans and homeless children. There was an orphanage for homeless children in the city of the Sug ruins, but there were too many of them, and the orphanage could not accommodate them. In addition, some forces needed these young children to be their eyes and ears, so this scene was not strange. In places where the sun could not reach, darkness and shadow always walked together. In a room in the basement, Gunai saw Luke. He was a young man in his early 20s with a thin face, but he looked very energetic and alert. Next to the young man was a pretty girl in her late teens. She was dressed in clean clothes and had a good figure. In addition, there were two burly young men who looked to be about 17 or 18 years old. "All of you may leave," Luke said with a heavy tone. Luke's words were clearly authoritative. The three of them stood up without any hesitation. He closed the door, but the noise outside still lingered. Luke said after he sat down, "This is all their information, including some information about the house they are staying in." Luke then placed a paper bag in front of Gunai didn't say anything. He took the paper bag, opened it, and began to read the information. Gunai read through it quickly. It only took him 2 or 3 minutes to finish the information. Not bad. With a thought, Gunai put away the paper bag and the paper inside. A bag of gold coins appeared in his hand. There was a total of 60 gold pounds inside. Seeing the bag of gold coins, Luke restrained his greed. Luke's eyebrows twitched the moment he took the bag. "There are more than 50 gold pounds in this." He looked at Gunai. "A total of 60. Gunai said in a calm voice. "According to the agreed price, it's 50. Luke looked at Gunai with a hint of interest. "The other 10 are for you to shut up even more strictly." Gunai stood up and walked toward the door. "If any information is leaked, even the old crow can't save you." "Old Cohen's meaning?" Luke looked at Gunai's back. "No, it's my idea." Gunai had already left. Luke rubbed his chin as he watched Gunai leave. "Boss, this kid is really arrogant," a burly young man who was guarding the door said with a bit of hostility. "Should we teach him a lesson?" Luke waved his hand. "The old crow has ordered that this matter must be done well, and that it must not be leaked. If I were to leak the news, I'm afraid that the old crow himself would not let me off easily. Moreover, I have no intention of leaking the news." Luke shrugged. "Secondly, if you dare to go there, you don't know who will be the one to suffer. Old Cohen's men have never been kind." At this moment, the girl with the good figure directly leaned over and asked with a delicate smile. "Just what kind of news is it that even the old crow is so cautious? Do you want to know?" Luke smiled maliciously and closed the door. In the secret room, the flames rose, and the many documents, including the paper bag, were quickly reduced to ashes. Gunai had already memorized all of this information. 6 people, maybe 8. They're all extraordinaries, and they're not weak. With my current strength, I might be able to kill them all. But I might be injured or even killed. After all, the blood-eared elves are quite fast. If I want to kill all of these blood-eared elves, I'll have to break through and become a Tier 1 blood curse mancer. I'm almost done with the preparations. It's time to break through." Gunai clenched his fist as he thought. The night was already dark. In the secret room, blood mist and blood chi filled the air. The sticky smell of blood was nauseating. But to Gunai, this smell was like the most delicious food in the world. It was intoxicating. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Gunai, who was still breathing in the blood mist, was on the verge of a breakthrough. The extraordinary power had perfectly fused with Gunai's body, soul, origin power, and will. He was only missing the last step, the transformation. Ache loss, ache loss. The low murmurs echoed in Gunai's ears and echoed in the depths of his soul. It was difficult to expel or block. Even Gunai couldn't contain the negative effects of the extraordinary power when breaking through. Fortunately, Gunai's soul was strong and tough enough. Even with the whispers in his ears, Gunai still steadily began the transformation of his body, origin power, and soul. Chapter 54 The Blood Curse Mancer. The blood mist moved without any wind and formed a blood vortex around Gunai. One by one, bubbles of blood appeared on Gunai's body. This was the direct manifestation of his blood undergoing an extraordinary transformation. When his blood underwent an extraordinary transformation, his body, origin power, soul, and Gunai's own extraordinary characteristics were all undergoing a transformation. At this moment, the ancient Nirvana was undergoing earth-shaking changes. This was a crucial step for ordinary creatures to become extraordinary creatures. Gunai's aura was also expanding and contracting as the blood mist whirlpool grew faster. Some of the blood even flowed out of Gunai's eyes, mouth, nose, and ears. The blood seemed to be alive, struggling on his skin like worms before being quickly absorbed into Gunai's body. The blood that had life in it was trying to escape when Gunai's control over it was weakened. Unfortunately, Gunai wouldn't give them the chance. Gunai's presence continued to expand and twist for 10 minutes. Whoosh! 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 The blood vortex quickly receded back into Gunai's body. At the same time, the bloody aura around Gunai's body was getting stronger and stronger. Suddenly, the vortex of blood mist was quickly absorbed into Gunai's body. The entire secret room quickly returned to silence and dusk. At the same time, Gunai's body began to emit the aura of an extraordinary. It smelled like blood, and it filled the entire room. This was the aura of a blood curse mancer. Ache loss, ache loss. The soft murmurs gradually faded away. This strange whisper only brought Gunai a little frustration. Gunai easily suppressed this irritation. Other than that, there were no other effects. Hoo. Gunai opened his eyes and slowly exhaled. His eyes were cold and blood red. As expected, becoming an extraordinary is different. Gunai couldn't help but exclaim as he felt his body transform. It was a good thing that the blood curse mancer's extraordinary characteristics had merged with Gunai's own. However, the blood curse mancer's special ability was still in a hidden state and had not been activated. Gun had only mastered his own extraordinary characteristics, not the blood curse mancer's. However, Gunai's own extraordinary characteristics were quite weak. How could they compare to the extraordinary characteristics of a powerful extraordinary class like the blood curse mancer? At the same time, the blood curse mancer's extraordinary characteristic had finished fusing with Gunai's body and was undergoing a transformation. The extraordinary profession, blood curse mancer, had perfectly fused with Gunai and was completely activated. At this moment, Gunai had become a powerful extraordinary blood curse mancer. He carefully felt the power of the blood curse mancer. Gunai finally understood that he had crossed the threshold. He was much more powerful than before. First, it's my soul. After the extraordinary characteristic was strengthened, my perception has greatly improved. Three-dimensional perception. It's even clearer now. I don't even need to look back to feel the position of the bed. At the same time, Yu's spell casting speed has increased. Now, I estimate that he should be able to cast 14 curses in 1 second, or even close to 15 curses in 1 second. The increase in the strength of my soul has greatly increased my soul's carrying capacity. With the Soul Seal Codex I've been practicing, I might be able to form 6 or even 7 secret crossing runes. The upper limit of instant cast has increased by a huge amount. Speaking of which, Dad promised me that he would find me a powerful and unconventional spell. I still remember that. It can't be that Dad forgot about it, right? It seems that I'll have to remind Dad about it tomorrow. He restrained his scattered thoughts. Gunai continued to sense his own body. The origin pool has also expanded quite a bit. It has reached a capacity of 50 units of origin power. Adding the source energy stored in my body, I've already exceeded the 100 points required to become a second-rank extraordinary. The important thing is that the density of the origin power has increased to a certain extent, and the increase in density is not small, about 20%. Correspondingly, the power of magic spells has only increased by 20%. This is a huge blessing. The most important part of the transformation of extraordinary professions was the transformation of the quality of origin power. Feeling the transformation of the origin power, Gunai thought to himself. I've reincarnated a few times before, and each time, there was a certain degree of origin power transformation. As of now, my origin power density is probably not any weaker than an ordinary level 2 extraordinary physical body. Gunai smiled after he felt his body. More tenacious, faster, more powerful, more resistant to attacks. And my blood. Feeling his blood, Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. His survival skills are quite outstanding. Gunai had become a rank 1 blood curse mancer. Gunai's most powerful aspect, the extraordinary characteristic of his blood, was completely activated. The density of his blood was 3 times that of a normal person, and Gunai could control it perfectly. At the same time, Gunai's blood contained a large amount of pure life force, which was comparable to a beginner's pure healing potion. He was able to recover quickly from all sorts of injuries. For other extraordinary humans, they would be killed by means such as damaging the physical functions of their bodies. It didn't work on Gunai at all. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a long, deep breath, Gunai slowly retracted his bloody aura as a blood curse mancer. The blood-red color in his eyes gradually disappeared, and his pupils returned to their original black state. He looked at the time. It was past 9 o'clock at night. We still have plenty of time. I'll try to form 2 secret crossing runes first. Although I can't use them now, the more runes I can form, the better. Later on, when I get my hands on those powerful spells, I can immediately cast them. Then, Gunai focused and started to form the secret crossing rune. Gunai was already on the verge of forming his 5th secret crossing rune. In addition, he had been using the Soul Seal Codex during this period of time. And the transformation of his soul this time. It was easy to form the 5th secret crossing rune. Gunai easily completed the 5th crossing rune. When the 6th was formed, Gunai felt a certain level of difficulty. Moreover, the difficulty of condensing it had increased by a large margin. As expected, it's harder to form any spell runes as you go on, let alone the secret crossing runes that are already extremely difficult to form. As he gathered his energy, Gunai began to think. But even so, Gunai was still steadily making progress toward the 6th secret crossing rune. The whole process took about half an hour. In the end, Gunai managed to form the 6th secret crossing rune. After the 6th secret crossing rune was formed, Gunai clearly felt his soul under a strong pressure. Fortunately, the Soul Seal Codex that he was afficiating had increased his soul's tenacity and soul's bearing capacity by quite a bit. Gunai was still able to handle the pressure of the 6th rune. As for the 7th one, he would not think about it for now. The more I condense, the more difficult it is to condense, and the pressure I have to bear will be many times greater. All in all, to be able to condense 6 secret crossing runes at extraordinary rank 1, he's second to none in the current field of spellcasters. In addition to my hack system and my reincarnation ability, there's still a lot of hope for gathering more secret crossing runes than ordinary extraordinaries can imagine. I'm not in a hurry to cast the ensemble runes. Double casting doesn't mean much to me at the moment. Unless I can capture a powerful creature like the Nether Ghost King and use them to refine my external soul. Only then will the significance of the ensemble runes become significant. 2 or even 3 souls in one body. Such a rare situation is extremely difficult for others. But it's not difficult for me to say yes. Gunai looked at the time. It was already past 10 o'clock at night. In the city of the Sug ruins, other than the steam machinery factories that were spewing thick smoke and making loud noises, they were still working. The entire urban area had already entered the quiet moment of the night. At this moment, Gunai had to make his move. Chapter 55. Fanatical Killing Intent. Late at night, in the dark corner of the street, wearing a black cloak and a vortex ghost mask, Gunai was like a ghost as he quietly passed through. Gunai's speed was extremely fast and light. It was absolutely impossible for an ordinary first-stage spellcaster to possess such light and fast speed. The reason why Gunai was able to move so quickly and nimbly was because he was the one who was the most powerful. On one hand, Gun's body was as strong as a knight's thanks to the blood pool codex and the pious knight's breathing technique. Next, Gun was wearing a pair of secret silver boots. Gunai's extraordinary talent was very strong. After a period of constant nurturing, the secret silver boots of the British nobles could already display a portion of its extraordinary characteristics. Although he had not reached the level where he could walk on water and climb cliffs as if he was walking on flat ground. However, he could still make his steps light and silent, and his speed agile and strange. He touched the inside of his black robe with one hand. The secret silver staff, Silver Feather, was in Gunai's hand. It wasn't just the short boots that were being nurtured, but also the staff Silver Feather. The Silver Feather was a powerful secret silver ranked staff. First of all, it was the powerful characteristics of its own material. The silver feathers themselves could be seen as one of the sources of source energy channels. When he held the silver feather in his hand, a small stream of weak source power would slowly flow into his body. Although it couldn't be compared to the beginner's origin power potion, or even the origin power spring water, which had a weaker effect. However, this kind of recovery did not require any price and could last for an infinite time. At the same time, with the silver feather in hand, it could also increase the recovery speed of his origin power by 120%. Yin used source energy from the source energy passage and the boost to his own recovery. With the two added together, it was already very close to an ordinary source spring water. This recovery speed was already very shocking. In a long battle, the amount of recovery with the silver feather was very impressive. At this moment, the source power that Gunai had consumed while running was far from being able to recover. It could be said that Gunai had always maintained his full demonic state. Secondly, there were also 4 water element runes inside the silver feathers. The water element runes were the same as Gunai's secret crossing runes and ensemble runes. Water element runes could increase the compatibility of water element spellcasters with water element and increase the speed at which they gathered elements. An elementalist needed to borrow the elemental power of nature. Their elemental spells took a long time to form, but they were powerful and had a wide range. In particular, the power-storing spell of an elementalist in the later stages was rather terrifying. The forbidden elemental curse that was formed from the accumulation of a large amount of elemental energy could be called a weapon of mass destruction. In addition, there were 6 amplification runes in the silver feather. The amplification rune's effect was to amplify the power of the spell. An amplification rune could increase the power of spells by 10%. 10 amplification runes could directly double the power of a spell. The 6 amplification runes within the silver feather could increase the power of a spell by 60% if they were all activated. All in all, this secret silver feather was essentially a staff for water elementalists. Amplification rune, elemental rune, and acceleration rune. These 3 types of runes were the mainstream runes for elementalists. On the other hand, the secret crossing rune, acceleration rune, and ensemble rune were the main runes of the law incantation master. The main runes of a contract master were sensing runes, contract runes, and the various strange plane runes that corresponded to different planes. Of course, this was only the mainstream and not absolute. There were many law incantations masters who could condense amplification runes. There were also many elements that could form the secret crossing rune. There were also some rather peculiar rare runes that were rather popular among the genius spellcasters of certain major factions. Yin Yu didn't really suit Gunai's blood curse Mancer. However, this staff was still a powerful secret silver ranked staff. That elemental rune, Gun, had no use for. However, the origin power recovery aspect was quite good. This silver feather could double Gunai's recovery speed. After using up his origin power, he didn't need to worry about it at all. And the amplification rune was a pretty good one for Gunai. As of now, Gunai had already activated one of the amplification runes within the silver feather. Gunai's spells were of a high level and were extremely powerful. In addition, Gunai's origin power was more dense, which would increase the power of the spell. After that, it was further enhanced by the silver feather by 10%. Even the ordinary fire arrow was enough to make the enemy experience what was called despair. 7 or 8 minutes later. After passing through a few blocks, Gunai stopped. The night was dark. The dim yellow street lights could only illuminate an area of 7 or 8 meters around them. Outside, it was already dark. He stood in a dark area where the dim street light couldn't reach. Gun looked at the Byzantine-style villa in front of him. According to the information, this was a stronghold of the Blood-Ear Elves. This time, there were many blood-eared elves who arrived at the Sug ruins. They didn't dare to show their faces in public, and their whereabouts were extremely concealed. There weren't many of them gathered in a single stronghold. They were also afraid of being caught in one fell swoop. This method of scattering gave Gunai a chance to take revenge. Gun didn't have the power to kill too many blood-eared elves. It was just enough to deal with the 6 to 8 relatively weak blood-eared elves. Gunny's revenge plan was to kill all the blood-ear elves here and let the blood-ear elves hiding in the dark feel pain. He raised his hand slightly, and the tip of the silver feather on the staff bloomed with an aqua-blue luster. The next second, buzz! A deep origin power fluctuation bloomed. The giant black wheel, ring bombarding, had already taken shape in front of Gunai. Then, ring spells exploded, directly crushing the iron fence and plowed a deep ditch in the lawn. He charged towards the gate of the villa. A little more than a second passed. Boom! The ring bombardment hit the door and exploded violently. From 20 meters away, Gunai could feel the air around him shaking. After all, it was a level 5 extraordinary incantation. With its power, a level 1 or 2 extraordinary would either die or be injured if touched. Following the violent explosion of the ring spell, the silence of the night was suddenly broken. In the distance, the dogs that were disturbed started to bark. Gunai, on the other hand, was looking at the villa. The door of the villa, which was originally hard and solid, was now broken. Gunai didn't hesitate at all. As he moved forward, he used his fire arrow. Whoosh! 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 A dense number of fire arrows shot out. A small number of the rockets flew through the broken door, while most of them flew through the window. It was followed by the sound of glass shattering. The fire arrow flew into the room, and the fire spread and burned fiercely. It quickly set the curtains and other flammable things on fire. As the battle began, Gunai could only feel a sense of excitement and bloodlust in the depths of his blood. Today, I will kill all of you. Licking his lips, Gunai's eyes were bloodshot. His killing intent was as intense and fanatical as the flames. Chapter 56: A Saturated Strike. These blood-eared elves were like sewer rats, hiding in every corner of the Sug ruins, not daring to show their faces. Once they were ambushed, they would definitely flee at the first moment instead of resisting. Of course, Gunai was happy to see his enemies run away. Gunai's long-range lightning bolts were extremely powerful. If they wanted to run, they would only become live targets. If they wanted to fight back, Gunai wouldn't be afraid. Anyone who dared to rush at his face would die. He blasted open the door and jogged over, releasing fire arrows at the same time. The entire process only took 3 to 4 seconds. He quickly entered the villa's living room and found the entrance to the underground room. The information about this villa was quite complete. Inside the villa, there was a very spacious underground chamber. Gunai couldn't confirm if there were other people in the villa, but there was definitely someone in this secret room. He had to block the room first. Gunai didn't even need to wave his staff. Buzz! The huge black wheel was formed again. In terms of the destructive power of the light wheel, ring bombardment was second to none. The door to the secret room had been specially treated. The fire arrow technique and lightning arc technique really couldn't do anything to the defensive door. However, in the face of ring spell bombardment, it was guaranteed to enter the soul. The moment Gunai created the ring spell, he exploded. Swish! A light, sharp light suddenly appeared behind Gunai. The dark red glow of the dark bronze weapon was aimed at Gun's neck. The Shadowman's most brilliant and peerless assassination move, Slit Throat, was a one-hit kill. This was an assassination technique from a transcendent ancient book that contained an extremely strong cutting characteristic. The moment it touched the throat, it didn't even need to use much strength. The sharp power of the extraordinary assassination technique could cut off Gunai's head in an instant. Gunai didn't panic at all in the face of this sudden attack. His heart was as calm as an ancient well. The moment Gunai sensed Slit Throat's assassination. Lightning Arc Technique. A spell appeared behind Gunai. The purple lightning was like a dragon, and it filled Gunai's back. It's an instant cast spell. The assassin didn't dodge when he felt the lightning. He was going to kill Gunai even if he had to withstand the spell. Buzz! The sharp edge of the dagger touched Gun's neck. Clang! A dark red shield appeared around Gunai's head. The form of this shield was very strange. It was not a full-body shield. Instead, it was like a spacesuit glass helmet that was fastened on his shoulders. At the same time, it wrapped around his shoulders, neck, and head. As for his body, it was not covered. This shield was the effect of Gun's magic shield necklace, which was a magic copper armor. If other magi were to get their hands on this type of energy defensive equipment, there was an 80–90% chance that they would form a full-body energy shield. But Gunai had found out after some experiments. If he were to use his entire body's energy defense, it would result in the defensive surface being too wide and the defensive strength not being high enough. At this time, the enemy's attack was sharp enough. If the power was concentrated at one point to break through, it was possible to directly break the energy shield and then kill the enemy. And if the energy shield that could cover the entire body was condensed to a small area like the neck and head, then its defensive strength would be multiplied by 7 to 8 times. This way, the enemy's chance of breaking the shield and dealing fatal damage to Gun's neck and head would be greatly reduced. As for attacking the body, Gunai didn't have to worry about it. He was confident in his own calmness. The only thing he was weak at the moment was his head. The dagger contained a powerful cutting power, but it was directly blocked by the demonic shield. At the same time, a violent current of electricity wrapped around the assassin who had ambushed Gunai. The terrifying electric current filled every cell of the blood-eared elf assassin's body. The intense pain from the electric shock burned every nerve in his body. As a powerful second-rank shadow assassin, Gunai's fourth-rank law incantation had left its body convulsing and unable to move. Hee. The blood-eared elf, Shadowman, muttered unnaturally as if he could already sense his end. A fire arrow pierced through the air. Buzz! The arrow pierced through his head. 2 ordinary spells. A second-rank extraordinary assassin had died. This was the power of an instant cast spell. This was the power of a Tier 4 spell that had gone through 4 metamorphoses. As long as Gunai could block the enemy's attack, anyone who dared to rush at him would die. When the assassin that had ambushed Gun fell, the ring bombardment also followed the slanted stairs, crushing a gully on the stone steps and rushing to the heavy ironwood door. Boom! The ring spell's explosion caused a terrifying shock wave. The entire house suddenly trembled. "I'm afraid we won't be able to keep this house today," Gunai said, still in a leisurely mood. It was as Gunai had expected. The thick wooden door of the secret chamber with a steel frame was blown away by the ring spell and turned into a mess. The entrance to the dark underground chamber was revealed. Gunai didn't want to know what the underground chamber looked like, and he didn't need to know. All Gunai had to do was kill them all outside. It was a topic on how spellcasters could encircle and annihilate enemies hiding in caves, secret rooms, cellars, and other locations. Almost every spellcaster could provide a large number of answers. Gunai's method was simple. Whoosh! 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 A dense barrage of fire arrows exploded. In less than 3 seconds, the densely packed fire arrows had blocked the entire entrance of the stairs. Then, he took out a mist scroll. As the runes in his hands quickly lit up, the water mist scroll was activated. Gunai threw the water mist scroll into the underground cellar through the entrance. Hoo 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 hoo! The water mist scroll quickly bloomed. The extremely thick and sticky mist exploded like a smoke bomb. In 2 to 3 seconds, the entire underground chamber was completely submerged in a thick mist. Even the thick mist was spreading outside through the door. Fortunately, there was a large number of fire arrows at the door. The flames burned and burned, burning away the mist that had escaped. The next moment, Gunai started to cast lightning bolts at a high frequency of more than 10 times per second. The large amount of sticky mist released by the mist spell was the best conductor for current. And the lightning arc spell was a spell with extremely high conductivity. The mist spell had already filled the entire cellar. Gunai cast lightning bolt into the room, and the power of the electricity spread to every corner of the room. None of the people inside could escape, they would all be electrocuted to death. As Gunai continued to throw lightning bolts at the man, the countless lightning arcs interweaved into a dense net of lightning. The entire cellar was filled with a world of purple electric arcs. The purple lightning even illuminated the entire hall along the underground passage. My 1-second overlap has indeed improved a lot. As he cast the spell, Gunai also carefully felt the changes in his body. Previously, my 1-second overlap had a limit of 12 spells per second. Now, it feels like 14 law incantations per second is the limit. The faster the soul's thinking speed, the higher the number of overlapping per second your reaction speed will also be faster. Gunai was also secretly thinking. In order to deal with sudden events, Gunai didn't push the 1-second overlap to the maximum. Instead, he maintained the speed of 10 curses per second. This way, if anything happened, Gunai would have some time to react. He released more than 100 lightning bolts into the secret chamber. Only then did Gunai stop his lightning arc. I don't care if you're dead or not, I'll deal with you after I'm done with the saturated attack. This was Gunai's style. Chapter 57 Explosion. After he stopped casting, Gunai didn't rush into the secret chamber. Just now, when he released the spell, Gunai had also been on guard. After all, Gun didn't know if there were other blood-eared elves hiding in the surroundings. Those shadowers had powerful concealment techniques. If they didn't attack, Gunai wouldn't be able to see them. I'm just giving an opportunity by rapidly casting a spell that lasts more than 10 seconds. If they did, those blood-eared elves wouldn't just watch me kill their friends and family. Since he didn't appear, then there's a high chance that he's gone. Gunai waved the silver feather in his hand. Whoosh! 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 The fire arrow quickly shot into the cellar, paving the way ahead and providing vision. The fire arrow spell and the lightning arc spell were both ordinary 2-syllable spells. The consumption of source power was only a quarter or even a fifth of a unit of source power. If Gunai had been more careful, he could have used 1/8 or even 1/10 of his source power to cast lightning arc and fire arrow. Of course, with less origin power, its power would naturally be greatly reduced. At this moment, about 1/10 of a unit's source power was more than enough to construct this fire arrow technique to open a path and illuminate the way. A moment later, the mist in the cellar was quickly dispersed by the fire, and the whole cellar was illuminated. Gunai also appeared in the underground chamber. The first thing he saw was a basement hall that wasn't too big. There was a carpet, a sofa, a coffee table, teacups, and decorative murals inside. It looked like an underground salon party. On the table surrounded by couches, there was some food. They were all fruits, vegetables, dried fruits, and water. The blood-eared elves were vegetarians. Ying, most of the elves were vegetarians. Of course, the fallen elves were an exception. These fruits and vegetables are still very fresh. Could it be that these blood-eared elves were in the middle of a discussion and were blocked by me? After patrolling the area, Gunai nodded. It seems that the situation is more or less the same. Gunai then looked at the sofa and the surrounding walls. What he saw were 7 to 8 corpses lying on the ground. Everyone's body was charred black by the electricity. Some of his clothes were still smoking and giving off sparks. It was clear just how brutal Gunai's lightning bolts had been. Gunai didn't try to touch the people on the ground. Death disguise was an ability that some shadowers or other series of extraordinary people could have. If these dead blood-eared elves had such a skill. If he got too close, they would attack him and give him a heavy blow. According to the information, there seemed to be a third-rank blood-eared elf, some second-rank elves, and most of them were first-rank elves. The rank 3 blood-eared elf was enough to pose a threat to Gunny. Waving his staff, Gun began to release fire arrows, trying to whip the bodies again. Buzz! 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 Every single fire arrow pierced through the head of a corpse. A moment later, Gunai had pierced through all the corpses' heads. The blood-eared elves were not in disguise. They were all dead. Hoo! After making sure the blood-eared elves were dead, Gun let out a sigh of relief. Killing all the blood-eared elves was a small revenge. Whether it was for Lan 11 the injured Paul, Euler, or his own self-defense, it was all worth it. Gunai quickly suppressed the sadness in his heart. Regaining his composure, Gunai looked at the corpses. The next step is to search for the spoils of war, destroy the corpse, and destroy the villa. We have to move faster. Those small teams of guards will probably be here soon. The on-duty team. It was an official extraordinary organization that existed in every ruined city. The guards on duty were similar to the police, but the police dealt with disputes between ordinary people. On the other hand, extraordinary overseers dealt with extraordinary events. A series of explosions occurred, and the entire villa was on fire. The flames were rising to the sky. The guards on duty would not need too long to rush over. He quickly inspected the bodies and began to dig. The most important gain from this battle was undoubtedly the rare-grade equipment on these corpses. Even black iron rare-grade equipment was worth hundreds of gold coins. The higher-grade magic bronze equipment and spatial storage type rare-grade equipment were even more expensive. In a few minutes, Gunai had already taken all the rare-grade equipment and storage equipment from the bodies. After that, he began to douse the bodies with the highly toxic corpse-rotting water. The highly toxic corrosive water was a mid-tier poison potion. This potion was originally used to deal with corpses that had been infected by plagues, diseases, viruses, and even MIM infections. Later on, some people developed it into a little helper to destroy the evidence. The bodies of extraordinaries were extremely resistant to corrosion. Even in death, their bodies still had a good resistance to evolution. Unfortunately, this highly poisonous corrosive water was specifically for this purpose, and it was not afraid of the corrosive resistance of the corpses of these extraordinaires. After drinking one bottle, the corpse began to corrode at a speed visible to the naked eye. A few minutes later, there was basically no corpse left. After looting the rare-grade equipment and destroying the bodies, Gunai began to retreat. During the retreat, Gunai had planned to place ring bombards. Ring bombardment could not only be used as a rolling tire to attack fortifications, but it could also be used as an explosive to fix on the ground. Every time he released a ring spell, Gunai would fix them to the ground and make them wait for the explosion. After a while, the entire villa had been bombarded by 25 ring spells. If Gun wasn't afraid that the spell would be too powerful and the residents nearby would be affected by the explosion, he would have placed twice as many spells. In the green belt by the roadside, where the dim street lights could not reach, Gunai quietly stood in the darkness. Explode! Gunai's heart moved. Boom! 25 ring spells exploded at the same time. The explosion was like a bolt from the blue. The entire villa was sent flying and then quickly collapsed. A villa was reduced to ruins just like that. The explosion was so violent. Even though Gunai was more than 50 meters away, he still felt the violent shock wave. A large number of leaves fell from the tree. The glass windows of the nearby houses were shattered by the explosion, and the sound of glass breaking could be heard. There were even some screams. Gunai's eyes twitched at the sight. I'm sorry, Gunai thought. Gunai jumped and disappeared into the dark alley. In the distance, the transcendent on duty was rapidly rushing over. On the way back, Gunai quickly recalled the gains and losses of this operation. Although there were some small mistakes, they were all harmless. Overall, it was a very successful success. I'm not very familiar with the process, but I'm naturally getting more and more familiar with things like killing, sneaky, and ambushing people. Gunai thought. He carefully followed the secret passage and entered the underground alchemy room. Then, he entered the living room. Gunai quietly walked to his room. An old and hoarse voice suddenly sounded from the corner of the sofa not far away. You shouldn't have provoked those guys. Chapter 58 On Duty. Gunai turned around in shock. He saw old Cohen in his pajamas sitting in the corner of the sofa. Gunai could guarantee that there had been no one there before. This sudden appearance. Could it be Dad's superpower? He wasn't sure about Old Man Cohen's abilities. Old Man Cohen rarely showed off his abilities, and he had never talked about it in front of Gunai. They were the ones who provoked me first. Gun stood in the dark and responded to Old Man Cohen's words. Besides, even if I don't take revenge on them, they won't let me go, right? Old Cohen muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke slowly. But you've completely angered them, and they'll come for revenge soon. The blood-eared elves are very vengeful. When that time comes, we'll all die. Old Cohen's voice was hoarse and authoritative. They won't be able to find me, Gunai replied. Childish. Old Cohen shook his head slightly. Do you think that by blowing up the crime scene and destroying your trail, they won't have any other way to find you? Peeking at the past, divination of mysticism, reasoning of cause and effect, following the special information you left behind. They have too many ways to find you. You don't understand how terrifying and mysterious those powerful existences are. Old Cohen sighed. You don't understand the reverse nature of cheats. Gunai replied in his heart. They won't be able to find me. Gunai repeated. Even if they used the many methods you mentioned just now. Since I dared to do this, I must have enough means to deal with the investigation of those experts. I promise they won't find me, Gunai said with confidence. Old Cohen pondered for a while. Are you really confident? He asked slowly. I'm confident, and the monastic robe is very big, Gunai said. Of course, if you're still worried. You can leave with Misha for a while. Leave? Old Cohen shook his head lightly. If I leave now, won't those guys know that I have a problem here? Since you're so confident, we'll just have to be more vigilant during this period of time. Moreover, you're a member of the pioneer group and a high-ranking pharmacist. If they really do come here, we'll just have to use the government's power to protect us. In our human territory, we won't be scared by some alien races and run away. At this moment, Old Cohen's tone was very calm. When Old Cohen said this, Gunai was stunned at first, then he rubbed his forehead and laughed. In the end, he still had a guilty conscience. He had almost forgotten that he was a member of the pioneer group in the Transcendent Association, and one with an extremely important status. The blood-eared elves were rats that could not be exposed. Even if he was discovered, it would be a good decision to use official power to protect himself. Besides, Gunai was confident that those people wouldn't notice him. Ying Luo has already advanced by 1 rank. Old Koan asked softly. Yes. Gunai didn't try to hide it. You've advanced quite quickly. Are there any abnormalities? A strange fellow in the depths of my bloodline seems to be staring at me. Gunai shrugged. You're talking about the bloodline curse, right? Old Koan's tone was as hoarse as ever. It should be, Gunai nodded. Gunai asked. Dad, what about the spell? I've already discussed it with someone. It's a very powerful and unconventional incantation. I'll take you there tomorrow. In addition, Ying Luo, did you bring anything over from there? There is. Gunai didn't try to hide anything. Then don't go to the black market to sell these things in the near future. If the blood-eared elves can't find you, they'll definitely be watching you in the black market. Understood. When the storm is over, you can safely sell these things whether you're in the black market or in the Pioneer Group. The Pioneer Group is helping you build a potion alchemy room. I went to take a look today. It'll be complete in a few days. Once it's complete, you can start mass-producing potions and prioritize the Pioneer Group. After all, what's going on over there is the main issue. I understand, Dad. Gunai nodded. All right, go back and rest early. Old Koan waved his hand. Gunai turned around and walked back to his room. After opening the door, Gunai turned around. There was no one on the sofa. Father's methods are quite unique, Gunai thought. When Gunai entered Dreamland, a few blocks away, the police had already sealed off the ruined villa. On the lawn of the ruined villa, a few men in black robes and black top hats gathered on the ruined lawn. Did you find anything? One of the men said as he smoked a pipe. From the explosion of the house, the culprit is a very powerful spellcaster. Among them, a bespectacled young man with a black cover notebook and pen in his hand replied meticulously. Furthermore, it has such a powerful explosive power. It's something that can only be done by at least a middle rank or even a high rank spellcaster. Indeed. Everyone nodded. They were all on-duty members of the police's upper echelons, and they were all supernatural beings. They naturally knew the general range of abilities of extraordinary humans of different levels. To be able to destroy such a house, it was definitely not something that could be caused by the explosion of a low-level spellcaster. Only powerful mid-ranked or even high-ranking spellcasters had such a technique. Furthermore, this spellcaster was very clear about the structure of the house. He directly blew the entire villa into pieces and collapsed. This is a planned crime. At the moment, the villa is in a state of collapse. It will take a few days to clean it up. It will take a few days to confirm if there are any dead people and their identities. Of course, if we use our abilities, then. As he spoke, the bespectacled young man looked to the side, at a man who had not spoken a word from beginning to end. At this moment, the man finally spoke. I've already sent my contracted soul down to take a look. The body has been destroyed. Some kind of corrosive agent was used. The rare-grade equipment and storage equipment have all disappeared. However, from their clothes, I can tell that they are the blood-eared elves who came to our Sug ruins with bad intentions. Blood-eared elves. The few of them frowned slightly and heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. It's the rats hiding in the sewers who died. That's good news. The others all nodded slightly. The ones who died were the blood-eared elves. There's no need to continue investigating the murderer. The man with the pipe said. No, I think it's necessary to continue investigating, the bespectacled young man said cautiously after pushing up his glasses slightly. Oh, why? The captain of the guards, Ankus Barty, looked at the bespectacled young man with a pipe in his mouth. Look at this crickets. The bespectacled young man, George, pointed to a deep ravine not far away. Is this the mark of a tire? Did that guy drive a steam-powered excavator here? Someone made a joke. This humorous joke immediately caused everyone to laugh. It's not the tire mark. It's the mark left by the ring explosion. Ring bombardment. Everyone's eyes were focused on George. George, on the other hand, quickly chanted an incantation. Immediately after, a pitch-black tree that was close to a meter tall appeared. However, its thickness was only slightly thicker than a slightly thicker tree. At the same time, the ring spell's explosion also crushed a small ditch on the ground that was neither deep nor shallow. This small ravine, compared to the huge ravine that was more than 20 centimeters wide and 30 to 40 centimeters deep, appeared as tender as a baby. This ring bombardment of mine is at level 1. I'm guessing that this ring bombardment is at least level 5, or even level 6. A level 5 or even a level 6 law incantation, the few of them were stunned. This incantation's level was too high. Normally, when an extraordinary obtained a spell, they would focus on cultivating this spell so that it could reach level 1 as soon as possible. Normally, it would take months for a beginner-level transcendent magic spell to level up. As for those powerful mid to high-level law incantations, it would even take years for them to advance to grade 1. After level 1. In general, extraordinaries wouldn't specifically practice this incantation. After all, long periods of cultivation and casting of spells required the consumption of source power. If he wanted to quickly recover his origin force, then potions were essential. Therefore, most spellcasters would naturally let their incantations level up. When he had time, he would release it and comprehend it. If he didn't have time, he would just throw it to the side and ignore it. This kind of Buddhist incantation was upgraded. As a result, it took several years for the incantation of law to advance to level 2. As for advancing to rank 3, that might be a matter of more than a decade later. As such, it was basically impossible for the Buddhist nature to upgrade the law incantation to level 5 or even level 6. The only way was to keep cultivating this spell. This was the only way to raise the level of this incantation to the 5th or 6th level in a few years, or even a dozen years. There were very, very few people who did this. For example, the ascetics. And ascetics usually wouldn't casually kill. A mysterious identity, and a powerful law incantation. George pushed up his glasses and narrowed his eyes. If it was an expert, there would be no need to hide. If I killed him, then so be it. What can you do to me? Destroying the corpse, destroying the evidence, and so thoroughly. This guy is probably not very strong. He is an interesting guy. Chapter 59 The Cover of the Fog. The next day, early in the morning. Inside the dome-shaped classroom of the Sug Ruins Transcendent Academy. Many of the students were whispering to each other about the huge explosion yesterday. Clearly, many people knew about this. Some of the students even bought today's newspaper. Gunai had also read the newspaper. A large part of it was a description of his results of the crime yesterday. The editor-in-chief of the daily newspaper was also a fan of headlines. The first thing he did was big explosion. Is this a sign that the wicked gods believers are destroying the Sug ruins? Doomsday believer? Gods f***ing evil god believers. In the afternoon. In the city of the Sug ruins, in the Antokan district where the rich and nobles lived, there was a thorn street that was one street away from Doran Street. 3 passengers dressed in black robes and tightly wrapped in bread quietly entered the room with the number 132. After entering the room and the underground secret room, the 3 of them finally revealed their true appearances. He had a thin and handsome face, and his ears gradually turned red. The 3 of them were blood-eared elves. One of them had a rather old face, and his hair was a little white. Master Swimyu, we've invited you over to take a look, a middle-aged elf said in a deep voice. A bunch of trash. Before the middle-aged elf could finish his sentence, the old blood-eared elf called Swimyu reprimanded him in a low voice. His voice was not loud, but it was full of dignity. For thousands of years, we have never found a way to activate the holy tree's seed. And now, we've finally found the source of that terrifying power that can activate the holy tree's seed. In the end, the seed of the holy tree was actually snatched away. You can't even protect the transportation of the holy tree's seeds, and you even got the stronghold destroyed. Do you want these humans to follow the distorted passage and kill their way into our clan? The two blood-eared elves who were reprimanded looked embarrassed and didn't even dare to breathe. The person who attacked us, whether he killed our people or stole our holy tree seeds, we can't let him go. Xuemyu said in a low voice. Where are Viganho and Isaiah? He asked. Lord Viganho and Isaiah came to track the seed as soon as they found out that this stronghold was destroyed. Lord Viganho arrived at 2 or 3 in the morning. However, Ying Luo. The man paused for a moment before continuing. Viganho's information searching ability didn't find any trace of the murderer. You didn't find anything. Xuemyu frowned. Viganho's information perception will definitely be discovered as long as it's still there. Why didn't he find it? The middle-aged blood-eared elf muttered to himself for a moment before quickly explaining. Lord Viganho did see the trail left by the murderer. However, when we entered the small alley a few hundred meters away, the trail disappeared for no reason. Disappeared? Yes, it's obvious that the enemy has some kind of ability to disrupt tracking. After hearing the middle-aged blood-eared elf's explanation, Xuemyu felt that things were not as simple as he had thought. Where's Isaiah? Isaiah's secret tracking technique is quite powerful. Lord Isaiah's secret tracking spell, the Kazaya, doesn't seem to work. No effect. Is the enemy's interference very powerful? Xuemyu had also calmed his mind. At present, that's what it seems. Xuemyu's eyes narrowed as he began to ponder. This operation is very secretive. Even our internal members only know a few. It seems that it's time to gather those who surrendered within the race. Perhaps some of them have already secretly joined the Transcendent Association. They actually believed in the childish joke of joining the Transcendent Association and becoming one of its members. Ying Luo is really stupid. Lord Bloodscreen, the person who attacked is not simple. He might even be one of the mayflies from the mayfly race, the middle-aged elf did not explain too clearly. That's why we're asking you to help us this time. With your divination abilities, that enemy will definitely not be able to hide the truth. Xuemyu's voice sounded. The conflict within the clan and the matter of the holy tree seed were no small matter. At this point, Xuemyu did not pursue the matter of the blood-eared elves. He had to find the holy tree seed first. This time, many of them had come to the Sug Ruins city with the barbarian saint. It was all for the terrifying thing that came from above the stars. Once they succeeded, not to mention the Sug Ruins, the entire northern continent's empire's development and resource absorption into the northern mountain range would become history. A war between warriors, a war between extraordinary individuals. It was also survival. It was the survival of the transcendent races in the transcendent desolate territory. Immediately, Xuemyu began to make his arrangements. First, he used his origin power to construct a rune barrier and sealed the entire house. Then, he constructed a divination ritual circle. The divination circle could effectively repair the enemy's interference, or even directly bypass the enemy's interference and find the most authentic answer. After the formation of the divination ritual was completed, the clothes of the blood-eared elves that were killed were placed in the divination ritual. The truth in the depths of the fog. The sinful murderer of you. You'll have nowhere to hide your darling. As Xuemyu finished his chant, within the array, light gathered. Xuemyu's consciousness searched over and found that the true face of the enemy was condensed in the light. However, this time, what Xuemyu saw was a grey-white mist. It was as if a pair of invisible hands had covered his eyes. In the afternoon, Gunai left school early. Since it's the graduation season at the end of the semester, there are fewer and fewer courses. Some of the students have even applied for graduation in advance. I'm not in a hurry to graduate. After all, I still have to learn runic analysis from teacher Olaf. With fewer classes, I'll have more time to refine potions. When my potion and alchemy secret room is completed, I can make potions on a large scale to earn gold pounds. Refining potions is only one aspect. My own strength is more important. A law incantation master is where my foundation lies. Speaking of which, Old Man Cohen said that he's going to take me to learn an extraordinary incantation. I wonder what kind of powerful incantation it will be. I'm really looking forward to it. 10 minutes later, Gunai arrived at the entrance of Old Stone Street. Over here, Ying Luo. A carriage that was parked by the side of the road opened its door, and Old Cohen poked his head out. Gunai quickly got into the carriage. As soon as he entered the carriage, Gunai was stunned. There are others. The first thing he saw was a young man who was about 18 or 19 years old. The most striking part about this young man was his short golden hair. His facial features were straight and slightly ordinary. However, the faint and warm smile on his face, coupled with his short golden hair, gave people a feeling of sunshine and warmth, like a cool breeze. Golden hair Gunai couldn't help but think. The carriage started moving slowly. The clatter of the horse's hooves and the rhythmical clatter of the wheels against the blue stone floor. This is Ericus, a rather talented middle-rank pharmacist, Old Cohen slowly introduced. In the future, he will follow you to refine potions. Currently, he's the one supervising your potions and alchemy room. If there's anything, you can just look for him. Hello, Sir Gunai. The golden-haired youth Ericus nodded at Gun. Hello, Sir Alex. Gunai didn't lose his manners. Chapter 60 The Count's Castle. You are much younger than I thought. Ericus, with a warm expression, comfortably and naturally broke the rather dull atmosphere in the carriage. A young master pharmacist like you will leave a deep mark in the history of the Yulan Empire. It had to be said that words of flattery could always make people feel smug. Gunai was no exception. I'm just an ordinary senior pharmacist, not a master pharmacist, Gunai corrected him. Gunai explained. In the potion refining room, I won't allow any of the ingredients I have to be taken away. Since the pioneer group had cooperated with him and given him high authority, Gunai didn't need to be polite. In the future, there will be a lot of dangerous jobs that will require you apprentices to do. If the vessels, tools, and steam machinery are not up to standard and cause an explosion, I won't be responsible for it. Ericus' eyes twitched when he heard this. Don't worry about that. The equipment will not shrink. That's good. Gunai slightly nodded. Are there any other potion-making apprentices? Gun looked at Old Cohen. There's another batch, and there's quite a number of them. Old K said in a profound tone. Hearing this, Gunai couldn't help but rub his temples. Ericus' identity is not simple. He's the only person in the school with that bright golden hair. He's most likely related to the Yulan royal family. Listening to father's tone, I'm afraid that the group of people behind are most likely those nobles. So you want Ying Luo to hug my thick and strong golden thigh? Gunai couldn't help but think. Gunai was very clear about his own position. Back then, in the assessment that Weiya gave me, I showed an extremely high level of pharmacy. And Vaya should have also confirmed that I have the potential to be a potion master. More importantly, I'm so young. Those with discerning eyes will naturally know what to do. Send their family's talented pharmacists to me. No matter how bad they are, I'll at least get familiar with them. If I really become a master pharmacist in the future, those guys who were sent to me would be a great deal. No matter what, it feels good to be hugged by someone. Well, if these pharmacists who are the descendants of the nobles come to my side and work for me honestly, I don't have any problems teaching them some things. As an expert pharmacist, Gugni was not the only one. Furthermore, in terms of the processing of medicinal ingredients, heavenly cultivation, and refinement, he was able to observe the extraordinary medicinal properties of those extraordinary plants in detail. After seeing through the essence, the importance of personal guidance was more important than anything else. In addition, Gun himself was very passionate about potions, and he combined it with his deep understanding of extraordinary medicinal properties. Gunai could explain a lot of things to them. It was not a problem for him to teach this group of beginner and intermediate pharmacists. If any of these noble sons are sneaky or use explosive materials, leave them to him. When that time comes, you can only pray that your hands won't be shaking so badly. The carriage was moving very quickly. Through the observation of the houses, buildings, and streets outside, Gun already knew that he had passed through the Haitu district and entered the Antoken district, which was an area for the rich. The carriage stopped at the end of the wooden thorn street. Gun followed Old Cohen out of the carriage. Gunai looked at the door number 477, Thornwood Street. The building in front of him was an ancient castle. The walls were tall and the color was black. From afar, he could see the dome and the tall spire. The entire castle occupied an extremely wide area and even had a vast lawn. To be able to own such a castle in the Antoken region, it was evident that he had a prominent status. Gunai just got off the carriage. He saw a young man wearing a suit and a black top hat holding a black notebook. He was escorted out of the castle by two guards in black iron alloy suits. The bespectacled young man seemed to sense Gunai's gaze. He turned his head slightly and met Gunai's eyes. Then, he smiled and nodded. Gunai was startled. Immediately, the two of them passed each other. After a while, Gunai turned back to the bespectacled young man. However, the bespectacled young man had already boarded the carriage and was gradually leaving. In the carriage, George, who was wearing glasses, squinted his eyes and didn't turn around, as if he had been discovered. After the carriage had traveled for a long time, George finally felt a sense of relief. He's a dangerous fellow. Simultaneously, George quickly opened his black notebook. At that moment, lines of words were quickly outlined on the notebook. Continental Calendar Year 9972, 2nd of October, afternoon, Night-Eating Castle. You've met an ordinary person, Gun Lawrence. When Gunai's name appeared, the words were written slowly and sloppily. Ordinary people, this Gunny Lawrence is no ordinary person. George's lips curled into a smile. Old Cohen is the pioneer of the pioneer group, but he has already retired to the second tier. He has an extraordinary innate ability to see through things, and it is said that he has discovered many talented extraordinary humans. What's more, Luo, that talented freak, was also discovered by him. Unfortunately, he's too weak. He's following Old Cohen. It seems like there's a need to investigate this guy named Gunny Lawrence. By the way, I remember that Old Cohen has recently been involved with some high-ranking pharmacist or something. As he watched the carriage drive away, Gunai withdrew his gaze and began to ponder. That guy is a little strange. Ever since Gunai had severed the shackles of fate, Gunai found that when he observed people or things, or when he thought about something, there would be a rather strange feeling. It was as if he was looking at some people or things from a new perspective. It was as if he had seen through the mist and peeked at its essence. That new perspective brought him a completely different feeling. However, Gunai wasn't able to control this ability, and it was only a temporary one. Even though he had seen through the fog, he was still able to see something. Many times, Gunai himself was confused. This should be an ability related to fate. Gunai estimated that this strange ability should be very powerful. Now, Gunai was gradually getting used to and learning this ability. During the brief eye contact, Gunai had seen the young man in glasses. His life form was very strange. He didn't look like a human. He was more like a beast hiding in the shadows, waiting to hunt. Some strange and powerful extraordinary profession, or something else. Gunai thought. Sir Gunai. At this moment, Erika's voice rang out softly. Ah, Gunai finally recovered. It's time, we're going in. Erika's voice rang out. Yes. Gunai slightly nodded. Gun followed Old Koan through the gate of the castle. Old Koan explained as they walked. The construction of the Sug ruins can't be done without the support of some great nobles. In the Otto Mountains north of the Sug ruins city, as well as the vast transcendent wasteland, there are powerful transcendent creatures, as well as the ruins of some transcendent tribes, and even the remains of some ancient civilizations. During the establishment of the great nobles, they naturally collected many powerful and strange spells. And this is also the reason why I brought you here. Count Nightwalker is an alien count with a lifespan of almost 1,000 years. He is also related to your extraordinary profession, although it might not be that important. A vampire count? Gunai asked. Yes, I am. Old Koan nodded. The coexistence of many races. This was the common understanding of all the members of the Extraordinary Society in the northern part of the Oya continent. At the same time, some of the neutral forces also supported this idea. This idea had been proposed for many years. In the rich and stable territories of the empire, it was quite common to see some foreign races walking on the streets. There wasn't much of an anomaly. At most, passers-by would take a few more glances. However, while fighting the extraordinary creatures of the wilderness, they also had to be wary of the invasion of foreign races in the wilderness. Those transcendent beings would not casually reveal their identities. Gun didn't expect there to be such a wealthy vampire count in the Sug ruins. Count Nightwalker is a collector. He has lived for a long time and is very familiar with all kinds of rare equipment, rare treasures, and mystical items. He even has many extremely powerful transcendent scriptures in his hands. Be polite when you see Count Nightwalker later. I know, Dad. Gunai nodded. The castle's gate opened. What he saw was a very standard hall of a noble's castle. A huge hanging lamp and a luxurious but low-key mural. In the middle was the solid wood floor of the corridor. On the right was a sofa for the host and guests to chat, a fireplace, and a wine cabinet. On the left was a long table dining room, where handcrafted porcelain tableware was displayed on the cupboards like works of art. The tall windows had the curtains drawn, but the room didn't seem dark. Because of the large number of specially made candles, the entire hall was filled with light. He looked at the luxurious layout of the hall, with all kinds of extremely expensive furniture and decorations. There were also 2-digit maids and 3-digit guards. All of this showed the wealth and luxury of the vampire Night Eater. Gunai would be lying if he said he wasn't envious. I wonder if this Count Nightwalker still has a daughter. Gunai thought to himself. Chapter 61 High-Level Law Incantation. Oh, my dear Old Koan, the last time we met was 5 years ago, right? As soon as he entered the door, Gunai heard an elegant voice. His tone was filled with an indescribable melodious charm. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Gunai and the others. What a fast speed! Gunai was shocked. My dynamic vision is extremely powerful, but even so, I can only barely catch the afterimages of the enemy's movements. Vampires are naturally fast, and they're supernatural creatures. This speed is really impressive. He saw a man in his early 30s wearing a white noble suit. Under the support of the white suit, his face looked even paler. Needless to say, this was the vampire Night Eater Count. With a smile, Night Eater Count revealed his sharp fangs. It has been some time since we last met. I've heard that you've killed quite a few foreign races in the Ao mountain range. Old Koan chuckled. They're all low-level extraordinaries who don't have eyes. It's a pity that the high-level extraordinaries all ran away. Night Eater Count said lightly. To be able to kill a high-level extraordinary so easily, it seems that this Night Eater Count is quite powerful. The higher the level of an extraordinary, the more powerful their means and strength were. If there was not a large gap, it was relatively difficult to kill them. This Bayan. Count Nightwalker looked at Gun. If I'm not wrong, then, it must be the high-ranking pharmacist who has caused a stir in the Association of Extraordinaires recently, His Excellency Gun Lawrence. Greetings, Count Nightwalker Gunai slightly bowed. No need to be so restrained. Night Eater Count smiled. You might not know this, but you've been very famous among the higher UPS recently. These words caused waves to rise in Gunai's heart. The more people knew that he was a senior pharmacist, the more danger he would be in. Good afternoon, Sir Alex. Good afternoon, Your Excellency Night Eater. After some small talk, everyone sat down on the sofa. The fire in the fireplace burned fiercely, and the chill was gradually dispersed. On the other side, the maidservant was also making coffee. A moment later, the rich aroma of the coffee filled the air. Gunai knew the pros and cons of coffee. Before he became an extraordinary, Gunai rarely drank it. After becoming an extraordinary, he knew about his own powerful extraordinary characteristics and physiological functions. He never rejected coffee. The rich and sweet taste bloomed in his mouth and nose, relaxing his body. Having a drink before and after work was indeed a very satisfying and delightful thing. Sir Gunai. Putting down the coffee cup, Count Nightwalker spoke softly. You and I both know the purpose of our visit this time. I've prepared quite a few powerful books on unconventional incantations. Do you have anything you need for this particular unconventional incantation? Gunai had a lot of ideas about the spell he needed. A powerful law incantation master required a lot of law incantations. Gunai muttered softly after a moment of silence. Do you have any law incantations that can lock onto traction? There is. Night Eater Count nodded slightly. Then, are there any highly secretive double incantations? There is. Count Nightwalker still answered very simply. Count Nightwalker's foundation is really deep. Seeing this, Gunai thought to himself. The Earl of Night Eater actually has both of these rare spells. A targeting spell was an unconventional spell, and it was quite rare. This type of incantation of law could directly lock onto the enemy. Then, the incantation of law released by the user would be pulled to a certain extent by the incantation of law and fly towards the enemy. Simply put, it was to turn the enemy into a magnet, and the incantation would directly track them. Even if you tried to escape, the incantation of law would be able to turn around and bombard you. It sounded very grand. In fact, the traction effect of such traction-type incantations was more or less unsatisfactory. After studying all kinds of spells, Gunai also understood the problem behind this. First, traction-type incantations were difficult to cultivate. Secondly, the effects of traction-type incantations, from beginner to level 1, were barely satisfactory. The traction effect was average. Thirdly, traction-type incantations were auxiliary-type incantations. Compared to offensive-type incantations, the cost-performance ratio of training them was extremely low. The investment was more but the return was less. All in all, no one would be so stupid as to practice this kind of incantation. But for Gunai, he was a little worried. None of these 3 points were a problem. When a traction-type incantation was cultivated to a high level, it would be quite powerful. First of all, after the traction spell was locked on, the traction force would greatly increase the casting radius of the spell caster. Secondly, the traction spell could allow the unconventional trajectory spell to pass through obstacles and launch an explosion. Finally, after the traction spell locked onto the target, even if the caster lost his vision and perception, the spell could still track him. With a sufficiently powerful traction incantation, it allowed Gunai to bombard his enemies in complex battle terrain. It was a powerful traction spell that could greatly improve Gunai's combat ability in complex terrain and battle situations. This was why Gunaizo wanted a powerful traction spell. As for the hidden compound incantation, it was mostly used to increase Gunai's soft power. A traction-type locking spell and a hidden double spell? Count Nightwalker looked at Gun for confirmation. Yes, I am. Gunai nodded. Gunai had made the decision to use these 2 spells after much consideration. In terms of offensive power, Gunai's 3 spells were more than enough to deal with the current situation. More importantly, the powerful mid and high-level incantations couldn't be instantly cast even if Gun had them. It would not be too late for him to prepare medium and high-level law incantations when he advanced to the second or third rank. As for the powerful shadowers that could threaten him, he needed to learn the traction spell as soon as possible to counter them. Then, Count Nightwalker took out two extraordinary items. One was a stone slab the size of a brick. The other item was a black scroll made of some unknown material and tied up with silk. Gunai didn't hold back and immediately began to accept. After a while, Gunai had finished collecting the two scrolls. 2 spells. Both are high-level spells. Gunai was very satisfied with these two powerful high-level spells. These 2 spells were enough for him to use for a very, very long time. When Gunai felt the power of the 2 spells, Count Nightwalker read it again. "Sir Alex, let's talk about those things in my study." "No problem," Ericus got up and nodded. "Please excuse me." Count Nightwalker looked at Gun and Old Cohen. Gunai wasn't surprised at all. Ericus' identity was not simple. There must be a reason why he had come here today. He didn't pay too much attention to Ericus' affairs. Gunai was focused on the 2 high-level spells he had just received. Chapter 62 The Steam Industry. These 2 high-level spells. A soul-fixing divine ring spell. One was the puppet secret thread. The soul-stabilizing divine ring spell was a high-level magic spell. It had 14 syllables and a consumption of 5 units of source power. 14 syllables was the maximum of a high-level incantation, and it was the normal limit. There were also high-level incantations with more than 14 syllables. These high-level incantations with more syllables were usually the enhanced version of high-level incantations. 14 syllables. The incantation required a total of 3.5 seconds to cast, which was quite long. By sensing the enemy's presence, you can release the spell, ignoring any obstacles. Most importantly, this soul-stabilizing spell is very well hidden. When the enemy is put on this soul-stabilizing spell, they may not be able to detect it or be located. The soul-stabilizing divine ring spell can play a vital role at certain times. It's quite good. Gunai nodded and concluded. Puppet secret thread high-level incantation, 12 syllables, 4 units of source power consumption. By releasing powerful puppet threads, it can gather on the enemy's body and control the enemy's body and even soul. It is very well hidden. At the same time, the puppet's secret thread could also be used to control objects. The most important thing was that the threads constructed by the puppet's secret thread could penetrate deep into the interior of an object to sense and explore. It's very functional. Gunai was thinking about this spell in his mind. Powerful functions, this was the characteristic of the secret compound incantation. At the moment, Gun was in dire need of a spell with such a function. Compared to the soul-stabilizing divine ring spell, this puppet's secret thread is even more mysterious and strange. I can even unknowingly complete control over my enemy. Now, my ability to split my attention has improved to a certain extent with the cultivation of the Soul Seal Codex. When we encounter the enemy, we'll delay for a while. I can use the fixed ring divine ring spell and the puppet secret line to lock on and control the other party. Gun sipped on his coffee as he opened his hack system. AFK. First hack position, Bone Elemental Medicine Secret Curse, Level 7. Second hack position, Sibana Origin Pool, Level 2. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 0. Fourth hack slot, Devout Night Breathing Technique, Level 2. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 1. After some consideration, Gun took out the Level 7 Bone Essence Medicine Secret Spell and the Level 2 Pious Night Breathing Technique. The secret spell of Bone Elemental Medicine was already at Level 7, and it was enough. In fact, the Pious Night's Breathing Technique overlapped with the Blood Pool Codex. As the Blood Pool Codex strengthened Gunny's blood, it also strengthened Gunny's body. It was no less effective than the Pious Night's Breathing Technique. After all, the Blood Pool Codex was a codex that was even more powerful than high-tier manuals. After the soul anchoring divine ring spell and the puppet thread were placed, the two skills were activated. The first wave of experience points quickly floated out. The soul fixing divine ring spell's experience points were 12. The puppet secret thread gave 10 experience points. They were all pretty good high-level incantations. Gunai looked at the first position in the second row, which was the 6th. It had already been more than half a month, and the progress bar was not even 1/10. According to Gunai's previous experience, it would take about half a year for the 6th slot to be unsealed. After getting these incantations, I'll be able to stay on the hack for a while. My strength will increase steadily. Simultaneously, Gunai also began to think. In a month's time, I should be able to advance to a rank 2 Magus. In fact, it might not even take a month. In just over 20 days, I'll be able to advance to the 2nd rank. For ordinary extraordinaries, it takes at least half a year to advance from rank 1 to rank 2. It's normal for them to take a year. Some of the less talented ones can't even advance. I'm advancing too quickly. Gunai's heart moved. However, my foundation is already very strong. It's still possible for me to quickly advance to rank 2. Half an hour later, Count Nightwalker and Ericus walked out together. At this moment, the two of them had a faint smile on their faces. It was obvious that the two of them had a good discussion. It was dinner time. Count Nightwalker invited everyone to dinner. No one refused. After dinner, the sky had already darkened. The crowd did not disturb him any longer and left in the carriage. At night, in a small secret room, Gunai sat cross-legged on the meditation seat, his heart completely still. It seems like they really can't find me. After returning, Gunai disguised himself again and searched the area. He didn't find any blood-eared elves nearby, nor did he sense any danger. It was obvious that the blood-eared elf and the others hadn't been able to track down that it was Gunny who had killed their clansmen. I've killed so many of their people. With the blood-eared elf's temperament, they'll definitely find the murderer no matter what. They must have sent many experts who are good at divination, prying, deduction, and even tracing back to track me and then take revenge. However, until now, there hasn't been any sign of trouble. The effect of severing the shackles of fate is truly shocking. Gunai gently rubbed his fingers. He had already deeply engraved the powerful characteristics of the shackles of fate into his heart. However, there are still countless tiny chains of fate in my body. 2 more times, 3 more times at most, and I'll be able to completely cut off all the chains of fate. I wonder what the scene will be like when the time comes. I'm really looking forward to it, Gunai thought to himself. Then, he looked at his system inventory. Gunai had tried to prevent the enemy from tracking them. Gunai had placed all of the rare-grade equipment and storage rings into the system space. He had never taken them out or checked them. The system space was so powerful that as long as Gunai didn't take it out, no one would be able to find it. Now, he had confirmed that the enemies should not be able to track his traces. Gunai could now count his spoils of war. Gunai counted. One after another, black iron weapons, leather armors, and boots were taken out. Occasionally, there would be 1 or 2 pieces of rare-grade equipment. The extraordinary equipment of the blood-eared elves was still in the preliminary stage of processing natural raw materials. For example, these short knives, daggers, and other extraordinary weapons were all handmade products, and the craftsmanship seemed to be quite good. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the forging markings within the weapon were not balanced. This would cause the sharpness and power of the transcendent weapon to drop by a lot, and its own toughness would not be strong enough. On the other hand, the current steam alchemy techniques in the human world included coal fuel, flame burning, small blast furnace smelting, mold pouring, forging quenching, and finally, high-temperature magic infusion. It completely overpowered the use of extraordinary characteristics in this craft. In terms of the most detailed weapon data, these black iron grade handmade extraordinary weapons of the foreign races had a toughness of 10 to 12. In that case, the toughness and strength of the black iron grade extraordinary equipment made by the human steam technology would be 14 to 16. Furthermore, with the continuous improvement of steam alchemy technology, humans had become more and more powerful. Black iron alloy equipment could be mass-produced. The Empire's military basically used black iron alloy equipment. To be more precise, it was a black iron alloy gun. Hot weapons and firearms, whoever used them would know. Black iron and magic copper could be produced in a certain amount. Although mithril was not produced in large quantities at this level, it was still available. He was currently in a state of attack with magic gold grade equipment. As for the transcendent races in the wilderness, a large portion of them were still at the level of black iron alloy, black iron, and a small number of magic bronze transcendent products. The extraordinary steam industry crushed the opponent industry. The suppression of hot weapons against cold weapons. This was also the reason why humans were able to expand their territories, explore unknown mysterious areas, and open up sea routes in the current steampunk era. They were able to suppress the glorious foreign races in the past. Chapter 63 The Seed of the Tree of Life. After a while, Gunai finished counting all the spoils. 14 black iron rare grade equipment, 3 magic copper rare grade equipment. There were also 3 green bracelets. The dark green bracelet was twice as large as Gunai's 1 cubic meter bracelet. It had 2 cubic meters of space. Gunai immediately replaced his 1 cubic meter green bracelet. Apart from that, the 3 green bracelets contained potions, materials, and other daily necessities. These rare grade equipment and green leaf bracelets. They were all handmade and had quite a good collection value. Their practical value was not low either. All in all, Gunai had earned 6,000 or 7,000 pounds. Most of it came from 3 extraordinary storage equipment. After this storm is over, I'll distribute these things in the black market and the internal channels of the Transcendent Association to sell. After I exchange them for gold pounds, I'll be able to buy quite a few good things. First, I have to expand my origin pool, although the speed of my origin pool's growth is not slow. However, there's still a huge gap between this and a massive amount of origin power. In addition, I need a high-quality mithril soft armor. If there are any extra gold pounds, let's see if there are any suitable mid-level attack-type incantations. What? Suddenly, Gunai's expression changed as he checked the green storage bracelet on his wrist. Then, he flipped his hand. A green wooden box filled with life energy appeared in Gunai's hand. Such a dense life source. This is a Kazaya. Gunai squinted his eyes. Gunai slowly opened the green wooden box. As soon as he opened it, Gunai felt a strong life force. A fist-sized, dark green, and mantle-like seed wrapped in a layer of leaves appeared in front of Gunai. The dark green light that bloomed from the seed penetrated through the green leaves, but it was still bright and dazzling. This light was 7 or 8 times brighter than Gunai's luminous pearl. This is the seed of the mythical fairy tree of life? Gunai's eyes widened as he cursed in his heart. It can't be such a coincidence. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a few breaths, Gunai calmed his turbulent heart. He gathered a catalyst rune in his right hand and touched the dark green seed. The moment he touched it, wang! The dark green jadeite bloomed like waves, and the entire secret room was full of vitality. Gunai felt like he was in the middle of a forest. As far as the eye could see, the elven tree of life was as tall as a mountain, standing among the mountains. Clouds and mist lingered around its roots. Under the sunlight, it absorbed the energy and emitted an extraordinary vitality. The light of life gathered between its branches and leaves. The entire world had been transformed by this huge elven tree of life, turning into a green sea of life full of vitality. Then, the dark green world of emerald quickly closed. Gunai's hand also separated from the emerald green seed of the tree of life. Hoo hoo hoo. Gunai breathed lightly, his chest rising and falling. His heart couldn't help but beat violently. This swan ni is indeed the seed of the tree of life. Ha 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 ha. Gunai laughed out loud. After a while, Gunai stopped laughing. He gathered his thoughts and opened the plant page of his system. At this moment, the second planting slot on the plant page was already 1/3 open. It would be fully open in 4 to 5 days. As for the dragon blood wood in the first planting location, after a few days of idle cultivation, it had already grown to a height of 5 meters. The thriving blood-red trunk, the blooming of blood-red leaves, and the rich extraordinary characteristics indicated that the dragon blood tree was in the process of rapid growth. After doing some research, Gunai had learned that the growth rate of dragon blood wood was relatively slow. It would take 100 years for it to fully mature. This 5-meter height would take at least 10 years. In reality, Gunai had only been planting it for a few days. Gunai roughly estimated that the extraordinary plants on this plain were growing at a rate of 1,000 times. The planting slots of the plantation system allowed the plants to grow at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, it also had a series of gardener functions such as trimming, gathering, interception, logging, and resetting the pixiu. The dragon blood that has been flowing in for more than 10 years is now directly cut off. It won't have much effect. In a few days, the second planting slot will open. It won't be too late to plant the elven tree of life seed then. He looked at the elven tree of life in his hand, closed the box, and put it back into the system space. For example, the elven tree of life was an overlord transcendent plant. It was extremely difficult to plant them. It wasn't like you could just dig a hole and bury some soil, count 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it would grow out. Just the activation of the seed alone required a very strange extraordinary power. After activation, it required a very special planting environment and enough soil that contained extraordinary characteristics to grow well. They even needed a fertile stainless soil layer. It was precisely because of this kind of overlord transcendent plant, within the scope of the current human understanding of the territory, only a few existed. However, Gunai only needed to place the seed in the planting area and press the button to plant it, and the system would take care of everything. Not to mention overlord-grade transcendent plants, Gunai felt that the system could even grow world-grade transcendent plants. Over the next few days, Gunai's life returned to a peaceful and stable state. He would go to school in the morning, and after school in the afternoon, he would make potions, and at night, he would study runes. During this time, Gun had also visited Ericus to take a look at his new secret alchemy room. The potion and alchemy chamber was located in a castle manor. The castle had just been built not long ago. It was said that it was built by a noble who had hereditary titles and territories. As for the noble, he seemed to be in an economic crisis, so he sold the castle that had just been built not long ago. The new potion alchemy room was much larger than Gun had expected, and many extraordinary steam machines had already been set up. The high-temperature small blast furnace, high-pressure boiler, elemental energy extraction tower, steam engine furnace, and so on were all in place. In a few days, the construction of the potion alchemy room would be complete. 155 Old Stone Street. Underground Potions and Alchemy Room. You must remember that this purple gold vine must be distilled at high temperatures to reach this level before it can be considered to have completed the purification of all its extraordinary characteristics. When the crucible is heated to a high temperature for mixing, you have to pay attention to the minute changes. When their extraordinary medicinal properties are completely fused, there will be slight and minute changes. You have to pay attention to this point. In Gunai's eyes, the extraordinary characteristics were perfectly fused. Did you see that? I seem to have seen a little and felt a slight fluctuation. I don't know if it's true, Ericus said with uncertainty, frowning. It's fine. I'll have a lot of time to prepare later. You just have to observe more. Gunai said in a calm voice. Gun quickly picked up the crucible and poured the 300-degree hot liquid into the bottles. There were a total of 5 grades, all of which were high-level precious potions. Alright, that's all for today's lecture. Gunai said after he finished mixing the potion. The final sealing work was naturally done by Bailey and Hawk. These days, Ericus would come here in the afternoon to report on the progress of the potion alchemy room and observe Kuon's potion making. Gun naturally wouldn't hide anything from the studious Ericus. Gunai, who was able to teach him, explained it to him. When he arrived at the living room, the temperature was already a little chilly. Gunai walked to the fireplace and picked up some wood. He began to add something to the fireplace, ready to raise the temperature in the room. Bang 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 bang. There was a knock on the door. Oh? Are there any guests? Gunai looked at the door, his eyes narrowing. Chapter 64 George. Inside the house, the wood that Gunai had added was almost done. The temperature in the room had dropped a little, and it was a little cold. Whew. Even with the door and windows between them, the howling cold wind outside the house continued to pass through the treetops, the eaves, and the corners of the walls. His gaze peeked out of the glass window that was not closed too tightly. Under the biting cold wind, the tree branches that had long fallen off swayed left and right in the cold wind, but he could not see who was at the door. After some thought, Gunai went to the door and secretly cast a spell. Caw. Gun opened the door and let the cold wind in. At the same time, a young man in a top hat and glasses appeared in front of Gunai. Hello, I'm George Derrick, a senior police officer from Sug City's police department. As he spoke, the young man took out his high-ranking police officer badge. High-ranking police officers were rare in the Sug ruins. Usually, only senior police officers with sufficient experience could become senior police officers. This George, who was at most in his early 20s, was able to become a high-ranking police officer. Needless to say, he must be an on-duty in the police system. An on-duty officer was an extraordinary among the police, and they were not weak. Gunai looked at the man up and down before softly saying, "On duty." "Yes, I am." George did not hide anything. "What's the matter?" Gunai asked. "There are a few things that might take a long time." Then, he lowered his voice. "Including the security and safety issues around your castle in the Antoken district when you are refining medicine." "Oh." Gunai couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. There were many people in the Supernatural Association who knew that he was a high-ranking pharmacist. Before this, Vaya had said that not only would the Transcendent Association send guards, but they would also send guards. At the same time, the officers on duty in the police station would also pay more attention to their safety. "It's still early. I wonder if you have time to go out for coffee," George added at the end. "It's my treat tonight." Since someone was treating, Gunai didn't mind. "Are you going to Autumn's Winter Light Cafe? I heard that the coffee there is pretty good," Gunai said with a smile. George, who had a smile on his face, suddenly froze, and his face stiffened. "The coffee there is really good," he said meaningfully. Autumn Winter Light Cafe. In the quiet, comfortable, and natural hall. In the distance, a young girl who had graduated from the Academy of Arts and was wearing white silk was gently jumping on the piano keys. The melodious piano music was soft and natural, making people feel relaxed. Gun looked at the coffee order in his hand and the corresponding price in gold pounds. Gugni now understood why George had that look on his face. "This coffee, it's expensive." Gun ordered a cheap coffee set for 2. The order ended. Soon, a beautiful and lithe maidservant brought over the premium coffee beans that were said to have been collected from an island in the Southern Sea during the Great Voyage. The coffee here was freshly ground and brewed. Gunai watched the maid grind the coffee quietly. Gunai's patience had been there ever since he had been refining the potions. Moreover, he could also enjoy the beautiful maidservants. Gunai patiently enjoyed the whole process. After the coffee was boiled in the low-pressure glass kettle. "All right, we still have many things to discuss," George said. The maidservant cleverly nodded and left. Gunai poured himself a glass, added some milk and sugar, and gently stirred it. "I'm guessing that you're definitely not here for the security of the castle," Gunai said leisurely as he stirred. George raised his head at Gugni's words, and his bright eyes looked at Gugni. "We've met before, at the gate of Count Nightwalker's castle," Gunai said softly. George squinted his eyes and chuckled, "I'm amazed by your memory." Gunai shrugged his shoulders. "So, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to beat around the bush." George thought for a moment, then tapped the empty coffee cup in front of him with the coffee spoon. Ding! 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 The sound was crisp and clear. "What?" Gunai's expression changed as he looked around. He saw an invisible barrier quickly being built around him. George poured himself a cup of coffee. An invisible barrier, like a small private room, completely enveloped the two of them. "That's a bion." Gunai frowned. "Nullifying interference barrier." George's voice was neither loud nor soft. "It can make others not notice us. Our conversation, tone, and actions here will not cause any interference to the surrounding environment and other people. And no one will listen to our conversation. Since you don't like to beat around the bush, I'll be direct. I'm on duty, and you're the pioneer. In essence, we are all members of the Association of Extraordinary Humans. Of course, we should all know that the Association of Extraordinaries is a big tree that can provide shade. This big tree is very reliable most of the time, but sometimes, some dangers can also come from this big tree. After all, Yu has some traitors and even moles in the Association of Extraordinaires. And the only ones we can truly rely on are ourselves." After hearing George's explanation, Gun nodded. Indeed, in this world, he could only truly rely on himself. "I'm a third-rank extraordinary," George continued. "Moreover, it's not convenient for me to reveal my extraordinary profession. But I can tell you that my extraordinary profession level is 7-star. Oh, Gunai couldn't help but frown. 7-star extraordinary professionals were quite powerful and rare. After all, even without the blood curse, his blood curse Mancer was only at the level of a 6-star. On the other hand, the other party was a stable 7-star, and in terms of extraordinary profession characteristics, he would obviously be stronger than the blood curse Mancer. A 7-star rank 3 extraordinary. I don't think I'm weak. But Ying Luo. George looked at Gugni with interest. Do you know what I feel from you? It's dangerous. Gunai raised his eyes. Yes, I am. George laughed. Danger. The danger of death. You're very powerful, more powerful than I imagined. George stopped smiling and continued. I know some things about old Cohen. So, when we met that day, I went to investigate Sir Gunai's identity. If I have offended you, I would like to express my apologies. I hope you can forgive me. It's fine. You on duty have the right to investigate anyone, don't you? Gunai said in a non-committal manner. Hee, George laughed apologetically. In short, I've gathered some information about you and my own feelings. Without a doubt. You're an extremely powerful law incantation master. So, I think we can work together. George finally explained the purpose of his visit. Cooperation. Yes, cooperation, George said with certainty. What cooperation? Gunai asked. George leaned forward slightly, then lowered his voice and said, kill those who secretly threaten top extraordinaries like you and me, and at the same time, some strange creatures that shouldn't exist in our world. After hearing George's explanation, Gun stared at him and pondered. Without a doubt, the other party's request was very abrupt. Even though they had met each other before, this was the first time they had officially met. Such an urgent request gives me the feeling that this guy is like a drowning man who has grabbed onto a straw. Then, Gunai carefully thought about the contents of the other party's words. This was what made Gunai curious. Chapter 65 The Shadow World. The cold wind outside the window was bone-chilling, and the deep night was about to fall. Inside the coffee shop, separated by a glass window, it was as warm as spring, and the lights shone brightly. Separated by a layer of glass, the inside and outside were worlds apart. After carefully mulling over the information in George's words, Gunai's heart throbbed. Something that shouldn't exist in this world? What could it be? It made Gun feel like he was in a warm place, but he was looking straight into the mysterious darkness. What is it exactly? Gun asked as he finished the coffee in his cup. It's not convenient for me to tell you now, but I can guarantee that those things are definitely existences that we must kill. In the future, they will cause great damage to our human world. Even the Transcendent Association's higher UPS have determined those things to be extremely dangerous, and the Transcendent higher UPS want to kill them. George said. Oh? Since the Transcendent Association's higher UPS think these things are dangerous and want to hunt them down, they will naturally deal with them. Is there a need for us, the weak Transcendents, to join forces to deal with them? Gunai rubbed his temples. Because of Yingluo. George muttered to himself for a moment before slowly opening his mouth. Those things are very special. Only I can see them and even get in touch with them. Only you can see and touch it. This immediately piqued Gunai's interest. A certain level of the shadow world, Gun asked in a low voice. You know, George was stunned. I know much more than you can imagine. Gun poured himself another cup of coffee. The world of the extraordinary. In the depths of darkness and mystery that people could not see, touch, or even feel. It hid too many frighteningly weird, twisted, and even horrifying things and death. The shadow world was this layer of strange and terrifying inner world that existed objectively in the real world under the projection of reality. Within the framework of the transcendent world. The real world was the surface world. The shadow world, on the other hand, was the inner world that was a projection of reality. The world of shadows was very complicated. In the shadow world, there were many strange layer worlds. They were all independent, and some could even be crossed over. To Gunai's understanding, the shadow world had the nightmare layer, mirror layer, immaculate fertile soil, void spirit layer, and many more. The nightmare level was a world of dreams. There was a type of extraordinary who had the ability to dream and could enter this level. It was said that the nightmare ingredients that Gun used to make soul potions came from the nightmare creatures that the dream extraordinaries hunted here. For example, the mirror layer was a layer of the world within a certain range that had time and realism. In a city with a large-scale stable mirror, the mirror layer would gradually materialize and stabilize. When the city is destroyed and all the mirrors are broken, the mirror layer will slowly dissipate and cease to exist. Or the immaculate fertile soil where the roots of the overlord class plants needed to penetrate. There was also the ethereal level where soul-type creatures were located, which many extraordinaries were more familiar with. Many soul-type creatures, even extraordinaries with half-souls and ethereal abilities, could enter this level to fight. There were also other deep worlds and so on. These inner worlds were all located within the shadow world. It could be said that the shadow world was the foundation of the inner world. In this transcendent world, the real world was only the tip of the iceberg of the transcendent world. Horror and darkness were all in the world of shadows. The reason why Gunai knew all this was because he was the only one who knew. It was because Gunai had gained a new understanding of the structure of the world when he was studying rune analysis. The runes analysis described the essence. It had a detailed and simple description of the real world, the shadow world, the nightmare realm, the mirror realm, the unblemished fertile soil, and so on. Learning the complicated three-dimensional form of the world was a skill that a magus who studied the profound meaning of runes had to master. If Gun was just a canon magician, he would only need to learn spells. Gun, on the other hand, wanted to become a knowledgeable and powerful mage who could touch darkness and horror and explore the deeper essence of the supernatural world. It was essential for him to gain an understanding of the shadow world and the many strange layers of the shadow layer. When he had a good understanding of the shadow world, and when Gunny had some achievements in rune analysis, he would have a certain understanding of the profound meaning of runes. Reality and shadow. The surface world and the inner world. He could move freely in ancient nirvana. Gunai could even enter the strange layers of the inner scroll. Even the great existences above the stars could be seen by Gunai. However, rune analysis was extremely difficult. Even though Gunny had spent most of his time studying it, he still hadn't made much progress. Rune analysis was so difficult to learn. One could only imagine how difficult it was to study the profound meaning of runes after one had learned the basics. Not many people knew about the shadow world. And to be able to cross levels, one would need a corresponding extraordinary talent and ability. There were not many people like this. As a blood curse mancer, if he didn't learn rune profundity, he wouldn't be able to enter any inner world. Not only did this guy named George Derrick know about it, but he could also see it. He even seemed to be able to enter a certain layer of the inner world. It was obvious that his extraordinary profession was not an ordinary existence. Combined with the fact that the other party seemed to be able to sense his danger, Gunai had vaguely guessed some of the special characteristics of the other's extraordinary class. If the other party could really lead him to a certain level, it would be a great help to his understanding and learning of the framework of the world. The best way to improve was to combine what he learned from books with what he had personally come into contact with. I think we should get to know each other again. This way, we can build a stronger foundation for our future cooperation. How about it? Gun said as he sniffed the coffee. No problem, he said. At this moment, George's spirit jolted, and he sat up straight again. He had wanted to cooperate with the other party. Since the other party knew a lot and had the intention to cooperate, he was naturally very happy. I'm Gun Lawrence, Gunai said. An expert-level pharmacist. The blood curse mancer from the mountains and blood sea. An expert-level pharmacist. George was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud. The laughter was very loud, but inside the invisible interference barrier, the people outside did not feel the movement at all. His smile confused Gunai. I'm so stupid, I was wondering why so many noble pharmacists came to your place to learn potion making from you. Even a highly talented senior pharmacist should not be like this. So you're already an expert pharmacist. You're really amazing. George gave him a thumbs up. As a member of the Extraordinary Association, he was naturally very clear about the fearsomeness of an expert pharmacist, especially when the other party was so young. The fact that the higher UPS of the supernatural organization had sent their talented children to become Gunny's apprentices in such a hurry was the best proof. Some people knew that he was an expert pharmacist, and he didn't hide anything from George, who he was about to cooperate with. After a moment of silence, George looked over. You're a blood curse mancer. I remember that blood curse mancer was a coward back in Blood Moon. A small curse is not enough. I've already suppressed it. Gunai said without a care. Oh, George's eyebrows twitched. However, when he thought about how the other party could become an expert pharmacist at such a young age, his means must be very terrifying, and he felt relieved. Don't look down on me just because I'm a level 1 extraordinary. I'm almost invincible among level 1 extraordinaries. First rank, almost invincible, this tone is really not the usual kind of big. George thought to himself. However, to be able to give me that level of threat, he does have the right to say this. After Gugny finished his introduction, George, who had been thinking for a while, spoke. I am George Derrick. When I was 6 years old, I awakened my extraordinary profession, Time Hunter. Later, I found out that this Time Hunter was a powerful 7-star extraordinary profession. Hold on, Gunai suddenly realized something. Are you trying to awaken your extraordinary profession? Yes, I am. George nodded. What's wrong? Is there a problem? If Gunai hadn't studied rune analysis, he wouldn't have noticed the problem. Gunai was able to grasp the key to the problem. This George's extraordinary class was probably not ordinary. The extraordinary profession itself was contained in the extraordinary token, and it was a mysterious power that formed its own system. Humans weren't supernatural creatures, but very ordinary flesh and blood creatures. It was very rare for humans to awaken their own extraordinary professions. Even if there were, they were the descendants of the families and clans who had bloodline power and had awakened extraordinary professions related to bloodlines. For example, the papa that Gun knew had behemoth blood. If he got married to a close relative, it was possible that he would give birth to a child who was born with the extraordinary profession of behemoth warrior. The child's extraordinary profession characteristics would not be too powerful, but they would not be too weak either. However, the problem was that the extraordinary profession awakening was a power given to him by his bloodline. The Time Hunter isn't a bloodline power. Gunai said softly. Just like the heroes that emerged from the tide of that era. This Time Hunter might be one of these extremely special existences. George looked at Gun for a while, then nodded. You're right, my Time Hunter is indeed extraordinary. I can use time to enter a very mystical level of the shadow world, the hunting level. Chapter 66 Herdsman. Hunting level? A mysterious layer in the shadow world. After listening to George's explanation, Gun immediately calmed down and listened carefully. Actually, after I awakened the extraordinary profession Time Hunter, I could feel and see the existence of the hunting layer. Just like now, I can see the dim yellow and shabby projected luster on the hunting level. The mottled light is shining on my body, and everything around me is full of danger. When I grew up, I understood that what I saw was a deep inner world. It's a very strange and dangerous inner world. I call it the hunting level. In the hunting level, there's a very strange creature that looks like a human. It has two long and thin claws and a pair of flesh wings. Its flying speed is very shocking. There's a pair of strange arms under the wings. This pair of arms can carry out an extremely long pole, and their destructive power is amazing. They are tall, slender, and black all over. They have 3 eyes on their foreheads, and they have extremely strong 3-dimensional vision and perception. It's almost impossible to get close without a sound. This creature was 5 meters tall when it was at Transcendent Level 1. And as their strength increases, their body size will also increase. It's basically 2 meters per step. Their strength will increase explosively with each level. Of course, I haven't said the most important thing. That is, Jianjia and the others have a terrifying tongue. Using this tongue, they can penetrate their power into reality in the hunting layer and lick the time of humans. Licking time, Gunai's expression changed. Time is an abstract concept. Can this thing be licked? Or could it be that in this transcendent world, time also has a special transcendent attribute? Gunai asked after a moment of silence. Are you sure you're in the middle of licking time? I'm sure, George nodded slightly. Because I can see the time. Look at the time. Gunai was startled. All right. The hunters at this time are really unusual. Gunai spread his hands. What does it look like after being licked? Gun asked. Being licked will lose time, and once time is lost, it will be corrected. In the process of correction, those who lose time will be washed away by a mysterious power. The physical body, soul, and bodily functions are aging, as well as the loss of extraordinary characteristics. All of this is done without anyone noticing, so basically no one will notice. This is indeed a very strange creature. Gunai muttered and nodded. George continued. These guys that can lick life and cause humans to lose their lives, I call them Thanatos. They are indeed people who can lead the death god forward. It's quite fitting to call them the death divine beasts. Gunai thought. The Thanator is very powerful, but also very cunning and intelligent. They specialize in licking those long-lived humans, and especially like to lick them when they are sleeping. On the hunting level, when it's being licked, one bite can feed a human for 2 to 3 days. Here comes the scariest part. Every time those creatures lick, they won't just stop at one person. They will lick everyone nearby, and each of them will be put down after a dozen or so bites. This thing knows how to split up when it's picking up wool. Its level of intelligence can crush many people. Gunai was shocked. Before this, you asked me why I didn't report this to the higher UPS of the Transcendent Association? George slowly explained. Because when I was young, I told my teacher, and my teacher told me to keep it a secret no matter what. In fact, the decision that my teacher made for me was the right one. Because creatures like the mayflies are being herded by some mysterious existence. A mysterious existence that uses human lifetime to graze the water grass and reeds. Gunai's eyes narrowed and his fists clenched. They simply don't treat us humans as humans, they're treating us as walking flesh and grass. And there's more than one herdsman. George said softly. And within the Yulan Transcendent Association, there are traces of them. And this is also the reason why I didn't dare to tell anyone. Once I report it, I'm afraid I'm not far from death. I don't know if you've noticed, but with the rise of extraordinary steam machinery, those evil spirits and other races have also become turbulent. The scattered alien races in the depths of the Otto mountain range in the north have also joined forces to fight against us humans. You should know that someone is secretly adding fuel to the fire, and these herdsmen are one of the driving forces. Those guys who herd Thanatos and feed on human lives don't care about human lives at all. In their eyes, humans are just walking flesh and grass. After George's explanation, both of them fell into a brief silence. Mysterious existences that ignored life, strange monsters that could graze and lick time, and the tide of the era that added fuel to the fire. George's words echoed in Gun's mind, and he couldn't help but sigh. This world is more complicated and mysterious than I thought. After a moment of thought, Gun looked at George. Aren't you afraid that I'll leak this information? Of course I'm afraid. But I need the help of strong teammates more. Teammates? Help, Gunai muttered the word. You've been in contact with them. Yes, I was already very powerful when I was a second-order transcendent. I think I should be able to kill a first-rank Thanator. I used the power of time to enter the hunting level and hunted a rank 1 Thanator. In the end, I almost died, and that guy escaped. He escaped, Gunai thought. The strength of that Thanator is beyond my imagination. I can't deal with it alone. Moreover, sometimes, these Thanator don't act alone. It's possible that they act in groups of 3 to 5. After all, I'm weak by myself. This is also the reason why I want to find a powerful partner to hunt down these Thanator beasts together. I can use my ability to bring extraordinaries 1 rank lower than me into the hunting level. Among all the extraordinaries I've met, I've never felt such a strong sense of danger when he was only a level 1 extraordinary. That's why you came to find me. Gunai said. Yes, I really need a teammate like you, so I'm willing to take the risk. After some thought, Gunai slowly spoke. I'm a law incantation master, and I'm currently studying the framework of the world, the shadow world, and even analyzing runes. The hunting layer you mentioned is a mysterious layer of the shadow world. Entering it should be of great help to my learning. So, you're very lucky. I'm willing to cooperate with you. Gunai said. Hoo. George heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Gun had agreed. Although you said that you are invincible among the first-rank Thanatos, you might not be able to kill them. My cheat doesn't like what you're saying, Gunai thought. Maybe, Gunai didn't argue. In our Sug Ruin City, there are 2 Thanatos being herded. One is a rank 2, while the other is a rank 3. They have been feeding on them for many years. The short lifespans of those laborers who work hard to earn money are largely caused by the Thanator. If they continue to grow, it's hard to predict what will happen in the future. My target is that second rank Thanator. I'm currently at the third rank, so I can bring second rank extraordinaries in. Thus, when you advance to the second step and reach the peak of the second step, you will be able to break through to the second step. Only then will we have the chance to join hands and exterminate that second rank Thanator. This will take some time, there's no rush now. Moreover, after this hunt, we still have to hide our traces. We can't let the herdsmen find us. After all, an existence that can graze such a creature is definitely not a small matter. Yes, Gunai slightly nodded. After discussing some more details, the two of them stopped. Gunai looked at the night sky outside the window. Time hunter, hunting level, prey. Gunir mulled over the relationship between the two. George probably hasn't told me yet, but I can guess what he's thinking. This hunting Paishiu should be of some help to him, but that's not the main point. The point is, this guy should have felt his own uniqueness. He doesn't want our world to be played by those terrifying existences. Otherwise, he would have just ignored us. To go through so much trouble and even take the risk to come in contact with me, it's obvious that he's a fellow with a sense of justice. At the same time, I can feel that this fellow's words are true. Of course, while we have a high chance of trusting the other party, we also need to be more careful. To me, I need to use this opportunity to deepen my understanding and perception of this world. This is very important to my rune path. Secondly, it's indeed my duty to annihilate the grazing of those mysterious beings. No matter what, I'm still a member of the flesh pasture in their eyes. If the current me remains silent, sooner or later, that Thanatos will lick my head. At that time, no one will speak up for me. Hoo. Gunai exhaled and looked at the dark night outside. In the depths of the mysterious and strange extraordinary world, just like the city under the night sky, the outline of the city could be vaguely seen, but the horror and mystery in the darkness could not be seen. Chapter 67, Water of the Spring of Life. Time flew by. Before he knew it, several days had passed. On this day, the weather was cold as usual. Antoken District, 51, Zemian Street, Chenju Castle. This was the location of Gun's Podiwonering secret room. Da. It was accompanied by the clattering of horse hooves. A large carriage was parked at the entrance of Deep Duke Castle. The door opened, and the first to get out was Gun, who was wearing a pharmacist's cape. Today was the official day of settling in, so naturally, he had to dress more formally. After that, Via, Aracus, Old Cohen, and Maisha got out of the carriage. "Good morning, Mr. Gugny." The butler, Fraser, who had been standing guard at the door, saluted Gun. "Good morning, Sir Fries." This Sir Frey was the butler of this Deep Duke Castle. It was said that he was a senior who had retired from the front line of the pioneer group. After a simple exchange of greetings, everyone began to walk into the castle. The castle was quite spacious, so Gunai naturally took them on a tour of the inside and outside. At this moment, the castle was well prepared for food and clothing, guards and servants. His main goal for the time being was to transform the alchemy room. As for the secret alchemy room, Gunai had already seen it and was very satisfied with its construction. When the junior pharmacists arrived, Gugny could start making potions in large quantities. But before that, Gunai had to teach them how to process all kinds of extraordinary medicinal herbs. As for the next step, the extraction, distillation, and a series of other operations, as well as the subsequent blending, were all things that they could not master at their current stage. Everyone laughed along the way, and Misha was as happy as a little bird, flying around the castle. While everyone was looking at the living room and the surrounding scenery on the second floor. At the entrance of the castle, a large number of carriages were parked by the side of the road. Gunai looked around and saw that there were more than a dozen. So many people. Gun looked at Fraser. Including Sir Alex, a total of 12 people. The butler, Fraser, came forward and reported. 12 people. Gunai's eyebrows twitched. I didn't want that many people. Gunai looked at Wei. I also only reported that you needed 5 or 6 people. Via also expressed her innocence. Gun looked back at the young noble pharmacists in white robes. I'm guessing that after you reported it, there must have been 6 or 7 of them. As we go up, it becomes 8 or 9. It's a good thing that the reports didn't pass through many nodes. Otherwise, those guys would have definitely stuffed an army here. Gunai said jokingly. Everyone laughed when they heard that. It's good to have more students. There are many dangerous steps in the formulation of high-grade potions. A certain amount of loss is inevitable. Everyone, hee. I don't have to care about their salary anyway, so it doesn't matter if it's more, Gunai mumbled. Then, he looked at Fraser. Have you prepared the potion materials? It was prepared a few days ago. There are more than 300 sets of materials. Moreover, they are in great need of this batch of materials. I hope you can start working as soon as possible. No problem. After lunch, I'll lead this group of guys to learn how to handle medicinal ingredients. Gunyemo said softly. In the afternoon, Old Cohen and the others had already left. In the outer hall at the entrance of the underground secret room, the 12 pharmacists, including Ericus, had already gathered. The 12 pharmacists were all young, between the ages of 16 and 20. Among them, more than 4 were intermediate pharmacists who had just been promoted. Although the other 8 were junior pharmacists, they had more experience and were very close to becoming a level 2 pharmacist. They were not far from becoming intermediate pharmacists. In any case, they had been sent to Gu-Ni by their families, so they were all talented pharmacists. Who has experience in the management of medicine and medicinal materials? Gu-Ni asked. It was important to keep potions and materials in the warehouse, so Gu-Ni needed someone to help him manage it. A few seconds later. It's me, he said. A 18-19-year-old female pharmacist with red curly hair raised her hand. What's your name? Leona. The red-haired Leona said in a soft yet sharp voice. She was wearing a white potion-making robe and a cloak. All right, you'll be in charge of the warehouse and warehouse matters of the medicine and materials in the future. Yes, Lord Gunai. Leona nodded her head seriously. Also, Ericus has been learning how to make high-grade precious potions from me for some time. In the future, he will be fully responsible for the rough processing and distribution of the materials. Leona, Ericus, you two must cooperate well, understand? Yes, Lord Gunai. The two of them responded at the same time. If they could become part of the management, they would have more time to get in touch with Gu-Ni. This was extremely important to their pharmaceutical careers. All right, next, we'll proceed to the stage of processing the materials for high-grade precious potions. I'll give you a detailed explanation of the processing of all the materials. Everyone was excited when they heard that they were about to start working on a high-grade potion. All of them were either intermediate pharmacists or beginner pharmacists who were very close to the intermediate level. To them, refining intermediate-level potions was no longer a big problem. What they urgently needed was the experience of high-grade potions. As for Gun, he had given them the job of making high-level potions. It was difficult, but with Gunai's knowledge, it would give them the greatest boost and growth. They were all in urgent need of this kind of growth and learning. Half an hour later, there were 2 high-level potions that Gun needed to make. Gunai explained the details of the dragon blood and nightmare potions. Gunai also analyzed the reasoning behind their combinations and explained the nature of the extraordinary medicinal properties. These students used to follow senior pharmacists. They had never followed a top-level pharmacist like Gunai, who was half a step away from becoming a master. Gunai's explanation had naturally enlightened them in many aspects, and they had gained a lot of understanding and insight. After the explanation, many people raised questions, and Gunai naturally answered them one by one. You all know that. Currently, above high-grade precious potions is the engraving potion. Those potion masters who can mix the engraving potion. However, the engraving potion at this stage has half of the positive and half of the negative effects. One bottle will replenish one portion of the extraordinary characteristic, and at the same time, it will also eliminate the extraordinary characteristic in another aspect. The compatibility and integration of extraordinary medicinal properties are currently the most difficult problems to solve. Sir Gu-ni, do you have a solution? He asked. Someone in the crowd asked. Not yet, but I have a few ideas. I'll be conducting various experiments in the upcoming work, and I'll need your cooperation. When everyone heard that they were going to participate in the research of the inscribed potion, they were all in high spirits. They were all pharmacists, and they knew the powerful effects of the engraving potion. As for the engraving potion, during this period of time, he had been constantly refining various high-grade precious potions. Gun did have some ideas, especially after planting the Elven Tree of Life last night. The Elven Tree of Life was an overlord-grade plant. And NBSP, during its growth, it could gather many amazing and extraordinary treasures. For example, spring water of life would be condensed under the Elven Tree of Life. Drinking the water of the Spring of Life for a long time could increase the upper limit of one's lifespan. As far as humans knew, the water of the Spring of Life could only be found in the depths of the twisted jungle in the north. Only the blood-eared elves and the elves of several other races could get their hands on it. The elves had lifespans of hundreds or even thousands of years, and a large part of it was related to the water of the Spring of Life. Gunai then planted the seed of the Tree of Life in his own slot. Through the system, Gun also found that the Elven Tree of Life could produce pure water of life in perfect conditions. As for the planting area, it was clear that the environment was the most perfect. Gunai had heard of this pure spring water of life. In ancient books, Gunai had read that the spring water of the Tree of Life contained extraordinary life force. One bottle of it could save one's life, no matter how serious the injury was. The effects of the pure water of the Spring of Life were a level higher than the water of the Spring of Life. And at this stage, there was a big direction, which was to use the spring water with extremely high compatibility to carry out the fusion of various medicinal properties. For example, he could use the spring water of the original power, the refined spring water of the original power, and so on as an extraction liquid to carry out the extraction of extraordinary medicinal properties. As for the water of the Spring of Life, it was a higher level of extract than the pure spring water. It was said that some forces had obtained a certain amount of water from the Spring of Life from the Blood-Ear Elves, and with the help of this water, the research on the potion of secret engravings had made a small breakthrough. Now that Gunai had planted the Tree of Life, the water of the Spring of Life would soon be born. This Elven Tree of Life was in a perfect form, and in the near future, it would produce a higher level of life essence spring water. Most importantly, this Tree of Life belonged to Gunai alone. Gunai had plenty of resources to make breakthroughs in his research. Chapter 68 The Night of the Full Moon. The dark clouds in the sky had already gathered. The cold wind was wreaking havoc in the entire Sug-ruined city. Wivu. Many of the bare branches were wivu in the cold wind. Sug Transcendent Academy. On the 6th floor of the Olive Tower, Gu-ni looked out the window at the dark sky. It was only slightly past 4 o'clock at the moment, but the sky had already darkened. Meanwhile, cold air was blowing toward the south from the north. The heavy snow is coming. Gunai thought. Then, Gunai looked up to a corner of the sky. There, the dark clouds glowed with an enchanting red. Tonight would be a snowy night. At the same time, it would be a full moon and a bloody night in Suanji. In the Oya continent, every full moon, the moon in the sky, known as Yamu, would turn blood red. It was said that during the Dark Age, the rulers of the Oya continent were still the Dark Werewolves, the Blood Clan, the Lich Clan, the Elves, the Necromancer Clan, and so on. At that time, humans were still a small race. They were used as a tool of labor by the vampires, werewolves, and liches, as well as a source of food and soldiers. In the Blood Clan, it was always the most difficult time for the humans under the werewolves during the blood moon. On the night of the full moon, under the illumination of the blood-colored light, the werewolves would return to their giant wolf bodies. Some werewolves with low ranks were unable to control their own rationality and would sometimes go on a killing spree. As for the Blood Clan, they had even devoured a large amount of human blood on a blood night. However, the dark history of mankind was finally ended by the Church. At that time, miracles would really happen, and the ascetics would also be devout believers and fight for the light. Unlike now, in the Church, there were more believers who hoped that the ignorant people would use their own hard-earned money to provide for them. The moon of the mystical world in the area continent was much bigger than the moon on Earth. It would take 5 moons on Earth to be comparable to the moon of Yama. When the blood moon arrived, the moon that was 5 times larger than Earth would emit a blood-red light, enveloping the entire land in a sea of blood-red light. The dark clouds had already covered Yamu, but the blood-red light was still above the dark clouds, reflecting a strange crimson color. Gunai looked away and prepared to pack his things. At this moment, Olaf walked in from the side door. "You've been making rapid progress in your studies recently. Even in the White Tower of Longjiao Mountain, there are only a few students who have such a high level of comprehension and progress so quickly." "Ah!" Gun looked up at Olaf, stunned. "I thought my progress was slow." Gunai said humbly. "It's already very fast." Olaf nodded in agreement. "The comprehension, memory, perception, and so on of us human spellcasters will gradually improve with the strength of the soul. You're only at extraordinary level 1 now, but you already have such extraordinary comprehension ability. As you gradually advance, it's very likely that you'll have some achievements in the world of rune mysteries in the future. This is all thanks to your guidance, mentor." Gun stood up and saluted Olaf. Teacher Olaf just smiled. "How's your soul scripture?" he then asked. "It's a soul codex." Gunai told him the truth. "The soul codex?" Olaf nodded slightly. "Even the weakest codex is comparable to a high-level soul cultivation manual. Moreover, the soul codex can allow the soul to derive many wonderful abilities. Being able to cultivate the codex is indeed a very good thing for your future path. But there's one thing I have to tell you. Perhaps you already know. It's not true that the higher the level of the combat-type incantation manuals of a mage, the better they are. Ordinary manuals, transcendent manuals, secret engravings manuals, and even higher-level forbidden spell manuals, these are the 4 major levels of the Law Incantation Master's books. You can now instantly release ordinary manuals and elementary transcendent manuals. This will be of great help to you in battle. And if you insist on using a 20-odd syllabus engraving manual to fight, let's not talk about whether or not you can control that powerful engraving spell and successfully hit the enemy. Just the pressure of the engraving spell alone is enough to hurt your soul. If you make good use of your instantaneous casting ability and cast ordinary or basic spells in battle, this will far surpass the pursuit of more powerful spells, and your combat power will be astonishing." "Teacher, I know about this." Gunai nodded in response. Gunai had lived 2 lives, he wasn't some little brat. This was something that Gunai was very clear about. "Do you have any questions about cultivation?" After the explanation, Olaf asked. Gunai thought for a moment and realized that he really didn't have any problems. The system's hack allowed Gunai's soul, origin power, and body to grow, as well as the creation of the origin pool and the improvement of his blood. All of these were done according to the most perfect path, without any mistakes. Moreover, the many insights he had gained during the hack were perfectly displayed in his mind. All of this was gained from the hack machine, so Gunai really didn't have much of a problem with his cultivation. "That's good." Teacher Olaf nodded slightly. "Also, be careful when you go back today. It's a full moon and a bloody night." "A full moon blood night?" Gunai thought to himself, and a smile appeared on his face. Gunai's progress had been quite fast during this period of training and the constant consumption of high-grade potions. As of now, Gunai had already reached the mid-stage of rank 1 Blood Curse Mancer. The increase in his rank was not significant, but his soft power had increased rapidly. The origin pool's capacity had already exceeded 100 units. Adding on to his physical body's reserves, he now had more than 180 units of origin power. This was already very close to the 200 units of origin power reserves of a rank 3 mage. The pool's capacity wasn't a problem for Gun, who was currently using ordinary spells as a means of combat. His body and blood were getting stronger by the day under the Blood Curse Codex. Although he was still far from being able to open a blood pool, Gunai felt it wouldn't take long. Before and after he advanced to stage 2, he could make use of the powerful characteristics of the hack system to open up a blood pool for himself. To a Blood Curse Mancer, the creation of the blood pool was the key to the qualitative change of this extraordinary profession. A Blood Curse Mancer without a blood pool was a fake Blood Curse Mancer. A Blood Curse Mancer with a blood pool was a true Blood Curse Mancer. In addition, there were the 2 high-level spells that Gunai had used. After this period of idle training, they had all entered level 1. It was all thanks to the Soul Seal Codex's powerful cultivation effect on the soul. Gunai was now able to split his mind into 2. While talking to others, Gunai could secretly cast a powerful spell like the Puppet Thread. With the rare grade equipment being nurtured by Gun's strength had greatly improved since the last time he had killed the blood-eared elf. If someone really wanted to use the full moon and blood moon to take revenge on him, he didn't know which side would be the one to suffer. Whew. The cold wind was still raging. When he walked out of the Sug Ruins Transcendence Academy, Gunai could feel a trace of coldness on his face. Gunai raised his head. A small snowflake spun in the air and fell to the ground. Gunai reached out and caught it. The small snowflake quickly melted in Gunai's hand. "It's snowing," Gunai murmured. Gunai raised his head. Along with the cold wind, heavy snow fell from the sky. Continent Calendar, Year 9972, October 10th. The first heavy snow since winter arrived in the Sug Ruins. Chapter 69 The Human-Faced Flower Emperor. Hoo. The cold wind howled, and snow fell from the sky. In an instant, the entire Sug Ruins city was covered in a sea of snow. It was snowing. At the entrance of the city of the Sug Ruins, many students were looking at the heavy snow with smiles on their faces. Some were quietly looking at the falling snowflakes, and some were reaching out to grab the falling snowflakes. The gloomy and depressing weather for several days seemed to have been swept away by the heavy snow. He took out an umbrella from his green bracelet, put it down, and put on a brown top hat. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Taking a deep breath, Gunai's face had a small smile on it as he walked briskly through the heavy snow. Antukong District. In a villa. Father the thin and weak He Luo, who was wearing a magic robe, looked at the tall man standing with his hands behind his back. His voice was trembling. "Is there really no more room for negotiation?" "Li Wei." The tall man with broad shoulders shook his head gently. "Those pioneers will never let us go. Your grandparents, who are my biological parents, died at the hands of the pioneers." The man with broad shoulders clenched his fists tightly. "Even though I knelt down and begged them to let my parents go, the pioneers burned them to death without any mercy. Even your mother died in their hands. For more than a decade, I have never forgotten that night in that garden. Your mother was surrounded by 3 pioneers, and the whole garden was dyed red with blood. A shrill scream still reverberates in my mind, causing me to wake up in the middle of the night." The man's voice was deep and heavy, and every word he said was filled with hatred. After a long time, the man finally calmed down. "Is it our fault that the curse of the human-faced flower came from the depths of our bloodline? Never. But they only want to kill us to silence us." The man opened his palm, and there was a picture of a human-faced flower in his palm. The flower was like a human face, vivid and lifelike, and charming. Since those pioneers believe that we are the followers of the human face flower cult, then I will become a true follower of the human face flower cult and take revenge on them. I will make them pay the price of blood and death. Gunai has been confirmed as a member of the pioneers. The higher UPS of the human face flower sect have received important information that Gunai is an expert pharmacist and has the potential to become a master pharmacist. This Gunai is still young, he's not a loyal dog of the pioneers yet. He still has a chance to become one of our members. Even if he can't become one of us, he needs to be killed as soon as possible. Tonight is a bloody night, and Gunai's strength is at its weakest. You need to make contact with Gunai and lure him into the carriage. After that, you can leave everything to us. Although she had a weak personality, Hei Luo could still tell the severity of the matter. If Gunai was really attracted to the carriage, he would be in deep trouble. Hei Luo seemed to have mustered up her courage. She clenched her fists and looked at her father, speaking stubbornly. He's my friend, I'm not going. Pa. His rough and wide palm slapped Hei Luo's face hard. Friend. Have you forgotten how I told you about your mother's death? Gunai was the pioneer, so he was an accomplice. If we don't get rid of him now, then in the future, sooner or later, he will use a spell to kill me, and even you. The rough and heavy words made Hei Luo's thin body tremble even more. After a while, the man's voice softened. Besides, Ying Luo, you can lure him into the carriage. We will have someone to communicate with him. If he is willing to join us, he won't die. If you don't go, his only outcome will be death. 155 Old Stone Street. Hoo 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 hoo. The snowflakes danced in the howling wind. It's snowing. Beside the window, looking at the snowflakes dancing in the sky, Misha murmured in a low voice. Not far from her, a human-faced flower stood in the air. Its roots were brazenly rooted in the stainless fertile soil that countless transcendent plants dreamed of. The unblemished fertile soil was an alternate dimension that only extraordinary plants could reach in the shadow world. The roots of the overlord plants could easily penetrate the surface world and take root in the inner world. As far as ordinary extraordinary plants were concerned, even a king-grade powerful transcendent plant was not qualified to take root in the stainless soil layer. The powerful plants that penetrated the surface world and touched the inner world were no longer king level, but emperor level. This human-faced flower was a human-faced flower emperor. As the snow fell, this human-faced flower emperor was rapidly blooming with the help of the thick energy accumulated from its roots in the stainless soil. In the flower bud, the image of a majestic superior species bloomed strangely. However, the human-faced flower emperor's face was the same as that of Misha. Is it snowing? In the study, Old Cohen was reading a book on pharmaceutics. Through the window, he could see that the world outside was already a vast white. There was already a thin layer of snow. Old Cohen wanted to stand up, but the moment he moved, a pained expression appeared on his face. Sigh, I'm old and I can't not be convinced. Old Cohen shook his head with a bitter smile. He then rubbed his shoulder joints. A moment later, his blood began to flow again, and the pain disappeared. Old Cohen's arm became flexible again. As a supernatural being, even if he was old and weak, he was still not comparable to ordinary elderly people. After getting up, Old Cohen paced back and forth, warming up his body that had been sitting for a long time. There's an inexplicable worry. Could it be because of Ying Luo? Old Cohen looked out the window. As the snow fell, the dark clouds seemed to have dissipated a lot. This caused the thin layer of snow to be covered in a layer of faint crimson. Gunai. Old Cohen's eyes narrowed. He knew that Gunai's strength would be greatly reduced in the blood moon. Bang 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 bang. A light knock on the door was heard. Who is it? Old Cohen said. Dad, it's me. It was the voice of Maisha. What's wrong? The glass window in my room seems to be broken. I can't close it properly, so the cold wind keeps coming in. The room is very cold. Old Cohen recalled that Misa seemed to have mentioned this to him and asked him to help her fix it. After that, he seemed to have forgotten about it. When he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of Maisha, who was wearing a plaid skirt. "I'll go get the tools." After picking up the tools, he followed Maisha to the side room on the second floor. After Old Cohen stood still, Misa opened the door. The moment he opened the door, a human-faced flower the size of a basin was looking at Old Cohen. This huge flower was dark blue and deep purple. Its flower face was enchanting and majestic, as if it was a supreme charming emperor overlooking everything. The moment he made eye contact with the human-faced flower, Old Cohen's body trembled. He struggled for a while before he stood still like a puppet. Old Cohen's face was covered in tears after a while as he stared at the flower. He stretched out his hand and gently stroked the air in front of him, as if he was looking at his most beloved person. His face was filled with tender love and tenderness. "Naya, is that you? Yingluo, do you know how much I've missed you all these years?" Chapter 70 The Imposter. Gunai was strolling around, admiring the snowflakes. At the same time, he was also thinking about what to eat for dinner. A thin layer of crimson light sprinkled down and spread to every corner of the Sug ruins. Gunai stopped. Gunai, who was taking a stroll, had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the old stone street. Gunai couldn't help but smile at the familiar road ahead. These days, Gunai had been heading to the Antukong district to live in the Deep Duke Castle, and today he had unknowingly followed the old road to the old stone street. "I haven't seen my father for a few days. I'll go and take a look today." Gunai took a step forward and was about to cross the road. Da-da-da-da. The rapid sound of horse hooves came. A horse-drawn carriage sped through the snow. Gunai didn't try to waste time with the carriage. Instead, he stopped. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound of the horse's hooves slowed down, and the carriage finally stopped in front of Gun. The carriage door opened. What he saw was Luo, who was wearing a dark blue robe and cloak. "Black Carrot," Gunai was slightly surprised. "Didn't you already head to the clan's base?" "Get on." Luo didn't respond to Gunai's words. Gunai pondered for a moment, then climbed up the stairs to the carriage. The upper half of Gun's body entered the carriage. Gunai's body suddenly stiffened, and he felt that something was wrong. But Gunai was smart enough to turn his body and sit right across from Luo. Immediately, Luo closed the carriage door, isolating the snow and the howling cold wind from the outside. It was very dark inside the carriage. Normal people might not be able to see clearly, but Gunai could see every detail inside the carriage. Luo lowered her head, as if she was thinking about something. Gunai wasn't in a hurry to break the silence. He rubbed his right thumb and middle finger together as if he was calculating something. After 4 or 5 minutes, Gunai felt that it was about time. "Where are we going?" Gunai's voice was calm and clear, without any emotion. "I'm bringing you to a place to meet someone." Luo's voice was clear and melodious, as always, with a hint of weakness. "Who? You'll know when we get there." Who? After a light breath, Gunai gently pushed aside the curtain. On both sides of the road, the tall dome-shaped buildings were gone. In their place were scattered low-rise houses and wild grass. The carriage had already entered the suburbs. Gunai closed the curtains and looked at Luo, who was sitting across from him. He spoke in a gentle tone. "Did you know? There was once a girl who hugged me and said that someone wanted to kill me. After she said that to me, she didn't know how scary it was and how much she had exposed. She was so naive." Gunai shook his head and smiled. "From what she said, I've already guessed that her family might have a certain relationship with some mysterious power. I didn't report her. I didn't even investigate her too much because I knew she was a good girl. Because I know that she will leave the Sug ruins and go to a safe place. I don't want her to be in danger." "But Yingluo? Gunai's tone became strange and erratic. Gunai slowly raised his head, his eyes bloodshot. Now it seems that my wishful thinking was too simple. Once you are caught in this huge wave, who can stay out of it? Who can easily control their own fate? Hearing Gunai's words, He Luo, who was sitting across from Gunai, was struggling, but she didn't move. I'm guessing that she's already under your control, right? As Gunai spoke, He Luo, who was sitting opposite him, trembled slightly. At that moment, her face was filled with fear and struggle. Although you are almost exactly the same as her, in terms of figure, appearance, tone, and movements, there is nothing to be picky about. It is enough to pass off as the real you. But you are not her. Gunai leaned over and whispered into He Luo's ear. I still remember her taste. Pure and limpid, without any dirt or stains, as innocent as a shy flower that has just bloomed. And you, every pore on your body is emitting a nauseating, desolated, and lewd stench. A fallen dark elf. It's been hard on you to disguise yourself as a pure and innocent girl. Gunai's mouth curled into a strange smile. At that moment, the ashen-faced He Luo seemed to be gritting her teeth and struggling to break free. There's no need to struggle, Gunai's voice was like a ghost. You can't escape. At this moment, in Gunai's perception, the shadow impostor in front of him was disguised as He Luo. All of them had been tightly controlled by the 20 puppet secret threads. In addition, the entire carriage was completely separated from the outside world by the puppet's secret thread. When Gunai entered the carriage, Gunai immediately sensed that this black carrot in front of him was a shadow pretender. Disguisers were a large branch of the shadow element. They were born with all sorts of concealment and transformation superpowers. It could change one's appearance, form, aura, and even disguise one's soul. Some high-level Khmers could even disguise themselves as plants or animals. It could also change its size to an exaggerated extent. It was said that those powerful shadow Khmers could turn into small flowers, rats, cockroaches, and so on. The Shadow Camoyura was one of the most troublesome extraordinaries in the Extraordinary Association. If Gunai hadn't been cultivating the bone essence medicine, he would have been able to distinguish the smell of things. He would have had a much deeper insight. It was hard for Gunai to realize that this He Luo was a disguiser. After all, when Gunai first saw her, he really thought she was He Luo. After finding out that the other party was a disguiser disguised as He Luo, he was stunned. While the two remained silent, Gunai secretly cast a puppet thread to control the other. The puppet secret thread was an extremely concealed functional spell, and its concealment effect was very powerful. If the puppet's secret thread had a rank 2 or even a rank 3, Gunai wouldn't have to worry about being discovered. However, it was possible for the other party to discover a grade 1 puppet secret thread. Gunai could only take a gamble. Fortunately, the Shadow Stalker's super sense wasn't as high as Gunai had thought. The Shadow Impersonator didn't notice Gunai's puppet threads. Since the other party didn't notice it, everything was easy to discuss. While the puppet strings controlled the enemy, Gunai isolated the inside of the carriage from the outside. At this time, the life and death of the other party was completely in his control. After all, the puppet secret thread was a high-level incantation. It had already reached the first level and had undergone a transformation after being upgraded. Gunai estimated that he only needed 5 or 6 puppet strings to completely control his opponent. But for safety's sake, Gunai increased the number of puppet strings to 20 plus 5 or 6 that covered the carriage. This had already consumed more than half of Gunai's origin power. High-level spells were powerful, but the consumption was equally huge. Chapter 71 The Layout of the Cemetery. In the dark and quiet carriage, he could only feel a little shaking. The sound of the cold wind outside could not be heard at all. The movement inside the carriage naturally could not be transmitted out. Gunai raised his hand, and a mid-grade source power potion appeared in his hand. This bottle of mid-grade origin power potion would soon be able to replenish more than half of Gun's origin power. In the next few minutes, it still provided a large amount of recovery. The recovery effect of the refined intermediate origin power potion was much longer than that of the refined origin power potion. Then, he looked at the rank 3 Shadowmancer. After a moment of silence, Gunai made his move. Chi-la, a sound. The stage 3 impersonator's magic robe and cloak were torn apart. This wasn't really a rare grade magic robe or cloak, but a normal cloak or clothing. As the cloak was torn apart, the shapeshifter's graceful body and the dark red magic copper leather armor on her body were revealed. There were also 2 sharp magic bronze daggers under his arms. 2 enchanted bronze daggers and an enchanted bronze leather armor. At the very least, they would cost around 1,500 gold pounds. Gunai quickly collected the leather armor, the dagger, and the sheath. It's a pity that I don't have any transcendent storage bracelets or rings, Gunai said to himself. Transcendent storage equipment was not something that every transcendent could possess. In order to make sure there was nothing left behind, Gunai searched the body of the impostor. As Gunai searched, the impostor trembled as she stared at Gunai with killing intent. She was going to kill him, but unfortunately, she couldn't move. The 20 high-level spell puppet strings created a powerful controlling ability that rendered the 3rd rank impossible to move. By the time Gun finished searching, the carriage was shaking more violently. It seemed that the carriage had entered a muddy path. Through the gaps in the carriage curtains, Gun could see a small layer of snow outside. The crimson moonlight dyed the snow with a red glow. On both sides of the road, the low houses had disappeared. In their place were lush weeds, high and low hills, and rows of tombstones. The carriage had entered the cemetery in the southern suburbs of the Sug ruins. It wasn't the impostor's idea that the carriage had come to the cemetery, but Gunai's. The person driving the carriage was a 2nd-rank blood-eared elf. While controlling the stage 3 cheater and isolating the carriage, Gun also took control of the 2nd-rank blood-eared elf. Compared to the difficulty of controlling the 3rd rank's impostor, this 2nd-rank blood-eared elf was much easier to control. When he touched the coachman's blood through the puppet's secret thread, he knew that the coachman was a rank 2 blood-eared elf. Gun had come into contact with the blood of a blood-eared elf before. Now that he touched the blood again, even if he didn't see the elf, he could feel and touch the blood. He knew that the elf was the blood-ear elf. To a blood curse mancer, it was a piece of cake to understand what kind of creature the other party was through their blood. As for the rank 3 impostor, Gunai had found his blood. Because it was the first time he saw them, Gun could only confirm that they were dark elves. Dark elves were elemental elves. They were born with the ability to come into contact with the dark element. It could be said that they were natural-born dark elementalists. However, the dark elements weren't the only thing that Gunai felt in the man's body. There were also many strange and twisted forces. This impostor's power was not pure, and this was already the beginning of corruption. All elves who worshipped the power of evil and were willing to be slaves to it could be called fallen elves. The carriage wobbled along the muddy road. A few minutes later, the carriage stopped on a deserted path in the cemetery, where mud and snow intertwined. Whew. Outside the carriage, the cold wind was wreaking havoc. In the carriage, Gun was playing with the dagger he got from the impostor. He placed his other hand under the cloak of his robe and gently stroked it to release the spell. At this moment, his origin power had already been fully recovered, so Gunai naturally wouldn't waste it. The spell he had released was the puppet thread, and it was placed about 20 meters away from the carriage. A moment later, the crisscrossing puppet strings were arranged in the surroundings, forming a large palm net for vigilance and vigilance. Gunai had already felt the threat. This ability to deal with unknown danger had appeared ever since Gunai had severed the shackles of fate. It was clear that the severing of the shackles of fate had also released the restraints of his own ESP. Previously, ever since he had gotten into the carriage, that threat had always been present. Gun thought it was a threat from the fake Black Carrot and the coachman. After Gunai had taken control of the two of them began to move. The danger still existed. Gunai finally realized that someone was following them. Through his subtle perception, Gunai was able to determine that the other party was a powerful existence of the 4th rank. Now, Gunai's foundation could be seen as a rank 2 extraordinary. Gunai also had all kinds of powerful spells, a strong body, and some other trump cards. If Gunai had prepared in advance, he might have been able to put up a fight against a rank 4 existence. Thus, Gun had controlled the rank 2 and 3 elves to lure the mysterious being to Suburbs Cemetery. The main reason was that this wide terrain was more suitable for fighting. At the same time, in this desolate area, if he lost, he could still revive without anyone finding out. After the puppet secret thread was set up, Gunai put away the dark red dagger and took out a crystal-like short sword. This weapon spirit short sword was given to him by Vaya. As long as he crushed this weapon spirit dagger, then Vaya would sense it and quickly rush over. However, this time, those blood-eared elves were not only related to the family of Black Carrot. At the same time, the dark elves were also involved. He even cleverly placed this time point at full moon's blood, which was theoretically when his strength was the weakest. The other party had set up such a large-scale plan. In that case, the pressure on Wei Yu's side would probably be much higher than his. In fact, on this bloody night, the hidden forces might even carry out a large-scale destruction. Those evil sects and alien races gathered in the city of the Sug ruins, so they would definitely not be obedient. Although Gunai could roughly guess what the current situation was. However, he still had to crush the weapon spirit dagger. It was better to have help than not. Crack! Gunai clenched his fist, and the spirit dagger shattered into crystal shards that fell to the bottom of the carriage. After finishing all of this, Gunai held the soul-setting divine ring spell in his hand and waited. Now, the carriage was parked here. And that 4th rank fellow was outside, and that 4th rank fellow had yet to make a move. Obviously, that guy didn't realize that Gun had already used a high-level incantation to control the 2 elves. After all, no one would have thought that a 1st rank mage could actually see through the disguise of a 3rd rank imposter. Furthermore, he was able to control a stage 2 and a stage 3 elf without any movement. Therefore, if the other party discovered that the carriage had run into this remote cemetery and was not moving for a long time, they would most likely come up to check. And if the other side dared to touch the puppet threads, Gunai could instantly cast the soul-setting ring on them. A tier 4 assassin that had revealed his tracks was facing off against a tier 2 mage that could instantly cast spells. Gun didn't think his chances of winning were lower than his opponents. Chapter 72 Cold Killing. Whew. The cold wind howled. The snow seemed to have become denser. In the carriage, he looked at the Gunai who was playing with his dagger. Amelia had already calmed down from her initial rage of the other party desecrating her body. Having calmed down, Emily began to carefully think about the entire incident. How did he discover my disguise? And when did you control me? And after controlling me, the carriage started to deviate from its track. Needless to say, Reynolds is being controlled as well. But Ying Luo is only a rank 1 law incantation master. The sound of the wind and snow outside the carriage disappeared very quickly. This guy must have isolated himself from the outside environment. He controlled me and Reynolds, but he was still very careful. The entire carriage was still moving forward under his control, as if nothing had happened. That means he has already noticed Walter following us. The carriage has stopped. It should be in the wilderness. This guy's fingers are rubbing against each other. He's casting a spell again. Just now, I felt his fingers rubbing against each other. I've already been on guard, but I still fell into his trap. His incantation is very powerful. He controlled me so much that I can't move at all. He's casting a spell now. He's not trying to deal with me. He's waiting for Walter to take the bait. After his thoughts were aligned, a feeling of fear gradually filled his heart. This rank 1 blood cursemancer's meticulous mind was simply terrifying. It was not even an exaggeration to describe him as terrifying. No. If this goes on, Walter will be tricked. Once Walter falls for it, he may not win. According to the information they received, Gun Lawrence was a blood cursemancer, and a very powerful one at that. He had at least 2 secret crossing runes. Normal law incantations could overlap very quickly in a single second. This meant that the reaction speed of the law incantation master was godly. Furthermore, the level of an ordinary law incantation was very high. It was even more powerful than many beginner and intermediate extraordinary law incantations. All in all, this Gunny Lawrence was a very troublesome guy. If they really thought that the other party was only a rank 1 common curse master, they would die a very miserable death. Therefore, this time, they had sent a total of 3 extremely powerful extraordinary humans. She was a third-order transcendent in disguise. She had disguised herself as Halo and lured Gunai into the carriage. Reynolds, coachman, transcendent rank 2 swordsman. The shadow killer Walter, a rank 4 extraordinary, followed behind them. Even if they paid enough attention to Gunai. However, he didn't expect that 2 of them would still be controlled by the enemy, and that the enemy would set a trap for Walter to take the bait. This Gunai guy was too terrifying. Although Walter was already a level 4 transcendent, he was still a level 4 transcendent. But this Gunai, she had personally experienced it herself. He was also very powerful. Every level was an upgrade in the extraordinary characteristics, origin power, and the physical body. All in all, the improvement was not small. However, it was impossible to say that the leap of 1 level could form a one-sided crushing. Even a third-rank Shadowman might not be able to take on a first-rank fighter head-on. After all, the Shadower had never won by strength. Similarly, the Shadowman's defense and resistance to magic spells were not very powerful. If Walter, a 4th-tier mage, was hit by a powerful spell in a row, he would also die. I have to break free from the silk and give Walter some information. Otherwise, we'll all die here today. Immediately after, Amelia began to speed up the corrosion of the mysterious threads with the source of darkness. This dark origin power was a power given to her by the evil spirit she believed in. As a dark elf, she wouldn't sincerely believe in those evil spirits or evil gods, but this didn't stop her from using her disguise to deceive and obtain such evil power. Time slowly passed by. Gunai was waiting patiently. In terms of patience, Gunai had plenty. Moreover, the wind and snow outside were not hitting him. Gunai glanced at the outside. The wind and snow were still howling, and a slight sense of danger was still lingering in his heart. It had been almost 10 minutes, but there was still no movement outside. You've already noticed, Gunai chuckled. He's a 4th-rank extraordinary after all. He still has some tricks up his sleeve. You won't die so easily by my hands. While Gunai was thinking. Boom! A crisp sound suddenly rang out. This sound was not real, but the sound transmitted when the invisible puppet secret thread broke. Oh! Gunai slowly gathered his attention on the rank 3 cheater in the carriage. At the same time, the imposter, Amelia, was also looking at Gunny in a panic. She used the power of the evil spirit to cut off the thread, but she didn't expect the other party to have a backup plan. It directly triggered some kind of braking mechanism. Damn it, I've been discovered. This is bad. Emily's heart sank completely. She had a bad feeling about this. He's being controlled so tightly, but he's actually able to break one. Gunai's voice was hoarse, like the voice of the Grim Reaper. If you were given enough time, you would be able to slowly break free from all these threads. As expected of a third-rank disguiser. You're not as weak as I thought. He then picked up the dagger he had taken from the imposter. Do you know what this is? Gunai asked. Emily's face was ashen. She did not answer, nor could she answer. A dagger. Gunai answered his question. That's not right. Gunai shook his head, revealing his white fangs. This is Tao Wu's death. Swish! The dagger followed the pupils of the impostor, Amelia, and directly entered her brain. Amelia's head fell to the side helplessly, and blood flowed down her face that was filled with despair. When it was time to kill, Gunai would never show mercy. Not to mention, this was an enemy who had set up such a scheme to plot against him. The person in disguise didn't have a life force as strong as Gunai's. After the dagger was inserted into her brain, Emily's aura quickly weakened and dissipated, and her heart stopped beating. Blood quickly splattered all over the floor of the carriage. Gunai gently sniffed the smell of the blood and nodded. Dark elven blood, I'll remember it. What? All of a sudden, Gunai found a corner full of puppet strings. Even though he was killing people, Gunai still didn't give up on the puppet thread. At this moment, there was movement in the puppet secret line, and the soul-setting divine ring spell in his hand directly enveloped it. Swish! An invisible object was enveloped by Gunai's soul-stabilizing spell. Shua 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 shua! A dense barrage of fire arrows broke through the curtains, glass, and wooden planks of the carriage. Chapter 73 Confrontation. Chi 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 chi! The invisible object was pierced through by a large number of fire arrows. As the flames of the fire arrow burned rapidly, the object was already burning in an instant. This flame was especially dazzling in the snow. Gun could see through the broken window. The object that was hit by the fire arrow was a piece of wood. The 4th-rank Shadowman was still nowhere to be seen. As expected, he has already seen through my arrangements outside. Gunai squinted his eyes. This 4th-rank Shadowman was clearly not easy to deal with. After all, it's only a rank 1 high-level incantation. If my puppet strings were at rank 3 or 4, this rank 4 Shadowman might not have been able to discover it. Furthermore, my spiritual power is not strong enough, and the amount of spiritual energy I have is not strong enough. I cannot form a powerful area of perception. In the end, the level is a little low, and the incantation of law is not powerful enough. Give me a little more time. This 4th-rank Shadowman might not be able to touch me. While Gunai was thinking. Suddenly, Gunai's face changed. Not good. Chi 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 chi. The dense, sharp, and cold glints instantly pierced through the carriage from the side. The glass windows, curtains, and wooden boards of the carriage were as fragile as paper under this sharp light. They were easily pierced through by the cold light. Each of the cold glints had a heart-palpitating destructive power, and there were more than 20 to 30 of them. This guy sneaked in when he touched the puppet's threads with the wood. Gunai's mind raced as he finally understood how the enemy had gotten so close to him. Pucci! 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 3 beams of cold light pierced through Gunai's body. Each of them was a deep tear. Fortunately, Gunai's body was tough enough, or else the cold light would have pierced through his body and left a bloody hole. While being attacked, Gunai's reaction was also lightning fast. He withstood the attack and didn't hesitate to counterattack. Whoosh! 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 A dense barrage of fire arrows flew towards the direction of the cold light. The fire arrow spell covered an area of 10 meters from this side. But it didn't hit the dark shadow killer. It was as if the assassin didn't even exist in Gunai's perception. For other spellcasters, not being able to sense the presence of an assassin within 20 meters was basically a death sentence. But Gunai still had the strength to fight. After a round of fighting, the Shadowman disappeared without a trace. Gunai wasn't in a hurry. He cast another soul-setting divine ring spell. Then, he looked at his own body. The left ribcage, above the belly button, and the left inner thigh were all torn open by the sharp light. The injury on his inner thigh was the most serious, and even a piece of flesh had been cut off by the sharp light. The injuries on his chest, ribs, and stomach were much lighter due to the protection of the black iron soft armor. If he didn't have the black iron soft armor, he would definitely have 2 large bloody holes. However, the price he paid was that the black iron soft armor was damaged. Although his body was injured, other than the small amount of blood that flowed out when the sharp light hit him, not a single drop of blood flowed out from the torn wound. Instead, the blood gathered at the wound and gave off a faint bloody light, rapidly healing the wound. The Transcendent's blood was also rapidly healing the broken ribs and the injuries in his stomach. Other spellcasters who had suffered such heavy injuries could only use mid-tier or even high-level potions, and it was inevitable that they would lose a certain amount of blood in a short time. And in battle, this would be a fatal injury. Blood Curse Mancers had strong survival skills, and Gunai was worried about the damage to his body. The blood repaired itself. In just 2 to 3 breaths, his injuries had already begun to heal. The recovery effect of his powerful body's extraordinary functions combined with his extraordinary blood was truly astonishing. Gunai was holding the soul-stabilizing ring spell, waiting for the other side to attack. Gunai hadn't expected the other party to have already found their way in, so he had suffered a loss. At this time, the soul-setting divine ring spell was already formed again. If the other dared to show up again, Gunai would instantly release his power. After a dozen or so breaths, the Tier 4 Shadow Assassin seemed to have disappeared. Gun looked at the completely healed wound on his body and understood what the assassin was thinking. You want me to bleed more and then wait for me to weaken? You're right. After all, I'm a blood curse mancer, and today is a blood night. Theoretically, I'm at my weakest. It's a perfect idea, but the reality is cruel. After making sure that his injuries had recovered, Gun took out another bottle of Origin Power Potion and drank it. Then, Gunai held the silver feather in his right hand. His left hand grabbed the air and pulled. The broken carriage creaked as the cold wind and snow kept pouring in. Crack, 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 crack. The entire carriage was torn to pieces by the puppet threads. Whew. As the carriage broke into pieces, the heavy snow and cold wind blew in. At the same time, the second-rank elven coachman was dragged to Gunny's side by the puppet strings. Gun looked around and said, "You know what did I do after I saw through the dark elf's disguise?" As he spoke, he kicked the cloak that was torn apart, sending it flying away with the wind. I controlled her and tore her clothes apart. I have to say that this dark elf is very moist. She still wants to break free from my control. She wants to ask for help or send out a message. In the end, I stabbed him to death. The voice fell. The cold wind was still wreaking havoc, and the snowflakes were still falling from the sky. The assassin still did not move. The storm of attacks that Gunai had been waiting for didn't come. Can you really bear with it? He really is an emotionless assassin. Gunai frowned. The more this was the case, the more Gunai could feel the power of this shadow assassin. Show yourself, or else Qian will also die. Under Gunny's control, the rank 2 blood-eared elf coachman was suspended in the air. Swish! Gun's dagger pierced through the elf's thigh. Blood was flowing out. If he doesn't come out, I'll just watch him die. Gunai's killing intent was getting more and more intense. Heavy snow was falling. The stage 2 coachman's thigh was bleeding, and the snow on the ground had been dyed red. The grade 4 assassin still didn't come out. It was as if he was not affected by the death of his teammate at all. During the confrontation, Gunai did his best to keep an eye on his surroundings. At the same time, Gunai also hoped that he could see the essence of the world. The ability to see the essence of the world, the ability that occasionally appeared, was what Gunai called prying into fate. At this moment, as long as he could use fate detection, Gunai could see everything around him. As long as he appeared once, Gunai would be able to see him and then cast a soul-stabilizing spell on him to teach him a lesson. Chapter 74 Locking on and Bombing. Time passed by. Gunai stood there vigilantly, not moving an inch. He didn't seem to move. In fact, Gunai was currently chanting the Puppet Secret Thread spell and secretly setting up the Puppet Secret Thread. The secret puppet threads he had set up around him had not been touched, so it was clear that the assassin should still be within 20 meters of him. At the same time, there were a large number of puppet strings in a 5 or 6 meter radius around Gunai, preventing the dark assassin from attacking again. The assassin must have figured out some of his tricks and didn't dare to rush up rashly. He was most likely planning something in the dark. In that case, Gunai needed to set up the puppet strings around the area to figure out the enemy's general situation. Gun had just drunk a bottle of mid-grade Origin Power potion to make up for the Origin Power consumption of the spell. Origin Power could make up for it, but the pressure on the soul couldn't be relieved. Gunai had already cast dozens of high-level puppet spells. He could already feel that the pressure on his soul was getting greater and greater. In fact, the speed of his soul's thought process had slowed down. It was true that high-level spells were powerful. However, they had to pay an extremely high price to be able to withstand it. When Gunny released the 8th puppet thread, he found his way to a corner. Suddenly, Gunai's thread touched an invisible object. The silk threads quickly penetrated and wrapped around the object's body. All he felt was an ice-cold feeling. It was a puppet substitute. By using Origin Power and special materials, they could build some puppet substitutes to offset the damage. This was a common method of shadowers. Setting up puppet substitutes around me and then attacking me? He asked. Gunai squinted his eyes. As expected, there's a plan by my side. Gunai didn't make a sound or move after he noticed the puppet. Instead, he continued to release the puppet secret thread. After releasing another 15-16 puppet secret threads in a row, Gunai found 6 or 7 invisible puppets in total. Gunai wasn't sure if there were more in other places, but he didn't dare to release any more of the high-level spells. Deep within Gunai's soul, every beat of his heart was accompanied by a throbbing pain. A high-level incantation of law that was cast in a short period of time had already begun to cause a certain amount of damage to the soul. Hoo hoo hoo. Gunai gently exhaled, then narrowed his eyes. It's almost time. With that in mind, Gunai waved his staff. Each of the more than 20 secret threads of the incantation that he had secretly arranged was like a python, spinning, wriggling, and climbing at high speed. If the enemy didn't come out, Gunai would force them out with puppet threads. In fact, if the puppet silk was wrapped around the opponent, Gunai could even control them. The puppet threads were like wild snakes dancing in the air, sweeping through every corner of Gunai's surroundings. Boom! One of the puppet threads was cut off. Then, a cold light suddenly attacked Gunai's head. The assassin, who knew he couldn't hide, attacked Gun. As the assassin made his move, Gunai could clearly sense the assassin's position through the puppet threads around him. I'm finally out. Gunai had already cast the soul-setting Divine Ring spell. At the same time, the puppet silk controlled the Type 2 Elven coachman to block the incoming attack. At the same time, Gunai also tried to retreat. Gunai's reaction speed was quite fast. Even so, the other party's dagger was as swift as a cheetah, nimbly passing the Stage 2 coachman. The dagger tore through the snow and pierced through Gunai's head. The distance of 7 to 8 meters was covered by the sharp dagger in a flash. What a fast speed! Gunai was also shocked. In his normal state, Gunai would have already thrown out 2 lightning bolts. The pain in his soul made Gunai's reaction slow down. Just as the 4th-rank assassin's dagger was about to pierce through his head, he released a lightning arc. Lightning arc technique. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz The sharp dagger still pierced through the purple lightning screen. Buzz! A dark red demonic shield appeared, and the dagger's penetrating power was clearly stronger. Ka 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 ka! The shield was directly penetrated by the power of the dagger. Fortunately, the dagger's offensive power seemed to have been exhausted after penetrating the demonic shield. Looking at the broken demonic shield that had successfully blocked the attack, Gunai thought he was lucky. If the demonic shield necklace had not blocked this attack, he would have died. At the current stage, the head was one of the vital parts of his blood curse mancer. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz lightning tiger also enveloped the tier 4 assassin. In the purple light, Gunai saw a handsome and calm face. However, his face seemed to be in pain and twisted under the electric shock of the level 4 common spell, Lightning Arc. Even a 4th rank shadow assassin would not be able to easily resist a normal level 4 spell. Peng, peng. The dark shadow assassin's body was burned by the electric arc and shattered into pieces, turning into green smoke and disappearing. At the same time, Gunai could feel that a puppet substitute had come to life. Gunai didn't even have time to use the puppet threads to tie the guy down. Bang! Bang! The 2 threads had already been cut off. As expected. This fellow can sense my puppet threads. But, Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. How did you avoid the soul-stabilizing divine ring that was engraved in the depths of your soul? With the soul-stabilizing spell in place, Gun could clearly sense the shadow assassin's position. Now that he had located the other party, the next step was easy. Gunai raised his hand and poured down a bottle of precious soul-strengthening potion. The soul-strengthening potion was extremely nourishing and healing to the soul. Although he didn't know how effective it would be on his injured soul, he could only endure it. After drinking a bottle of medicine. Fire arrow. Whoosh! 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 This time, Gunai's first target was the puppet substitutes. A moment later, the puppets were all dead in the sea of fire. Immediately after. Lightning Arc Technique. Zzzzzzzzzzz. The dense lightning bolts flew towards the shadow assassin as if they were free. Each of the lightning arcs could cover an area of 5 to 6 meters. Although it wasn't as destructive as a fire arrow, it had a large area of effect. It was enough to make it impossible for the shadow assassin to dodge nimbly. He saw the purple lightning intertwining with each other. I've been discovered. Still a little numb, Walter obviously had no time to figure out how he had been discovered. It had experienced the power of the purple lightning. If he didn't know some powerful extraordinary origin techniques, he might not have been able to escape from the numbing electric arc. Knowing the power of the electric arcs, Walter could retreat. If he wanted to leave, this Tier 1 mage would not be able to stop him. However, one of his goals today was to kill Gunai if he didn't want to join them. He wouldn't let him go back alive. They couldn't tolerate letting such a young man, who already had the skills of an expert pharmacist, go. Although he was at a slight disadvantage, Walter's desire to kill Gunai had not diminished at all. Die! Walter dashed toward Gunai like a shadow. Since he had discovered it, he would attack. No matter what, the other party was only a rank 1 law incantation master, while he was a rank 4 existence. No matter how he looked at it, his chances of winning were much greater than the other parties. Chapter 75 The Distance Between Life and Death. Under the crimson full moon. Snowflakes danced in the air. Purple lightning interweaved with the dancing snowflakes. Gunai was in the middle of this sea of purple lightning, like a god. Although Gunai was surrounded by dancing purple lightning, he still looked very powerful. In truth, Gunai was already suffering unspeakable pain. Although he had already drunk a bottle of high-grade precious spirit-strengthening medicine in advance, he was still very confident. However, the potion didn't seem to have much of an effect. Gunai, who was in the middle of the battle, could feel the tearing pain in his soul, and it was getting worse. The dozens of high-level spells he had cast before had already damaged his soul. At this moment, the continuous release of this ordinary spell was a crazy test on the edge of courting death. As soon as he started casting his spells, Gun felt the frequency of overlapping spells decrease. It was originally at the level of being able to cast 15 curses in a second. As of now, he could only cast 7 or 8 curses per second. If that was all, it would be fine. The frequency of 7 to 8 curses per second was enough to suppress the Tier 4 Shadow Assassin and make the targeted guy run around, unable to deal any damage to him. He could even hit his opponent once or twice from time to time, injuring him and even forcing him into danger many times. The instant cast spell's single-second overlap and his extremely high reaction speed gave Gun the advantage. But the problem was, when the overlapping frequency reached 7 or 8 seconds, the pain in Gunai's soul became more and more intense. It was almost unbearable. In fact, if Gunai tried to hold on, his vision would turn black and he wouldn't be able to cast his spells smoothly. Gunai could only reduce the number of spells to 4 or 5 per second. Casting 4 to 5 curses in a second was enough to hold the assassin off. Occasionally, it would even conduct a few electric arcs and burn the assassin's body, causing him to suffer certain injuries. However, as he continued to cast 4 or 5 curses per second, Gunai could feel the pain in his brain getting more and more intense. His head felt like it was going to split open. It was obvious that the 4 to 5 curses per second state would not last for long. Feeling the pain in his head, Gunai missed his peak state of 15 curses in a second. If he really had to go back to his 15 curses per second state, the Tier 4 Shadow Assassin would have been reduced to dust in a matter of seconds. Although my soul is very strong, I am only a Transcendent Rank 1 mage. Against a Tier 4 Shadowmancer that specifically counters mages, it's still too much of a struggle for Bayan. Since we're both going to die, I'll give you a big one before I die. Knowing that he would eventually die if this continued, Gunai didn't want to waste any more time. Gunai gritted his teeth and tried to resist the pain in his soul. He was about to cast a spell. However, just as the frequency of the 1-second overlap increased, crack, 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 something in his head seemed to have broken. Gunai's vision went black, and he even staggered. Immediately, the entire world began to spin. Gunai felt like his soul was floating in the sky. Intense pain filled his mind, but as a mage, he still retained a rare sense of self-awareness. Pang! Something seemed to have hit the ground. Gunai felt a bit cold on the back of his head. The dark scene in front of him was slowly revealed. The first thing he saw was the huge crimson moon and the snowflakes that filled the sky. Snowflakes were constantly falling on Gunida's face, and it was very cold. Not far away, the 4th-rank Shadow Assassin stood alone in the snow, and he could only see a small part of his figure. Gunai struggled to get up, but he found that he couldn't feel his body at all, and he couldn't move at all. Gunai, hee. After a moment of silence, Gunai guessed his situation. Just now, the moment his soul had a problem, the other party had seized the opportunity. If his guess was correct, his head should have been flying in the sky for quite a while. Fortunately, Bayan was facing the sky. Before he died, he could still enjoy the beautiful moonlight. The power of a blood curse mancer allowed Gunai to maintain his life force for a long time even if he was beheaded. When he revives, I'll use a soul-stabilizing spell to freeze him and then kill him. Gun had already started to take care of the funeral. Gunai was indeed dying. But the Shadow Assassin wasn't any better. His speed had also been reduced by a large margin, and he had almost exhausted all of his techniques. Gunai had resurrected and was at his peak condition. If this guy still dared to fight him head-on, he would die without a doubt. The sound of footsteps rang out. Gun saw the Tier 4 assassin's face. He was a dark elf with dark skin and a handsome face. You're very powerful. Among all the law curse mancers I've fought against, you're the most threatening to me, other than those few level 4 law curses. The dark elf assassin said softly. If you weren't rank 1, you might not have been the one to die. What a pity. Yes, it's a pity. Gunai controlled the little source power stored in his head to gather in his mouth. He sighed. You know what, you'll be the one to die today, not me. Gunai smiled. Just as he finished speaking, pfft! A crisp piercing sound was heard. A purple blade that was almost black pierced through the dark elf's chest. The fourth-rank dark elf's face twisted as he tried to struggle. However, the purple luster of the battle blade lit up. As the purple light surged, the dark elf's body shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye, with the purple blade as the core. After a short moment, this powerful fourth-rank shadow assassin had already turned into a dried-up old elf corpse. That blade seemed to have stolen all his life. As he unsheathed his blade, the Tier 4 dark elf fell to the ground. This sudden scene made Gunai feel a bit dazed. "Hey, I'm not talking about this kind of death." As the corpse fell, a familiar face appeared in Gunai's field of vision. He was wearing a black robe and holding a dark purple knife. Gunai exclaimed in shock. "George!" The person who had killed the Tier 4 shadow assassin was none other than the Tier 3 time hunter George. Gunai didn't expect to run into him in this kind of situation. Gunai's body was 5 or 6 meters away from him, and his blood was all over the ground. His life was quickly fading away. When he arrived next to Gun's head, George sighed and looked apologetic. "I'm late. I just finished chasing the enemy and sensed the commotion of a battle here, so I rushed over. I'm sorry, Yingluo." Gunai didn't have time to waste with the man, so he quickly interrupted him. "Don't just say sorry. The body isn't cold yet. I think it can still be saved." "Ah!" George couldn't help but be stunned. Extraordinaries had very strong vitality. Even if their heads were cut off, they could still survive for a short time. However, if you were to reattach a severed head and still survive, perhaps only an expert at the Transcendent Master level could do it. Chapter 76: A Headache. "What should I do?" George quickly asked after a moment of shock. "Connect my head and body together." "All right." He ran over with Gunai's head in his arms and connected the head to the headless body. As soon as it was connected, the blood in his body that had not lost its extraordinary vitality seemed to sense something. It quickly emerged threads from the blood at the severed part of his head and neck and fused with each other. Then, a blood-red light gushed out from his neck. After a few seconds, Gunai finally felt the slight control over his body. His blood Kazaya has stuck itself to it, and it's still in the process of repairing. George was secretly surprised. He had never seen a transcendent level Tier 1 mage with such astonishing vitality. I've heard that blood curse mancers have drawbacks, but their survival skills are quite strong. Seeing them today, they are indeed extraordinary. I don't have enough life force. Do you have high-tier life potions? Gunai said as he controlled his blood to recover. A high-level life potion, I don't have this one. George thought for a moment and shook his head. I have one. Gunai didn't have the energy to control his body's source power and open his green bracelet to take out high-grade life potions. However, opening the system space was still very easy. He summoned a high-tier life potion to his right. I can't move, help me. Gunai said quickly. All right. George quickly opened the bottle of high-grade life potion and poured it down Gun's throat. Hee. Slow down a bit. Pft, pft, pft. Gun spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with green high-level life potions, almost splattering George's face. Ahem 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 ahem. Gunai's face turned red. Hurry up, I'm going to die from drinking too much. Cough 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 cough. I'm sorry, Yingluo. George looked a little embarrassed. I still have some one at a time, slowly. This high-level life potion is very powerful. I won't die. Hoo. George calmed himself down and took a second bottle of high-grade life potion. He slowly sipped it down Gunny's throat. Feeling the wound on his neck slowly healing and his control over his body slowly returning, Gunai relaxed. When he looked at George again, Gunai was also shocked by this guy's power. That fourth-rank shadow assassin wasn't weak. Even though he had been struck by his lightning arc technique several times, his injuries were not light. However, he was still a Tier 4 intermediate expert with the shadow element. George, on the other hand, sneaked up behind the man and killed him with a stab. Moreover, the blade was dark purple and almost black. While killing, it seemed to be able to extract the life of the dead. Gun guessed that the special time hunter's job was to draw time from the opponent. As expected, George's awakened time hunter extraordinary profession is extraordinary. After 2 or 3 minutes, the blood on Gunai's neck slowly disappeared. Gunai turned around and sat up. Gunai touched his neck and twisted it. Caw 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 caw. A crisp sound was heard. Hew hew hew, it's fine now. Gunai let out a long breath and said. Thanks. Gun looked at George. If you didn't come, I'm afraid I would have died here today. I owe you a life. George was looking at Gugni with a strange expression. It only took Gunai a few minutes to go from being on the verge of death to being full of life. The strength of his life force was simply unbelievable. The Blood Curse Master Jiwu is the inheritor of the Blood Curse Master and he has brought it to greater heights. However, I have a feeling that the Blood Curse Master will become a terrifying existence in the hands of Gunai. George was also thinking to himself. George then looked around. After a while, he returned to Gun. You're being hunted down. Yes, after saying that, Gun began to loot the body of the second-rank elven carriage driver. Just now, he had used Gunny's wild lightning arc. The controlled stage 2 elf coachman and the horse were both electrocuted to death. These guys probably know that I'm a pharmacist and want to rope me in. If I don't agree, they'll kill me. However, they didn't expect me to see through their disguise and almost annihilate them all. After looking at the corpse, George was also shocked. A second rank, a third rank, and a fourth rank. You almost killed these fourth rank guys. Tisk tisk, what a terrifying guy. Unfortunately, Ying Luo still didn't win. Gunai shrugged. Hee hee, Ying Luo. George laughed dryly. Don't you forget that you're only a rank 1, George thought to himself. Don't just stand around. The Tier 4 shadow assassin you killed had a rare grade item and a bracelet. That bracelet should be a rare grade storage item. These items are extremely valuable. The items you killed are yours. Gunai quickly said. You're really something, observing the rare grade bracelet on the other party's wrist during the battle. Yes. George didn't hold back. He started digging up the bodies. After the battle, the looting process was always a happy thing. Gunai, who had finished collecting the loot, stood up and looked around. The wind howled, and the snow grew heavier. The entire cemetery in the suburbs had been covered with a layer of snow. Only the tombstones were black. The rest of the place was covered in snow. My head hurts. Gunai rubbed his temples and frowned. Before, Gunai had wanted to go crazy before he died. In the end, his vision turned black, and his head was sent flying. At that time, Gunai was on the verge of death, so he didn't care about the pain in his head. At this moment, he had recovered from his injuries and survived. Gunai once again felt the pain from the depths of his soul. I felt like there was a cracking sound earlier. His soul shattered. If my soul was shattered, I shouldn't have survived. Or could it be that when my soul was injured, my cultivation technique was rapidly recovering, which led to a mutation? Or perhaps the Kazeya is something else. After all, the Soul Seal Codex that I'm cultivating is a contaminated manual. Could something have happened to Jian? Luckily, I have reincarnation. If anything happens, I can solve it with one reincarnation. This slight pain in the depths of my soul is not a big deal. After a moment's thought, Gun looked at George, who had finished searching the body. Right, you said that you were chasing after the enemy. Yes, George nodded. It's a bloody night today, and the Sug Ruins city is a little chaotic. Many alien races and even infidels have come out to cause trouble. I've set my eyes on a second-rank semi-spirit mage. That guy was very cunning and had escaped to this cemetery. I killed him in the end. Then, I heard the sound of a battle here and found out that you were here then. It was the scene just now. Is the city of Sug ruins a little chaotic? Or are the alien races trying to stir up trouble? Gun looked in the direction of the Sug ruins. In the depths of the misty snow, there was a crimson blood darkness, making it impossible to see the specific situation of the Sug ruins. Just as Gunai was about to take out his umbrella. Boom! All of a sudden, a loud explosion reverberated through the air. The sound of the explosion was 10 times louder than the one Gunai had created. The direction of the explosion was the Sug ruins. The two of them quickly looked toward the Sug ruins. Even in the remote suburbs, Gunai could see the flames of the explosion shoot up into the sky. It illuminated a large area of the buildings. In addition, in the flames, it seemed that the top of the spire above the dome had been blown up. The two of them looked at each other. Let's go. The two of them didn't hesitate much. He immediately ran toward the Sug ruins. 2 to 3 minutes after the two of them left. Not far away, on a gravestone, an old man in a black robe quietly appeared. This was a half-soul creature holding a scythe, and it was quietly floating over. Looking at the corpses on the ground, he spoke softly, his voice empty, cold, and hoarse. A newly born dead soul is really fresh and delicious. This corpse is also a good material. Chapter 77 Nigel. It was snowing heavily, and the road was very slippery. With his secret silver boots, Gugni didn't need to worry about the slippery snow or the cave-in. The secret silver boots' extraordinary properties were activated by the source power, making Gunny feel as light as a feather. With each step, Gun was able to use his secret silver boots to steady himself on the snow, and then he quickly moved forward. Thanks to the secret silver combat boots' powerful effects, Gun had even left George, a Tier 3 NPC, in the dust. Gun slowed down as they approached the Sug ruins. He looked across the snow-covered road and frowned. This guy runs faster than a rabbit. George, who had caught up from behind, muttered to himself. Why aren't you walking? George asked as he approached Gun. Gunai didn't answer. He looked across the road. All of a sudden, there was a flash of light, and then a beautiful and valiant figure bloomed in the light and appeared in their vision. When he got closer, Gunai saw that his opponent was holding a translucent silver sword. The person was Wei Yi. At this moment, apart from the translucent silver long sword in her hand, there were also many other things that happened. The battle boots on his feet, the armor on his body, and the helmet on his head were all emitting a silver-grey radiance. Vera, who was bathed in the silver light, looked like a goddess of war. When she saw Gunai, she let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're fine. When I received your signal earlier, I was already being held back by someone. I fought with that person for a long time before I managed to escape. What's the situation on your side? And who is this? Vile looked up and down at Gun and George, who was behind him. She was still on guard. I was tricked into the carriage, but I saw through them. After a fight with them, I almost died. This is George Derrick, a senior police officer from the Sug ruins. He just happened to pass by and saved me. Gunai briefly explained. N. Wei Yi nodded. What's the explosion? Gunai asked as he looked at the direction of the fire. Those heretics besieged the Extraordinary Association and wanted to snatch those sealed artifacts and mystical items. The elemental master guarding the place has made a move, said Vaya concisely. An elemental master is that powerful? Gunai was surprised. Master-level experts have already begun to leave their physical life forms. And this change in life form will bring a huge leap in strength. A rank 6 extraordinary and a rank 7 extraordinary master, although it's only a difference of 1 rank. However, there are 2 different life forms. The gap is quite huge. Since a transcendent master has taken action, there shouldn't be any problems there. Then, Vaya concluded. A transcendent master? Gun and George both looked in the direction of the explosion, silent. Obviously, the extraordinary master's powerful means had made the two of them realize the horror of a master. With one strike, everyone within a radius of more than 10 miles could feel the terrifying power. "Right, we're going to Old Stone Street," Weiya suddenly said. "I'm afraid something has happened to Yingluo." "What?" Gunai was startled. He had a bad feeling. Gunai immediately ran towards the Old Stone Street. Via followed closely. George, who was behind, let out a long breath and strode forward, quickly following. Gunai's speed was very fast. Without considering the consumption of origin power, Gunai's current speed could be said to be as fast as lightning. He sped all the way to 155 Old Stone Street. The street was unusually quiet. The crimson light of the blood moon covered the ground and the streets with a layer of blood-red gauze. Gunai stopped in his tracks and saw the familiar door open. Deep inside the door frame, it was empty and dark. Gunai's heart sank. After a moment, Gunai felt his body stiffen. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After taking a deep breath, Gunai walked into the room with stiff steps. The room was dark, depressing, and cold. He stood in the empty living room. "Dad," Gunai said. His voice was hoarse and trembling. There was no response. Gunai seemed to sense something and looked up to the second floor. He had just reached the stairs. "Don't go up." Behind him, Via's voice was heard. Gunai didn't listen. Thump 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 thump. Gunai quickly went upstairs. On the second floor, the door to old Cohen's room was wide open. The door to Misha's room was wide open. It was pitch black inside the two doors. Gugni, on the other hand, was staring at the door to her room. At this moment, a thick layer of black mist had completely sealed off the door to her room. "It's my teacher's dark seal. He's checking something inside." Gunai was about to walk over when he heard Wei Ya's voice. "Don't worry if there are any clues, teacher will definitely find out." Hoo. Gunai clenched his fists and tried to calm himself down, but anxiety and uneasiness still filled his mind. About 3 to 4 minutes later. Hwala. The dark seal receded like a tide. A man in his 40s, wearing a top hat, walked out of the room. The middle-aged man wasn't very tall. In fact, he was a bit short, a head shorter than Gunai. He was slightly plump and wore a black top hat and a loose black robe. He even had a small mustache, which made him look a little comical. But Gunai didn't have the time to care. "Where's my dad?" Gunai asked urgently. "Gun Lawrence," Nigel looked at Gunny, but he didn't answer. "Who's in this room?" "I'm Misha, an orphan my father adopted a while ago." "You've lived with her for such a long time, yet you didn't notice that she was growing those terrifying plants under your eyelids?" "A terrifying plant?" Gunai's voice was hoarse. "Human-faced flower. It's not an ordinary human-faced flower. Human-faced flower king. If it was just an ordinary human-faced flower king, old Cohen would not have been enslaved." "Yes, human-faced flower emperor," Nigel said softly. The human-faced flower emperor was enslaved. Gunai's body trembled. The plant that Mesa planted was the human-faced flower emperor. "I even made her a potion to soak the seed in. I've long felt that she's a little different." However, he didn't expect that Yingluo would be so arrogant. One scene after another appeared in Gunai's mind. Endless self-blame and frustration flooded Gunai. It swallowed Gunai in the darkness. Hoo. Nigel took a deep look at Quan, who seemed to have fallen into a deep silence. He thought for a moment, but didn't disturb Gunai. Instead, he looked at the hall. At this moment, George had already entered the hall. "George Derrick." Nigel looked over. "Sir Nigel, how are you?" George quickly bowed. "Your police department's seal has been blown up, and you're still here," Nigel said softly. "What?" George almost jumped up when he heard that. He didn't even have time to say a word before he rushed out the door. With small steps, Nigel went down the stairs and came to the living room. He went to the fireplace and piled a small amount of wood inside. He rubbed his fingers gently, and sparks fell on the wood. In an instant, the flame burned fiercely. Via closed the door and stood firmly beside Nigel, who was sitting on the sofa. More than 10 minutes passed. Footsteps could be heard from the stairs. Gunai's face was frighteningly cold as he walked down the stairs. The blood-red color in the depths of his eyes slowly spread. "Senior Nigel, my father is..." "It's more likely than not." Nigel's words were very calm. The burning wood made crackling sounds. Gunai's body was trembling. Nigel looked at Gunny and began to explain in a deep voice. "Do you know what your father's extraordinary profession is? It's the Star Digger. Old Cohen can see the strange glows on the bodies of some young men and women with extraordinary talents. In addition, Old Cohen's strange extraordinary eye. That's why Old Cohen was able to discover so many talented young men and women all these years. He even discovered a brilliant genius like you. And your father's extraordinary profession is one of a kind. Some of those forces have been coveting Old Cohen's strange extraordinary profession for a long time. And this time, the mysterious event happened in the city of the Sug Ruins, and those powerful experts came to the city of the Sug Ruins. Naturally, this plan was formed. A plan specially designed for Old Cohen. Clearly, Wufu and the others have already succeeded. When I checked carefully just now, I confirmed that a transcendent master had used some means to disrupt their tracks. Otherwise, I would have already caught up to them." Chapter 78 Hero. The light of the fire shone on Gunai's face. But Gunai didn't feel any warmth. After a long silence, Gun looked at Nigel. "Was it the doing of the human-faced flower cult?" "The human-face flower cult is definitely the main force. At the same time, the mysterious person called Barbarian Saint is the driving force behind the scenes." "Barbarian Saint? Who is he?" It was the first time Gunai had ever said the word Barbarian Saint. If I knew his identity or where he was, I would have told the extraordinary masters in the pioneer group. To kill this hero born in history. Those transcendent grandmasters who haven't been able to break through for a long time are more than happy to do it. Unfortunately, the existence called Barbarian Saint is very mysterious. We still haven't gotten this guy's real name, appearance, or anything that he has actually used. The only thing we know is that this guy is a hero born in the era. At the same time, he's also an ambitious fellow. For the past few decades, this mysterious existence known as the Barbarian Saint has been working hard to gather the scattered extraordinary tribes in the wilderness of the north, as well as some sects that are not too weak. I'm searching for those sealed artifacts and mystical items. This Barbarian Saint has caused great trouble for our pioneer group. He has even killed many of our pioneers. There is no doubt that the Barbarian Saint is a very tricky existence. Fortunately, we've gradually figured out their true purpose. The hero of the era, Gunai mumbled this word in his heart. Gunai was familiar with the existence of heroes. Being a hero was not only a unique extraordinary profession, but it was also a kind of leader and trendsetter who would be born in a turbulent era. It was like the children of destiny recorded in the history books and biographies. A hero was based on an era. If he could create an era that belonged to him, he would undoubtedly become extremely powerful and even have a very long life. The few great existences who had once led mankind out of the dark rule had traces of the hero's identity. The pioneers of the empire who had established the imperial power era and fought against the church on equal terms also had the shadow of a hero's identity. Of course, there were also some heroes who disrupted the order of the times and brought disasters and turmoil to the continent. In general, history books would record him as a formidable person. Not every hero was able to create an era that belonged to him. In history, there were 3 heroes who were beheaded. However, the appearance of a hero in itself represented the possibility of creating an era that belonged to him. At the same time, it also showed that the future of the era was shrouded in fog. However, the turbulent waves of turbulence and undercurrents were already ready to be released. This would definitely be an extraordinary great era. You shouldn't have provoked me. You wanted to make a grand entrance to this glorious era, but I wanted you to fall in the waves. Gunai clenched his fists. Lord Nigerda, can you tell me more details about this human face flower cult? After hearing Nigel's story, Gun was silent for a moment before asking. Nigel sighed after looking at Gunny. He could see Gunai's current state. I just hope that this little guy won't be corrupted by hatred. I know a lot about that man's face flower cult. At the same time, I can also tell you everything about the human-faced flower emperor, as well as the magical events that have happened in the Sug ruins. But you have to be clear. To take revenge, you first need to be strong. Otherwise, you'll just be throwing your life away. I know. Gunai took a deep breath, and then exhaled again to calm his anxiety and hatred. Come over and sit. Gun did not refuse and sat down in front of Nigel. You can't be blamed for what happened to the human-faced flower emperor. If it's just the human-faced flower king, you might have a chance. The human-faced flower king's aura is extremely dangerous. Even if it doesn't bloom, you can still feel the faintly discernible dangerous aura. As for the human-faced flower emperor, its roots can penetrate deep into the stainless soil and hide all its power and aura into the depths of the shadow. None of you are able to sense the power of the unblemished soil in the shadow world. I can only say that this human-faced flower emperor's methods are truly powerful. However, in the past, the human-faced flower cult only had 4 sovereigns. Now, a new human-faced flower emperor has been born. Then, there will definitely be many changes within them. There might be some clues. At the same time, that meal Masha, right? Nigel looked at Gunny. Gunai slightly nodded. After she became the human-faced flower king, she must have looked for the most fertile land and asked the human-faced flower king to replant it. We also know some of the fertile lands of the stainless soil. This will also be an opportunity to find them. Misha became the human-faced flower king? Gun was a little confused when Nigel finished. Man and flower as one, 2 souls on one face. The flower king, the one you're talking about. It's also the flower king that's stuck in the stainless pure land. When the flower dies, the person will live. The person can take root. Taking root in a stainless pure land can form a flower body, and then give birth to a human body. When a person dies, a flower will live. The flower's body is hidden in the stainless pure soil. After the danger, it can also spread its leaves and give birth to a human body. If you want to kill the faceless flower emperor, you must have the ability to attack the stainless soil. Kill both the human body and the flower body at the same time. This way, we can eliminate all future problems once and for all. It's not easy to kill the flower emperor, Nigel said softly. Just because he's not easy to kill doesn't mean he can't be killed. As long as I can kill him, then this flower emperor can forget about living in my hands. Gunai said in a soft voice. Nigel's eyes moved back and forth between Gunny and himself. Many of their pioneers had died at the hands of the human-faced flower emperor. The human-faced flower emperor's attack was much more difficult than what he had described. There were many people who wanted to kill the flower emperor, but only a few succeeded. However, he didn't have any intention of attacking Gunai. If you want to take revenge, you will have to work hard on your cultivation in the following period of time. Nigel said indifferently. In addition, Zhen, do you know anything about the mysterious event in the city of the Sug ruins? I've heard a little about it, but I'm not too sure. Gunai thought for a moment and replied. Since you don't know, then you have to listen to me when I explain it. Because the main purpose of those guys this time is something in that mysterious event. It's possible that the members of the human-faced flower cult, or even the newly born human-faced flower emperor, will also appear in this mystical event. Gunai's eyes lit up when he heard this. After mulling it over for a while, Nigel began to explain softly. This incident was discovered in the summer of 2 years ago. The mainland year of that year was 9970. This incident displayed a strong lethal nature and was evaluated to be dangerous. Therefore, the code name of this mysterious incident is 9970. The main body of incident 9970 is a black cave with a diameter of about 3 meters and an unknown depth. It is a very rugged, well-shaped cave. Before this event occurred, no caves were detected in this area. It's obvious that the appearance of this event has directly changed the shape of the terrain in this area. The main structure of the Black Cavern in Incident 9970 is a strange ore that we have never seen before. The strength of this ore is extremely high, comparable to transcendent magic copper. Comparable to magic copper, Gunai couldn't help but be moved. The extraordinary magic copper was a second-tier metal in the extraordinary metal system. It had a density 1.2 times that of iron, which was 2 times that of black iron. Its strength was 15 to 18 times that of iron, about 3 times that of black iron. It has a rather powerful extraordinary characteristic. Gunai didn't expect the ore in this strange event to be comparable to magic copper. On one hand, it's strong. On the other hand, it has a strong ability to absorb light. We can't see anything below the black cave with our naked eyes. It has been 2.5 years since the black cave was discovered. In the past 2 years, a total of 112 prisoners have been sentenced to death. None of them have returned alive. The cause of death is unknown. Initial suspicion is that it was some kind of death. A total of 32 extraordinary humans have entered. 3 returned, 29 died. The 3 people who came back alive didn't stay in the cave for more than 10 seconds. The one with the most number was a level 4 transcendent tank knight. He stayed there for 8 seconds before he was pulled up. And any supernatural being who entered the cave more than 10 seconds later will die. You'll die within 10 seconds after entering the cave. This damage is too terrifying. Gunai was shocked by the horror of the mysterious cave. Chapter 79 The Problem of the Soul. Even if the 3 of them came back alive, they'd all show various abnormal symptoms. Nigel said slowly. The 3 of them not only have mental problems, but their consciousness, will, and psychology are also having problems. For example, absolute autism and basically no communication or interaction with the outside world. This preliminary deduction is that it has an extremely strong interference nullification. Even if we cause them some damage, they don't react much. I know this is inhumane, but some necessary tests still have to be done. After the test, we gave them treatment. We've already discussed this with them before they entered the cave. Secondly, they are also highly depressed and have suicidal tendencies. For the souls of the dead, some psychic experts have also performed some psychic sensing. And their souls seem to be highly chaotic. We can't get any useful information. When Nigel finished explaining everything, Gunai couldn't help but rub his temples. This black cave was indeed mysterious and terrifying. It existed in a completely unreasonable way. However, there were too many unreasonable aspects in the extraordinary world. And every time humans touched these mysterious powers, they would be frightened. After all, no one knew if this kind of touch was a crazy test on the edge of courting death. Fortunately, wasn't the purpose of his research on the profound meaning of runes to pry into the mysterious nature behind these strange appearances? Of course, whether or not they could find out, and to what extent, it was still hard to say. After all, he was not the only one who had taken the path of the rune's profound meaning. After a moment of silence, Nigel seemed to have thought of something. Another thing worth mentioning is that all the eyes of the people who entered have been destroyed. The eyes of the prisoners who were pulled back by chains have also suffered different degrees of destructive damage. No matter how deep or shallow their entry. There was one fellow who went so far as to directly die when his arm was only able to penetrate deep into the black hole. Moreover, the faces of each of the deceased showed great fear. In fact, during the dissection process, we found that they seemed to have already begun to reject their eyes from a physiological perspective. Your eyes saw something too terrifying, so your body rejects your eyes? Gunai started to think. There's a terrifying existence in the depths of the cave, or was it some kind of terrifying death, or both? Gunai asked tentatively. At present, that's what we've deduced, Nigel nodded slightly. As for what it is, we don't have much of a clue at the moment. But... Nigel suddenly lowered his voice. Although the other races and the evil spirit cult are only active in the vicinity of the Sug Ruins city, they didn't show any interest in Black Cave 9970 even after entering the city. But I can feel that Kyunkin's goal is Black Cave number 9970. It's just that the time hasn't come yet. When the time comes, they'll definitely take over the Black Cave at all costs and take out the terrifying thing inside. If they really do that, I'm afraid the Sug Ruins might not be able to survive. In the history of mankind, the action of resisting the power of those terrifying existences with human strength. Most of the time, it ends with the destruction of mankind. Those terrifying existences have never been something that humans can contend with. Although we humans can't fight against that terrifying existence, we can fight against the alien races and evil spirit cult that want to enter the cave. We don't need to deal with the terror that we can't fight against. We only need to deal with those who want to use it. Gunai said. You're right, this is also the reason why we sent so many people to the Sug Ruins. The previous battle has already shown that the alien races and the evil spirit cult are already testing us. Gunai slightly nodded. Gunai said after some thought. I have some useful information about the people who are trying to annihilate me this time. Via and Nigel both looked at him. I have a classmate called Hailuo. Her family should be related to the Blood-Eared Elves. The Blood-Eared Elves and the Dark Elves have also joined forces. This should be the secret alliance of the Barbarian Saint. Before this, Hailuo told me that there would be more Blood-Eared Elves trying to assassinate me. If it wasn't for her whisper, I might have died today. Moreover, this time, a Dark Elf disguised as her and made me board the carriage. The plan this time is for the Dark Elves to disguise themselves, not for her to lure me into the carriage. It's obvious that she didn't cooperate with these Blood-Eared Elves. She's just a student who hasn't graduated yet. In her family, she can only be at the mercy of her family. Hailuo is a good girl. If possible, I hope you won't hurt her. Nigel nodded slightly and looked at Vivian. Since Hailuo's family dared to attack you, they should have retreated by now. However, if such a large clan were to retreat, they would definitely leave behind some traces. Investigate everything tomorrow and send the pioneer team to investigate. If you meet that girl called Hailuo, don't kill her. Bring her back. Yes, teacher, Via nodded slightly. Many thanks, Gunai said in a low voice. It's just a small matter, Nigel gently waved his hand. During this time, train well and make potions. I will send more people to protect you at Deep Duke Castle. You don't have to go to the school for the time being. They didn't succeed this time. Next time, they'll send even more powerful forces to kill you. I know, Gunai nodded. Late at night. The snow was still falling heavily. The Sug Ruins city was located on the northern border, and the snow came a little late today. And once it started, the entire winter would be close to the scene of the snow sealing the mountain. Deep Duke Castle, underground. There were more than 20 secret chambers of various sizes here. Gunai was in one of the many secret chambers. This secret room was even more hidden than the one Gunai had been in. There was also a small transcendent door that only Gunai knew the runic password to. If anything went wrong, Gunai could escape through the small extraordinary door. Inside the secret room, Gunai was sitting on a meditation seat, rubbing his temples. After the battle with the 4th-rank elven assassin, Gun had wanted to cast a spell and revive. He didn't expect things to keep happening. First, there seemed to be a problem with his soul. If that was all, then it wouldn't be a big deal. Gunai could still be reborn. However, George had rushed over, which made it impossible for him to reincarnate in front of him. After that, a series of things happened. The pain in Gunai's soul was still there, but it had weakened a lot. Now that he reincarnated, he could also restore his soul. However, Gunai didn't want to reincarnate. Previously, my soul felt an intense pain of being shattered. It seems to be recovering now. Needless to say, this is definitely the powerful characteristic of my soul seal codex. It is continuously recovering my soul. It's broken, but it's being repaired. I'm still in pain, and the soul seal codex is still repairing itself. The process of destruction and restoration is going on at the same time. This kind of situation will cause the soul to mutate to a certain extent. A soul mutation is an extremely rare occurrence. This is a good thing. Enduring the pain in his soul, Gunai began to review the battle. My perception ability is relatively poor. Gunai concluded. That guy was close by, but I couldn't detect any trace of him. Although the other party's level is higher, the distance is too close. Fortunately, I can instantly cast spells and have fast reactions. If the opponent attacks me, I can fight back. But this can't cover up the fact that my senses are weak. The extraordinary profession of Blood Curse Mancer focuses more on survival. I've personally experienced the powerful survival abilities of the Blood Pool Codex. However, Blood Curse Mancers are still too weak in terms of soul perception. As a law incantation master, the weakness of your senses is fatal. It seems like I need to adjust the direction of the Soul Seal Codex. The extraordinary codex was different from ordinary books. The code of law had the key points in all aspects of cultivation. For example, take this Soul Seal Codex. At the current stage, there were two cultivation paths. One was spiritual strength, and the other was spiritual energy volume. Gunai hadn't paid any attention to them before, as they were both advancing at the same time. But now it seemed that Gunai's spiritual power was weak. Therefore, Gunai had to focus on increasing his mind power. When the amount of mental energy was dense enough, the spiritual perception would become clearer and cover a larger area. Gunai's detailed perception could only be felt within a meter or two of him. It was obvious that Gunai's mental energy was weak, and could only cover a small area. And when his mental energy volume was dense enough, Gunai could clearly sense everything within a dozen meters, or even 30 meters. A larger area, a clearer perception. This was the advantage of having a high concentration level. After adjusting the Soul Seal Codex, Gunai pulled himself together. Everything that had happened today flashed through Gunai's mind. Saint of Barbarian, Human-Faced Flower Cult, Misha. Gunai repeated the words in his mind. Just wait. Don't even think about escaping. Chapter 80: A Small Soul Mutation. Unknowingly, more than a week had passed. After writing a letter to Olaf to tell him that he needed to stay at home and cultivate, Gun stayed in Deep Duke Castle and didn't plan to go out for a while. Professor Olaf also replied to Gun. He told Gunai that this period of time was indeed dangerous, and that he should just stay at home and cultivate. In the following week, Gugni spent his time in the castle, making potions and recuperating. Focusing on making potions, he made about 100 bottles of high-grade potions every day. The primary and intermediate pharmacists who had been learning under Gunni had also made great progress. After starting to make high-level potions, Gunai's income soared. Every day, he would be able to earn about 100 gold pounds. At the same time, Gun began his research on the engraving potion. After the first batch of research materials for the potion of secret engravings was approved. In the second batch of materials, Gunai had added the water of life. Although Gun had gotten a lot of pure spring water. However, the difference between pure spring water of origin power and spring water of life was still quite big. The reason why Gunai wanted the spring of life wasn't because he lacked it. On the contrary, Gunai currently had a large amount of it. It was because the elven tree of life had grown to a height of 30 to 40 meters during this time. At the root of the elven tree of life, a spring of life had already been born. Although the tree of life was still relatively small, the output was very small. However, one should not forget that the time flow in the planting area was 1,000 times faster than in the real world. As a result, Gunai couldn't use up all the water from the spring of life. The water from the spring of life, which was about the size of a large bowl, was already filled to the brim. Even after Gunai finished gathering, he would have a full bowl the next day. Now, Gunai would drink the water of life as if it were water. The water of the spring of life had many benefits. The first thing to do was to drink the water of the spring of life for a long time, which would gradually prolong one's life. The lifespan of an extraordinary was not short, but no one would mind living longer. Secondly, the spring water of life could keep the activity of Gunai's body and soul at a very high level, which would lead to a significant increase in Gunai's hack training. Then, the most important thing was, most of Gun's blood Cursemancer class's extraordinary characteristics were gathered in his blood. The water of the spring of life could increase the vitality of blood. The blood could absorb and digest the life force of the spring of life, and then use it to increase the vitality of the blood. Simply put, the healing power of Gunny's blood was increasing as he drank more of the water. The combination of the spring water of life and his transcendent blood was something Gunai hadn't expected. Gunai, who had an unlimited supply of water from the spring of life, was looking forward to the transformation of his transcendent blood. There was a lot of water from the spring of life, and Gunai could drink as much as he wanted. But Gunai didn't dare to use it. Because the potions made from spring water of life and refined spring water of source power were obviously different. If he conjured the water of the spring of life out of thin air, people would probably be suspicious. That was why Gun had added the water of life to the second batch of materials. Once Gunai obtained a portion of the water, he could use it for his own experiments. In any case, no one knew the exact consumption of the water of the spring of life. As he continued to make progress in the field of potions. During this time, Gunai's strength had also increased by leaps and bounds. Now, Gunai had reached the peak of a rank 1 blood Cursemancer, and his perception had greatly improved. These were all inevitable things with the passage of time. To Gunai's surprise, his soul seemed to have changed a little. After the pain of his soul shattering had completely recovered, there were not many changes in other aspects, but the speed of his soul's thinking had increased a lot. Before his soul was destroyed, Guinevere could cast 15 spells in a second. After he recovered, he found that he could cast 18 curses per second, which made him very happy. It was obvious that his soul had undergone a small change after being shattered. As his soul grew stronger, Gunai began to think about other things. That was the number of secret crossing runes and the capacity of the origin pool. The lightning arc and fire arrow spells were already at level 4. Their power was comparable to that of a level 2 primary level incantation. If Gunai still learned the regular basic incantations to hack, it would only waste the time and position of the hack position. It wasn't worth it. Therefore, Gunai was prepared to learn an intermediate spell that focused on fast attacks, or an enhanced intermediate spell. It didn't matter if it was a normal intermediate spell or an enhanced intermediate spell. The syllables ranged from 6 to 10. Gunai estimated that he wouldn't have much of a problem forming the 7th secret crossing rune. He would have to spend another month or so to form the 8th secret crossing rune, but by then, he would be able to directly advance to rank 2. An intermediate spell consumed 2 units of origin power. When a regular magus cast spells slowly, they would drink a source power potion. This way, they could quickly replenish their source power. And with Gun's intermediate magic spells, he had no choice but to use them. 10 curses per second was enough to drain all of the source power in Gunai's body and the origin pool. Therefore, the capacity of the origin pool was also a problem. The Sebana origin pool, which was an intermediate source power manual of the Gunir hack system, could expand his source power by 3 units every day. To others, this was already a very exaggerated expansion speed. But for Gun, this wasn't enough to satisfy his rapid growth as a mage. Therefore, the expansion of the origin pool was also a problem that Gunai had been considering. To other magi, an origin pool that was too large would put pressure on their physical bodies. But this wasn't a problem for Gunai. On this day, in the afternoon, in the underground potions and alchemy room, Gugni had finished making a high-grade potion. After guiding and correcting the group of young pharmacists on the materials and processing of high-level potions, he was finally done. Gun opened the door to the secret potion room and went to the lounge. The maid who was waiting on the other side of the hall immediately poured a cup of strong coffee for him. It had become a habit for Gun to drink coffee after the potion was made. Gunai closed his eyes and began to think about his next plan. The black market's gathering will start at the beginning of next month, which is in a few days. When I go there, I can buy and sell some things. As Gun was reading the newspaper, he heard footsteps coming from the corridor. From the sound of the footsteps, Gunai could determine that it was the butler, Fraser. Normally, Fraser wouldn't come over to disturb my rest. Could it be that the experimental resources are here? Gunai's heart moved. Chapter 81 The Beginning of the Rune Potion. A moment later, the butler, Fraser, entered the hall and spoke to Gun. Sir Gun, this is the batch of materials that arrived at noon. At the same time, there's also the profit from the rare grade equipment you sold to the association. As he spoke, Fraser placed a black transcendent storage bracelet in front of Gun. Do you have the water of the spring of life? Gunai raised his eyebrows. There's a Kazaya, but not many. Fraser's tone seemed to always be unhurried. As you know, the spring of life can only be produced by the elves in the north in the elven tree of life in the depths of the distorted secret plane. Moreover, the elves are extremely strict with the water of the spring of life flowing into our human territory. This is why the water of the spring of life is extremely expensive and rare. Yes. Gunai nodded and opened the black transcendent storage bracelet. There were many things in the bracelet. He had a large number of materials for this batch of high-grade precious potions. There were also a large number of rare herbs that were over 100 years old, which Gunai needed for his experiments. There was also a batch of gold pounds and a small bottle of water from the spring of life that might not even be 50 ml. With a flip of his hand, Gunai retrieved the small bottle of water from the spring of life. After a while, Gunai nodded. It didn't matter how much it was, the main thing was that he needed it. With this small amount of water from the spring of life, Gunai could use his own water to experiment without fear. In any case, no one knew the amount of ancient Nirvana spring water used. After collecting the water of the spring of life, Gunai began to count the gold pounds. These gold pounds were all paper gold pounds, and there was only one kind of face value, the 10 gold pound face value with purple gold as the main color tone. Although he'd read about this kind of gold pound in the Supernatural Daily, it still felt a little more familiar to him when he touched it. After coming to this world, the gold pounds, silver dragons, and copper yuan that Gun had come into contact with were all in the form of coins. Gunai, who was used to using paper money in his previous life, was not used to it. With these gold pounds, it will be much more convenient for future transactions. There were many disadvantages to using coins in a transaction. It would be better if there were only a few of them, but if there were a lot of them and you did not have a transcendent storage equipment, it would be very troublesome to carry them. Furthermore, it would be easy for him to be targeted by some thieves. Although they were not extraordinary professionals, they were thieves who had some stealing skills. They could easily steal a certain amount of gold coins through storage bags or backpacks. At the same time, there were large-scale transactions between extraordinaries. Transactions of tens or hundreds of gold pounds were not a big problem. And when transactions of thousands or even thousands of gold pounds were made, counting the number of gold pounds was still rather troublesome. And now, with the appearance of these 10-pound notes, it was indeed much more convenient to carry or trade. After a brief inspection of the 10-pound denominations, Gun discovered more than 10 anti-counterfeit labels, either bright or dark. He touched the 10-pound note and carefully felt it. Half a minute later, a smile appeared on Gun's face. There's actually such a mysterious code. As expected, different worlds have different anti-counterfeit methods. Gunai shook his head slightly, and the 10 gold notes rustled. After counting, there were a total of 422 gold coins. He had accumulated 4,220 gold pounds. This included the transcendent equipment that Gun had sold at the Transcendent Association, as well as the gold pounds he had earned from refining potions. As for the good items that did not have a fixed value and fluctuated a lot, such as the extraordinary storage equipment, Gunai was still holding it in his hand. This 4,200 gold guineas, in addition to the gold guineas I currently possess, should add up to roughly 6,000 gold guineas. In addition to the good stuff I have, I still have the value of 10,000 gold rank. With so many gold pounds, it's enough for me to enter the black markets beyond our exchange to buy those good things. Gunai thought. As for the common supplies, Gunai would naturally purchase them through the Transcendent Association. As for the items that needed to be hidden, Gunai wouldn't buy them from the Transcendence Association. In particular, curses that could easily expose his strength and identity couldn't be purchased from the Transcendence Association. After the inventory was done, Gun looked at the housekeeper, Fraser, who hadn't left yet. Is there anything else you need? It's not a big deal. It's just that the Pioneer Guild is in dire need of high-grade potions. That's why they want you to make more. Gunai chuckled. When has the Pioneer Group not been lacking in high-grade potions? Nowadays, I've been spending a lot of time refining these high-level precious potions every day. I still need time to rest, cultivate, study, and even research. If they're not satisfied with the 100 bottles per day, then we'll follow our previous rule of 20 bottles per day. You can pass them my exact words. Fraser was stunned for a moment before nodding. I'll let them know. Night fell. Deep Duke Castle. Except for the big potion alchemy room where everyone could perform potion refining in. Gunai also had a private alchemy room. The private alchemy room didn't have a high configuration, but it was still pretty good. It was much better than the potion room Gunai had in Old Stone Street. Gunai was looking at the 5 materials on the table. A rank 6 nightmare fragment. Soul saliva grass that was around 150 years old. The blood of a rank 6 nightmare dragon. An eye of arcane soul that was around 150 years old. A soul crystal that was about 150 years old. These materials were all soul-type materials. Furthermore, they all contained powerful soul-type extraordinary characteristics. The current purpose of engraving potions was to refine the undigested or even a certain extraordinary characteristic that was in conflict with the extraordinary characteristics of the human soul into an engraving potion that contained extraordinary characteristics that could be digested by humans. The goal was very simple. It was to transform this extraordinary characteristic into one that could be absorbed and used by humans. However, extraordinary characteristics determined a creature's rank within the extraordinary world's system. How could it be so easily refined, and absorbed? For example, the ordinary wolf pack in the wilderness had a certain transcendental characteristic in their wolf bloodline. There was a chance that a giant wolf would be born in an ordinary wolf pack in the wilderness. Giant wild wolves were much larger than ordinary wild wolves, and their strength was also greatly improved. Most importantly, the bloodline of the wasteland giant wolf was very strong. A single wasteland transcendent giant wolf could easily kill a dozen ordinary wasteland wolves with a small number of transcendent characteristics. This giant wolf was equivalent to an elite-level existence. However, he was only equivalent to the alpha wolf and could not become the wolf king. When the wolf pack's numbers reached 2 to 300, or even more, it was possible to give birth to a wolf king among the elite wolves. The wolf king's bloodline had an extremely thick extraordinary characteristic. And what such a powerful extraordinary characteristic brought was, they were as fast as lightning, and their fur was as tough as black iron needles. Even black iron weapons couldn't break through their fur defense. A bite that could shatter black iron alloy armor, and the unique perception of a king-level creature. At the same time, he could also rely on his bloodline and learn some bloodline extraordinary skills on his own. And if the Wolf King had some fortuitous encounters and accumulated an even more profound transcendent characteristic, it would be promoted to the Wolf Emperor, which was also the so-called Lord. It would basically be able to rule over a large transcendent wasteland and become an overlord. In the transcendent waste realm, there were very few transcendent creatures at the overlord level. Elite Giant Wolf, Wolf King, and Wolf Emperor. The reason why such a qualitative change could happen was because of the density of the extraordinary characteristic. In that case, was it easy to extract and absorb extraordinary characteristics? The answer was that the difficulty was so high that it was suffocating. In the past few decades, especially in the recent few years, as the theory of the engraving potion was researched, a large number of pharmaceutical experiments were also gradually followed. Currently, the engraving potions that could be refined were only the useless ones that had similar positive and negative effects. As of now, Gun had only just started his research on the potion of secret engravings. If he wanted to have a breakthrough, he clearly needed some time to settle down and accumulate. After he calmed down, he began the initial experiment of the engraving potion. Chapter 82 The Black Market. How to extract the extraordinary characteristics from these extraordinary materials. Then, through some method of refinement, they would finally be transformed into extraordinary characteristics that could be absorbed by humans, instead of extraordinary medicinal properties that fought with human extraordinary professional characteristics. This was obviously a technical job. In the next few days, Gunai's life once again became peaceful. Concoct high-grade precious potions in the morning. In the afternoon, he would conduct the rune potion experiment. At night, Gunai practiced his rune analysis. Gunai had also begun to understand many of the mysteries of runes. He could also observe or think through the wonderful dimensional ways of the runic world. Time flew by as Gunai focused on studying. The snow that had been falling for several days finally stopped today. The Sug ruined city welcomed the long-lost sunlight. The snow on the streets wasn't too thick, but suburbs the wilderness, half a meter of snow blocked almost all the roads except for the train tracks. Deep Duke Castle. In the secret room, Gunai had changed into an ordinary outfit. A grey winter robe, a noble winter top hat with a layer of cotton inside, and a pair of slim winter cotton pants to match the robe. Of course, he was still wearing the pair of secret silver boots. At the same time, the magic shield necklace, the black iron soft armor, and the silver feathered staff were all rare grade equipment, so Gun was naturally fully equipped. Through this period of nurturing, the magic shield necklace had been completely nurtured by Gunai. The magic shield necklace's current strength was more than double that of Gunai's battle with the Tier 4 Shadow Killer. If a Tier 4 assassin wanted to break through the magic shield of the magic shield necklace, it would most likely be difficult. The black iron soft armor seemed to be unable to keep up with the rhythm. In the last battle with the 4th step assassin, this black iron soft armor had already been damaged. It wasn't serious and could still be worn. But Gunai was already looking for new armor. The silver feathered staff inside his coat had 3 amplification runes activated. A 30% increase in the power of a spell was already quite impressive. After checking, Gun followed the secret passage and quietly came to a small room in a dark alley about 200 meters away. When he opened the door of the small room, he was greeted by an extremely quiet alley. The small alley was filled with snow that was more than a meter deep. Seeing this, Gunai chuckled. Gunai jumped and landed on the snow with ease. Every step he took left a slight mark that was almost undetectable if one did not pay attention. With the nurturing of the secret silver boots, the powerful extraordinary effects began to show themselves. On the street, Gunai stopped a carriage. Go to the Black Map District, Mountain Furnace Street. The black market was located on Furnace Street in the Black Map District, 1 block away from Old Stone Street. The monthly black market exchange was going to be held this afternoon. After getting on the carriage, Gun rubbed his brows and closed his eyes to rest. At the same time, he secretly opened the system. First hack position, Soul Stabilizing Divine Ring Spell, Level 2. Second hack position, Sibana Origin Pool, Level 3. Third hack position, Soul Seal Codex, Level 2. Fourth hack position, Puppet Secret Thread, Level 2. Fifth hack slot, Blood Pool Codex, Level 2. The Soul Freezing Divine Ring spell and the Puppet Secret Thread had both been upgraded to Level 2. As his level increased, the effects of these two high-level incantations were already starting to show. And as he reached rank 5 or 6, these high-level spells would have terrifying effects in his hands. Although the Soul Seal Codex and the Blood Pool Codex were logged in first, they were one step behind in their advancement to Level 2. It could be seen from the speed of their advancement that these two codexes' potential was greater. After this period of hacking, Gunai had already reached the peak of Transcendent Level 1. Gunai was currently meditating with his eyes closed, thinking about whether or not he should break through. 2 days ago, Gunai had formed the 7th Secret Crossing Rune. After forming the Secret Crossing Rune, Gunai didn't feel too much pressure on his soul. It was obvious that the small mutation of his soul had made great progress in the past half a month. The moment he advanced to the 2nd rank. In terms of runes, after breaking through, his soul would become stronger, and he would be able to form the 8th or 9th Secret Crossing Rune. In addition, the transformation of his soul and origin power would be a huge boost to Gunai's strength. As for the Blood Curse Mancer, Gunai didn't really want to break through. Gunai wanted to create a blood pool at the peak of rank 1, not at rank 2. He first opened up the blood pool, then advanced to the 2nd rank. First of all, the capacity of the blood pool would expand a lot with the advancement of the level, and this was only secondary. More importantly, the blood pool that was created at rank 1 would also obtain more extraordinary characteristics during the advancement. The importance of an extraordinary characteristic to an extraordinary was self-evident. If he advanced to rank 2 before opening up the blood pool, then the many benefits of the advancement baptism would obviously be gone. After some consideration, Gunai decided to be patient. I'm not in a hurry to break through. Gunai thought. The blood pool is the key to becoming a blood curse mancer. I'll have to open up the blood pool first before breaking through. That way, my foundation will be more solid. At the same time, after Swan and I opened up the blood pool, I'll need to consider the problem of a powerful blood. The need for blood was a unique feature of the extraordinary profession of blood curse mancer. As a blood curse mancer, once the blood pool was opened, the blood pool codex would quickly expand the capacity of the blood pool. This was when a problem would arise. He needed his own transcendent body to create transcendent blood to fill the pool. This would be a huge burden for Gunai's extraordinary body. It didn't matter if it was the blood needed to replenish the blood pool, or to obtain powerful blood to change his own blood. Gunir needed a large amount of transcendent life form blood to supply himself after opening the blood pool. Compared to normal humans, the blood of humans was not compatible with each other, let alone absorbing the blood of other extraordinary creatures. To a blood curse mancer, the blood pool was a place where they could digest, transform, and absorb blood. When blood was poured into the blood pool, it was easily absorbed and converted, and a large portion of it was absorbed by Gunai. It was all thanks to this powerful characteristic of the blood pool. This was one of the core strengths of a blood curse mancer. That was the blood curse master's blood exchange. For example, Gunai now had 5,000 ml of transcendent blood. If Gunai poured 100 ml of dragon blood into the pool, the blood would be absorbed by Gunai's extraordinary blood and gradually become stronger. On the other hand, if the blood pool was large enough, 20,000 ml of dragon blood could be directly poured into the blood pool. Then, the dragon blood's extraordinary properties would take the initiative to absorb and merge with Gunai's extraordinary blood. The pool of blood was the blood pool of Gunai. Even if the dragon blood assimilated with Gunai's own blood, it would slowly fuse with Gunai's extraordinary body. Gunai's extraordinary body was the same as the blood pool, so he was able to adapt to the reversed blood changes. Once the blood transfusion was completed, then Gunai's extraordinary body would start with the dragon blood. The powerful blood would directly change Gunai's extraordinary body from the inside out. As for the extent of the transformation, that would depend on the strength of the blood being replaced. The more powerful the blood was, the more powerful Gunai's body and blood would become after the replacement. The reason why he used dragon's blood as an example was that everyone knew how powerful dragon's blood was. However, in the entire Oya continent, dragons didn't even have dragon hair, let alone Asian dragons. Other species that contained a certain amount of dragon bloodline were rare. Gunai had obtained some dragon blood while he was making potions, but it was used as a core material. It wasn't cheap. The dragon blood was found on some remote islands in the deep sea when the human steampunk steel giant dragons opened up the deep sea channel. They could have a certain amount of dragon blood. Dragon blood was still relatively rare at the moment. Gunai wanted a large amount of dragon blood. He had to go to the depths of the Great Voyage where powerful dragon creatures were said to appear. The Blood Curse Master Gu possessed the bloodline of the dragon race. It was obvious that he had obtained it through a blood exchange. Naturally, Gunai wanted to have powerful dragon blood. Chapter 83 The Heart of the Wolf King. Black Map District, Furnace Street. The carriage stopped by the side of the road. He paid 20 copper coins for the ride and left. Gugni straightened his collar and lowered his hat. He glanced at the house number and walked into a small alley. The moment he turned the corner and entered the alley, Gunai had already put on the vortex mask. When he walked forward, Gunai's body was also rapidly changing. He grew half a head taller, and his body began to thin. This thin figure was very similar to the blood-eared elf. Using the Blood Curse Mancer's abilities, he could easily change his form. He came to the end of the alley. Thump 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 thump. Gunai rhythmically knocked on the wall. A moment later, the wall suddenly opened up to a narrow mountain pass that could only be passed through sideways. Gunai stepped into it. What he saw was a rather dark storage room with wine barrels on both sides. This was the storage room of an adventurer's pub. The person who opened the secret door was an old bartender with a dark face and a beard. He was wearing a black cape. The old bartender looked at Gugni warily, his hood bulging. If Gugni was right, there was a revolver or a double-barrel shotgun aimed at him. Guns were very effective against beginner-level and even intermediate-level extraordinaires at certain times. At the same time, in a corner where Gunai couldn't see, he could feel at least 2 other extraordinaries watching him. The adventurer's pub was a chaotic place with many people coming and going. There was no lack of adventurers who had learned some incantations, extraordinary skills, or obtained extraordinary professions and thought that they were extraordinary. They robbed and even stole things. Not to mention, this was one of the entrances to the black market. Naturally, the strength of the guards would not be too weak. "I'm here to attend the black market gathering." Gunai's voice was hoarse. That way the old bartender pointed at the stone door on the side. Gunai walked over. Old Cohen had brought Gunai to the black market before, so he was familiar with the place. He came to the stone door and pushed it hard. The stone door slowly opened. A dark, slanted stone staircase appeared in front of Gunai. Gunai moved his feet and nimbly entered. After a hidden passage and a turn, Gun found himself in a spacious underground hall. It looked like the hall of a huge underground castle. At this moment, the hall was brightly lit, and there were many extraordinary people coming and going. Gunai scanned the hundreds of people. "There are quite a few people," Gunai mumbled. These extraordinaries were either wearing cloaks with black mist covering their faces or masks. No one in the entire black market revealed their true faces. At the edge of the hall, there were a few stalls. Most of these stalls were selling some things, and a few were buying. However, the items that these stalls sold or purchased were not valuable. Instead, they were not expensive but prohibited items that were hard to buy outside. After all, the truly valuable items had to be taken out to be auctioned at the exchange. That way, the price would be even higher. Gun walked around the place and spent £200. He bought a few materials and a few spell scrolls before he stopped. He quietly sat down on a chair in the hall and looked at the time. At 1:42 in the afternoon. There were still 18 minutes to go before the exchange meeting started at 2 o'clock. While he was waiting, Gunai began to take stock of the items he was selling. He had a green leaf bracelet, a magic copper dagger, and a batch of water from the Spring of Life. Gunai had come to the black market to sell the water of life. A few days ago, he'd been able to produce a large bowl of water of life, just enough for himself. And these few days, as the tree of life grew rapidly, the big bowl capacity of the fountain of life had begun to move closer to the huge bowl. The bowl's capacity was more than enough for Gunai to drink, and there was even a little surplus. At the same time, Gunai also knew that as time passed, the huge bowl of the fountain of life would definitely become a basin, or even a big basin, and then a real fountain. Gunai definitely didn't need that much. And the human world was lacking the water of the Spring of Life. It was necessary for Gun to sell some of the water. And NBSP, after all, the blood-eared elves had monopolized the water of the Spring of Life, causing its price to be extremely high. Gunai naturally wanted a piece of the cake. In any case, no one in the black market could find out the true source of the Spring of Life. But one thing was for sure, the selling of the water of the Spring of Life must have been done by a blood-eared elf. After all, in the entire Oya continent, only the blood-eared elves' twisted secret plane had the water of the Spring of Life. The continuous sale of the water of the Spring of Life would allow Gunai to make a fortune. It could also satisfy the human world's need for the water of the Spring of Life to a certain extent. It would also make the blood-eared elves more strict in their investigation of their internal affairs, and there might even be a trend of finding out who was the traitor, causing more internal strife among themselves. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone, why not? Time passed by and soon, the black market exchange was about to begin at 2 o'clock. As the 2 o'clock bell rang, the many extraordinary humans who had been setting up their stalls and looking around all came to the various seats in the exchange hall and sat down. Gunai saw that there were about 150 people. I wonder how many alien races and members of the evil cult are there. Gunai thought. Everyone. An exceptionally loud voice suddenly resounded throughout the entire hall. The crowd quieted down and looked at the high platform in the hall. The middle-aged man wearing the blood lion mask had appeared on the platform. Let's cut to the chase. Today's exchange will officially begin. The man who had hosted the black market's transcendent social gathering many times was also familiar with this and went straight to the point. First, we'll be auctioning a batch of excellent transcendent treasures. The first treasure is the heart of the Wolf King. As he spoke, a treasure chest with a blood red and green glow appeared on the counter in front of the man. On the chest, there were also a large number of life runes as well as an energy seal. The life box is made from a transcendent ancient plant that contains a large amount of life force. It can lock the extraordinary activity of an active extraordinary organ and give it a certain amount of nourishment. Gunai looked at the chest, and a lot of information about it appeared in his mind. This is the heart of a transcendent rank 3 Wolf King. Its transcendent activity is very strong. Don't miss this opportunity for a battle-type superhuman. The Wolf King's heart can be used as the main heart after the transplant. The heart can completely increase the size of the body, improve the physique, strengthen defense, blood circulation, and even increase the blood density. After all, this is the heart of a king. There are many benefits to it. The starting price is 1,000 gold pounds, and each bid must be no less than 100 gold pounds. 1,100 gold pounds. 1,200 gold pounds. 1,300 gold pounds. This was Gunai's bid. 1,500 gold pounds. Gunai's bid was instantly suppressed. This rank 3 Wolf King's heart was undoubtedly a very good extraordinary treasure. Even Gunai was tempted. Nowadays, transcendent organ transplant surgeries were quite well developed. In addition, supernatural beings had very strong life forces to begin with, so it was actually very easy to add and fuse an organ. Once fused, this Wolf King's heart with extremely strong extraordinary characteristics would greatly increase the strength of an extraordinary. Of course, it was not without its drawbacks. If the extraordinary characteristic of the Wolf King's heart had a greater impact with its own extraordinary characteristic, then a certain amount of wear and tear in the extraordinary characteristic was inevitable. However, before the fusion, the catalyst had to come into contact with the Wolf King's heart to test the compatibility of the extraordinary characteristics of the two. At this time, the strength of the extraordinary talent was reflected. The higher the transcendent talent, the higher the compatibility, and less wear and tear. The weaker the talent, the lower the compatibility, and the more wear and tear. Compatibility was one of the many aspects of an extraordinary talent. Without a doubt, Gunai's extraordinary talent was quite outstanding. But no matter what, a king's heart was still very useful. That was why there were so many extraordinaries bidding. Chapter 84 The Red Giant Spider's Spider Crystal. Soon, the heart of the Wolf King was sold for the high price of 2,400 pounds. He got a 2-meter-tall man in heavy armor. He should be a battle-type supernatural being. Soon, the maid carried the wooden box containing the Wolf King's heart and completed the transaction with the battle-type extraordinary. Then, another extraordinary treasure appeared on the platform in front of the man wearing the blood lion mask. This is a mystical item. The blood lion masked man's voice was unusually deep and high-pitched. Everyone perked up when they heard this. Mystical items. That's rare. This mystical item is called the Clumsy and Nimble Bracelet. It's an ordinary-looking blood-colored bracelet. Its functions are as follows. When you wear this bracelet on your left hand will become stiff, numb, clumsy, and extremely inaccurate. It will even be difficult for you to pick up a glass of water from the table and drink it. And when you wear this bracelet on your right hand will become unbelievably dexterous. Speed, reaction, flexibility, and strength will all be greatly improved. This will increase the lethality of your right hand. Remember, this bracelet has a certain degree of life. When you don't pay attention to it, such as when you're sleeping or chatting with a good friend, when your attention is not on it at all, the bracelet will make you take it off and put it on from your right hand to your left hand. This action will not be within the range of your perception. When you suddenly realize it, you will realize that the bracelet is already on your left hand. According to our preliminary test results, if you wear it on your left hand for a long time, it will automatically run to your right hand. This bracelet is to balance the time of wearing the left and right hands. Moreover, the greater the time difference between wearing it on the left and right hand, the stronger its activity that is inclined towards adjusting balance. Everyone was thinking about the effects of this mystical item. This was a weapon that was very suitable for right-handed daggers and other weapons for fighters and shadowers. This was what everyone felt. During a battle, will this bracelet suddenly force the user to switch hands? Someone suddenly asked. I won't, the man with the blood lion mask answered. As long as you maintain the balance of the time you wear it on your left and right hands, you don't have to change it even when you're sleeping. When everyone heard this, they also understood. If one wore it normally, this mystical item might cause some trouble in life, but it could provide extraordinary combat power in battle. The starting price is 1,500 gold pounds. Each bid must be increased by at least 100 gold pounds. As the man with the blood lion mask finished speaking. 1,600 gold pounds. 1,700 gold pounds. The price continued to rise. Clearly, such a mystical item was of extraordinary value to a shadow assassin. A moment later, the clumsy and nimble bracelet was sold for £2,800. The Blood Lion masked man continued to sell the other transcendent treasures. And NBSP, however, the transcendent treasures at the back were clearly not as expensive as the first two. Most of the starting prices were around 500 to 600 gold pounds. The transaction price was also around 1,000 gold pounds. After auctioning off a total of 12 to 13 transcendent treasures, a wooden box made of dragon blood was lifted up by the lift. Everyone, the next item is something that the law incantation masters should not miss. The man in the Blood Lion mask chuckled. This Kazaya is a batch of red giant spiders' spider crystals. Its specific use is to expand the capacity of the origin pool. Place it in the origin pool. As it is washed, the origin pool can expand rapidly in a short time. This strength comes from a total of 6 red giant spider crystals. In total, it can open up more than 600 units of origin pool capacity. Of course, if you are in a state of concentrated cultivation during the process of digesting this red giant spider crystal, then the expansion capacity will be even larger. It is not impossible to reach 700 units of source power. When he saw the 6 red giant spider crystals, Gunai couldn't help but feel restless. Gunai's origin pool capacity was only 180 units, and adding the origin power reserves in his body, it was only 250 or 6. When Gunai advanced to rank 2, his capacity would be limited by the number of basic or even intermediate spells he could use. Once he got this batch of red giant spider crystals, his source power would soar to 1000 units. The amount of origin power was more than enough for Gunai to use. At the very least, he didn't have to worry about using up his source power. It's just, Gunai looked around. It's rare to see a treasure like the red giant spider crystal that can increase the upper limit of the origin pool. I don't have any stock in the Pioneer Guild. This time, it appeared in the black market. I'm afraid the competition is very intense. The starting price is 1,000 gold pounds, and each bid must be no less than 100 gold pounds. The masked man's voice fell. 1,100 gold pounds. 1,200 gold pounds. 1,500 gold pounds. The price continued to rise. 2,000 gold pounds. Suddenly, a female voice sounded. Just as he was about to make a bid, he saw a female extraordinary with a face completely covered by a robe and a hat. He couldn't see any useful information. 2,100 gold pounds. Gunai calmly bid. 2,200 gold pounds. As soon as Gunai called out his bid, the woman immediately suppressed it. 2,400 gold pounds. Gunai didn't hesitate. 2,500 gold pounds. The woman's voice was unusually clear. Oh! A smile appeared on Gun's face. 2,500 gold pounds was already quite a high price. 2,800 gold pounds. Gunai's voice was hoarse and slow, as if he didn't care about the high price. This was true for Gunai. He had to get this batch of red giant spider crystals. Once this item was missed, it would be difficult to obtain it for a long time. At that moment, Gunai felt the woman in the black mist looking at him. Gunai sat still. Is there a higher price than 2,800 pounds? The voice of the man with the Blood Lion mask reverberated throughout the entire area. No one answered. Deal, he said. The man with the Blood Lion mask didn't dawdle and made the final decision. Following the deal. Soon, a maid with a beautiful figure, wearing a dance costume, brought the wooden box containing the red giant spider crystal to Gun. After paying 2,800 gold pounds, the red giant spider crystal was in his hands. After a quick inspection, Gunai placed the entire box into his system inventory. At the same time, Gunai quietly took out a red giant spider crystal. Then, Gunai threw the red giant spider's crystal into the origin pool. It was best to put the red giant spider crystal into the origin pool during cultivation. Gunai was currently using the Sibana origin pool. It allowed Gunai to cultivate at a high speed in the origin pool at all times. The red giant spider's spider crystal was thrown into the origin pool. Gunai immediately felt his body expand. This speed was more than 100 times faster than before. This effect is amazing, Gunai couldn't help but sigh. It's really powerful. I'll be able to digest all the red giant spider's spider crystals in about 2 to 3 days. By then, the capacity of my origin pool will be close to 1000. If I digest it well, I might be able to break 1000. Chapter 85 Water of the Spring of Life. In the following time, the man with the blood lion mask began to auction off one extraordinary treasure after another. Some were rare extraordinary professions. Some were expensive and universal defensive equipment. Some were rare and extraordinary skills. Of course, there were some prohibited items, such as the runic scale of a demonic creature. Even though it was sealed, everyone could still feel the evil aura it emitted. If they were outside, the Transcendent Association would definitely investigate. But here, they were openly placed on the table for everyone to bid for. During this time, Gunai also made a small bid, but he didn't get anything good. Gunai wasn't in a hurry. He patiently waited. When the blood lion masked man's auction was about to end, finally, there was something that Gunai was interested in. This is an intermediate level spellbook. It is suitable for all spellcasters. Of course, if it were an ordinary intermediate magic spell, there would be no need to auction it here. This is an extremely special strengthening type intermediate level incantation. It's called the Demonic Blade Curse. Incantations of law have 9 syllables, and their source power consumption is 2. Because it's an enhanced type incantation of law, its power is more than 50% stronger than other incantations of the same rank. This is already very close to a high-level incantation of law, and this kind of incantation of law is quite rare. More importantly, the magic blade formed by the magic blade curse will become faster and faster as the level of the spell increases. When it reaches level 3, the trajectory of the magic blade curse will almost completely disappear. In addition to its extremely fast speed, you can basically understand it as others being unable to capture the trajectory of the magic blade curse. An almost invisible trajectory. That's the strangeness of the demonic blade curse. A powerful attack and a very well hidden trajectory? Gunai was startled for a moment, but then he laughed. It's indeed a pretty good intermediate spell. The man in the blood lion mask continued. This is a storage scroll for a single catalyst. You can only receive the catalyst once. The starting price is 600 gold coins, and each bid must be no less than 100 pounds. A mid-level incantation. It's not easy to master it to level 3. Indeed. Even if I cultivate hard, I will need 2 to 3 years or even longer. Although it is a strengthening type incantation, it is very difficult to train it to the 3rd level. Before this, it was only slightly more powerful than an ordinary intermediate spell. The main point is that as an intermediate spell, its syllables are slightly higher. At this moment, many law incantations were secretly cast. The average medium-grade magic incantation or catalyst would only be accepted for 200 gold pounds. An ordinary high-level incantation only cost 500 gold pounds. This intermediate spell was rather special, but the price of 600 gold pounds was indeed rather dissuading. This also resulted in no one bidding for a while. 700 gold pounds. At that moment, the cloaked woman who had competed with Gunai for the spider crystal raised her hand. During this time, the black cloaked woman had won quite a few good items. There's still someone who wants to snatch this spell from me. Gunai frowned. 800 gold pounds. Gunai also raised his hand. After 800 pounds, no one wanted to compete for it for a while. 800 gold pounds for a spell like this was clearly a very high price. It was clear that the woman was only trying, and had no intention of competing with Gunai. Deal. After confirming that no one was bidding, the order was closed. A moment later, the maid brought the demonic blade curse to Gunai. After paying the gold pounds, the demonic blade and strange curse were in his hands. The demon blade curse was a scroll. Gunai didn't use any catalyst to receive it. He used his origin power to feel it, and he could feel that it was just as the man in the blood lion mask had said. It was a very powerful intermediate spell. The magic blade curse was then placed into the system's storage space. After I level up, it won't be a problem for me to form the 8th and 9th secret crossing runes. At that time, the magic blade curse can be cast instantly. In a head-on battle, this kind of spell is very powerful when it's used to attack. With the end of the strange spell, 2 more extraordinary treasures were auctioned. The man in the blood lion mask looked around the audience and spoke as loudly as ever. Today's item exchange has ended. Next, it's time for everyone to exchange information and treasures. According to the rules, everyone who goes up to the stage, sells, or makes a purchase must pay a fee of 50 gold pounds. With that, the man with the blood lion mask walked down the platform. At this moment, the crowd below immediately started discussing spiritedly, and many people perked up. This was because everyone knew that the most important part of this exchange had arrived. The price of 50 gold pounds wasn't considered expensive, but it wasn't cheap either. Those who really needed it would naturally not care. However, the 50 gold pounds could dispel the thoughts of those insignificant extraordinary individuals. The crowd below the stage began to discuss. The entire exchange venue was in an uproar. Gunai waited for a dozen seconds, but no one got up. No one went up, then I won't be polite. Gunai immediately stood up. As soon as Gunai stood up, many people looked over. He walked up to the maid and paid 50 pounds before walking up the platform. Many extraordinaries below gathered their gazes. Of course, there were still a few extraordinaires who were whispering among themselves. They didn't seem to care about Gunai's performance. A green leaf storage bracelet, internal storage space of 1 cubic meter, 1,000 gold pounds. First come, first served. Gunai's voice was hoarse. In the black market, Gunai had even changed his body shape. Naturally, he could not let others hear his voice. There was always a market for rare-grade storage equipment, and Gunai's asking price wasn't high. More importantly, there was no storage equipment for auction today. I'm taking it. As soon as Gunai finished speaking, someone raised their hand. Sure, Gunai nodded. A servant girl came over and took Gunai's green storage bracelet away to carry out the transaction. Gunai still had 2 green bracelets, but they'd be better sold separately. Otherwise, they'd be worthless. A pair of enchanted bronze daggers, handmade, and they contain a strong aura of life. Gunai said in a hoarse voice. As he spoke, Gunai took out a black wooden box. As soon as he opened it, the rich life aura inside bloomed gently. Although it was useless to say that the daggers had life aura, this pair of daggers was special. 1,200 gold pounds, first come, first served. Friend, may I ask where you got this dagger? As soon as Gunai finished speaking, another voice sounded. The voice was quite aggressive. Gunai looked over and saw a tall and slender man in a black robe. He also wore a mask that hid his true appearance. However, from the shape of the figure, Gun could guess that it was an elf, or even a blood-eared elf. Gun's figure was a copy of the blood-eared elf. Since he was going to sell the water of the spring of life later, he had to put on a full show and make the other party suspect that he was a blood-eared elf. The other party's tone was not friendly, so Gunai would not be polite. Hee, I'm here. Is there someone who doesn't follow the rules? Gunai chuckled, then looked at the man in the blood lion mask. The man with the blood lion mask also stood up, not showing the slightest bit of politeness. Friend, if you want to buy, then buy. If you don't want to buy, then don't buy. Please don't ask so many irrelevant questions. This is the first warning. If you do it again, Ying Luo, please leave. One could imagine the power behind this black market. which could be established in the entire Sug ruined city. It wasn't something that these foreign races could break so easily. "I'll buy it," the tall man who seemed to be a blood-eared elf said in a low voice. Gunai's mouth curved into a smile. "What, you still want to follow the traces left on this dagger to find me? I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." After the blood-eared elf finished his trade, Gun looked at the man in the blood lion mask. "The next item I'm going to sell is quite expensive. I'd like to auction it off." "No problem. However, you can only bid for one item." The man with the blood lion mask. He then looked around. "Next, I'm going to sell 500 ml of water from the Spring of Life." Gunai's voice wasn't loud, but it resounded throughout the area. For a moment, everyone was stunned. Gun clearly saw the blood-eared elf man's body tremble and almost stand up. If they were not in the black market, the other party would have definitely rushed up, removed his mask to see his true appearance, and then killed him. It was a pity that this was the black market. Even if that guy was a powerful blood-ear elf, he had to watch obediently and not dare to make any unusual moves. Otherwise, they would be the ones to die. Chapter 86 Bidding. In the huge underground hall. After a moment of silence, a dense discussion suddenly emerged. "Tisk tisk 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 tisk. It's actually something as good as the water of the Spring of Life. It seems that this fellow is undoubtedly a blood-eared elf. That goes without saying. I reckon that the fellow who threatened him just now is most likely an elf. The black market has encountered a traitor of its own race. No wonder that elf's tone was so cold. I heard that the blood-eared elves have been strictly controlling the water of the Spring of Life from flowing into the human world. Hee hee, I'm afraid that this time, the fight for such a large bottle of water of the Spring of Life will be extremely exciting." Indeed. The sounds of discussion rose and fell. Gun could feel the murderous intent from the blood-eared elf and the people around him. These blood-eared elves had most likely thought of him as a traitor to their race. Seeing him auction off their holy water, they all wanted to kill Gunai. Unfortunately, the water of the Spring of Life in Gunai's hands didn't belong to their race. The man with the blood lion mask stood up again as if he had sensed the killing intent. "With all the extraordinary masters here, if anyone breaks the rules here, I don't need to say what will happen." The voice of the man with the blood lion mask was not loud, but it was full of deterrence. A transcendent master expert was not just any ordinary expert. It was a powerful existence that had almost detached itself from the life form of flesh and blood. Gunai was also on guard. No one knew if the blood-eared elves would go crazy and charge at them. Gunai whispered as he remained on guard. 500 ml of water from the Spring of Life for 2,000 gold pounds. Each increment must not be less than 100 gold pounds. 3,000 gold pounds. As soon as Gunai finished speaking, someone called out a bid of 1,000 gold pounds. "What?" Gunai couldn't help but look over. Did Ying Ying meet a noble capitalist? In the history of the empire in the Oya continent, nobles were often the kind of existence that had power, authority, and territory. The wealth of the nobles depended on the taxes collected from the territory. In essence, the scope of the wealth plundered by the nobles was not too large, and the wealth was not as rich as one would imagine. But big capitalists were completely different. The extraordinary steam industry roared. Some of the nobles with deep foresight saw the powerful characteristics of the extraordinary steam engine and began to promote these roaring beasts. In the decades that followed, the roaring steam train entered the depths of the extraordinary wasteland, bringing back a large amount of black iron, magic copper, mithril, and magic gold ore. Huge steam-powered excavators had dug out a large number of ancient ruins. The humans had an unprecedented large-scale acquisition of ancient extraordinary information. The steampunk steel ship broke through the waves and fog, opening a sea route in the deep sea. They hunted deep-sea fish, opened up extraordinary sequence resources, and established trade lines with a large number of foreign races. This brought astronomical wealth to those big capitalists. Those nobles were only defending their own territories when they were young. The nobles and capitalists had already reorganized the Congress and occupied important seats in it. At the same time, they used the Congress to monopolize many resources and channels. For example, state-owned banks, steel mines, steam trains, steam wheels, large-scale steel factories, and so on. It was said that there were currently 4 Grand Dukes in the country. Not only was he the leader of a dukedom, but he was also the one who had the authority in the Yulan Empire's parliament. At the same time, he was one of the top nobles and capitalists of this era. With the interests of these big capitalists were the marquises and earls of various sizes. These existences could all be called noble capitalists. These noble capitalists were much more powerful and rich than those nobles who had defended their territory. When a noble buys something, they might have to consider it. As for the noble capitalists, they didn't care about the changes in the middle of the string of numbers in their bank accounts. That was why Gugni thought that the mysterious man who had increased the price by £1,000 was probably a noble capitalist. 3,100 gold pounds in the face of the mysterious person's bid, the powerhouse of the blood-eared elves clearly didn't want to see their spring of life fall into the hands of another race. He would rather spend a huge sum of money to buy this spring of life back. This powerful blood-eared elf had obviously underestimated the power of capitalists. 4,000 gold pounds. A few mysterious people who were dressed in similar clothes and were covered in black robes bid again. From the trend of increasing the price, one could see how arrogant he was. 4,100 gold pounds. The powerhouse from the blood-eared elf clan glanced at the mysterious black-robed man not far away and said in a deep voice, 5,000 gold pounds. As this price was raised, many people's gazes gathered over. Some of the extraordinaires who had insider information knew the price of 500 milliliters of water of the spring of life. It should be between 3,000 to 4,000 gold pounds. But the problem was that you might not be able to buy it, and there were not many of them. The price had easily risen to 5,000 gold pounds. Clearly, this mysterious person was not only rich, but also determined to obtain the water of the spring of life. 5,100 gold pounds. The blood-eared elven powerhouse said through gritted teeth. 6,000 gold pounds. The mysterious man's tone was calm and without any fluctuations. 6,100 gold pounds. The blood-eared elf powerhouse's breathing began to quicken. Even he could not afford such a price. 7,000 gold pounds. The mysterious man bid again without a care. The powerhouse from the blood-eared elf race wanted to bid again, but someone beside him pulled him back. Their identities had been exposed. If they were to forcefully bid, and the other party deliberately raised the price to trick them, they would suffer a huge loss. In the black market, no one dared to do anything like unsold. In the outside world, people would only be criticized for not being able to buy a good item. However, in the black market, people would lose their lives. Even though he was furious, the powerhouse from the blood-eared elf clan suppressed his anger. He knew that he could not act on impulse when dealing with a traitor like this. 7,000 gold pounds. Gunai hadn't expected such a high price. Gun estimated that 4 to 5,000 gold pounds would be the maximum. This blood-eared elf really knows how to raise the price. Gunai thought. I'd be even happier if you could go higher. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one else was bidding, Gunai gave a concise reply. 7,000 gold coins, sold. Very quickly, 500 milliliters of water from the spring of life was delivered to the mysterious man in 5 bottles. After a brief inspection, the mysterious man paid a total of 7,000 gold pounds in paper notes. Gunai didn't wait any longer after the auction. He left the platform and began to count his earnings. He had accumulated 9,200 gold pounds, most of which were in paper notes, with a small number of gold pounds in coins. What a bountiful harvest! Keeping the 9,200 pounds, Gun sighed in his heart. The things that should be bought had been bought, and the things that should be sold had been sold. With the blood-eared elf watching him like a tiger watching its prey, there was no need for Gun to stay in the Black City any longer. Gunai turned around and walked toward the exit. When he reached the hidden entrance, he glanced at the blood-eared elves. The blood-eared elves didn't dare to follow. The black market had its own rules. When leaving, each of them had to take a different hidden passage, and the time had to be staggered. They had already been warned once before. If they still dared to follow them and break the rules, they would probably have to pay the price with their lives. Chapter 87 Gold Coins Plan. After leaving the black market, he took off his mask in a small alley. Gunai quietly entered the bustling street. 10 minutes later, Gunai reappeared on the street next door. His body had returned to normal. After making sure no one was following him, Gunai stopped a carriage. Half an hour later, Gun followed the secret passage and returned to the secret room in Deep Duke Castle. During this entire process, no one knew that Gunai had gone out. It was even more impossible for the blood-eared elves to track down Gunai. In the silent secret room, each of the 4 night luminescent pearls in the 4 corners were much brighter than the one Gunai had found in his secret room on Old Stone Street. The 4 of them added together gave the secret room a comfortable and gentle glow. He sat cross-legged on the meditation seat. It seems like I don't have to go to the next black market gathering if I don't have enough power to protect myself. The blood-eared elves will definitely use some methods to track me. Although they might not be able to track me down, it's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, Zhen. Gunai chuckled. I've obtained enough items and earned enough gold pounds from the black market this time. I won't have to worry about money for a while. After his mind sank, Gunai began to count his gains from the black market exchange. The first was the red giant spider's spider crystal. This batch of transcendent treasures was like charcoal in the snow to Gunai. His 256 points of source power had soared to around 1000. With such a large leap, Gunai didn't need to worry about his source power running out. Moreover, Gunai didn't need to worry about the pressure of the origin pool on his body. With Gunai's current physical strength, an origin pool with over 1000 capacity was more than enough. With a flip of his hand, Gun took out the magic scroll containing the curse of the magic blade. After a moment of silence, Gunai started to cast a spell and began to receive the catalyst. In a few seconds, the catalyst was completely accepted. As the scroll was passed down, the scroll's material quickly cracked and turned into fragments. After carefully examining the spell, Gunai nodded. As expected of an enhanced intermediate spell, the 800 gold rank spells were well spent. The consumption of source power is not high, and it is extremely powerful. After the upgrade, the hiding effect is also a powerful weapon. It can become one of my main battle spells in the future. Opening the system, Gun had already thought of a replacement for the curse of the magic blade. Gunai had replaced the puppet thread. It wasn't that the puppet secret thread wasn't important, but compared to the other books, the puppet secret thread's importance was secondary. The soul stabilizing ring was one of the spells Gunai would need in the future. When the soul stabilizing spell reached a high enough level, like rank 3, Gunai could cast it and cover an area of 10 meters. If there were multiple enemies within the coverage area, the soul-setting divine ring spell would spread out on its own and lock onto everyone. If there was only one person, it would only lock onto one. And as his level continued to increase, when he reached level 5 or 6, the soul-anchoring divine ring spell easily covered a radius of 20 to 30 meters. The range of this positioning was already quite exaggerated. At the same time, this level 5 or 6 soul-stabilizing divine ring spell could already be considered a powerful magnet. All Gunai had to do was cast a spell along with the soul-stabilizing ring. Under the guidance of the soul-stabilizing divine ring spell, the spell was more accurate than a missile. This was especially true for highly flexible incantations like the Magic Blade Curse, which could nimbly track the enemy and give them a crazy attack. A Law Magus did not have the same AoE damage as an Elementalist. Then Gunai would use this sniping ability to the extreme. Moreover, Gun only needed to learn 1 or 2 wide-range incantations, which had a range that was no smaller than an elementalist's. And Gun already had a plan to learn an area of effects spell. He replaced the puppet secret thread in the 4th slot with demonic blade's strange curse. After a while, the experience points that floated up were 8. 8 experience points. This seems to be the standard value of a mid-grade transcendent manual. Gunai thought. He entered the black market. Gunai had £6,000. The purchase of the red giant spider's spider crystal cost 2,800 gold pounds. 800 gold pounds for the purchase of the curse of the magical blade. Sell 1 green leaf bracelet for 1,000 gold pounds. Selling a pair of enchanted bronze daggers for 1,200 gold pounds. 500 ml of water of the spring of life was sold for 7,000 pounds. In terms of gold pounds, Gunai had increased instead of decreasing. It had reached 11,600. 11,600 gold pounds. This was a huge sum of money for Gunai. Gunai already had plans for this huge sum of money. The sky gradually darkened. Whew. The cold wind emerged again. The bare branches in the courtyard made a whew sound in the cold wind. Gunai walked out of the secret room and looked up at the northern sky through the glass window. In the dark, Gunai could still see a lot of information. It's a rare sunny day, the snow will continue. Knowing that the snow in the north sealed off the mountains, Gunai didn't have to worry too much. That George guy has been really busy these days. Gunai smiled as he thought about it. The last time, several places were blown up. One of them was the sealed place of the guards. It was said that several sealed artifacts with life force had escaped from it. The only good news was that these sealed artifacts didn't carry any transcendent memes, nor did they have the ability to cause mass destruction. It was just that these sealed artifacts with life and intelligence were somewhat cunning. This period of time had given the guards on duty a headache. When George passed by Shenzhou Castle, he paid a visit and gave Gun a lot of inside information. When they arrived at the main hall, the maidservants were busy preparing dinner. "Where is Sir Fries?" Gun stopped a maid and asked. "At the top of the main castle. Take some people to clean up the attic. It seems that a piece of glass on the top floor of the main castle is broken, and there's a lot of snow. Go and inform Sir Fraser, tell him that I have something to discuss with him." "Yes, Lord Gunai." The maidservant quickly left. 20 minutes later, Gugni and the other pharmacists had already started to eat. Only then did the butler, Fraser, come over. He was dressed in a long winter robe, which was clean and tidy. It was obvious that he had changed his clothes before coming over. "Let's sit down and have a meal together, I have something to discuss with you," Gunai said as he swallowed the fat but not greasy roast goose. If it was a noble's castle, especially those who followed noble etiquette, the butler obviously couldn't just eat at the main table. And here, Gun was only the master of the castle in name. And this butler, Fraser, wasn't just a simple butler. After expressing his gratitude, the maidservant brought out plates, knives, forks, spoons, and other utensils for the butler. As a castle, there were expert-level pharmacologists like Gerdhe. Moreover, there were more than a dozen noble pharmacists from various major forces here. The daily food and beverage expenses were not small. Of course, the wealth and profits created by Gun's high-level precious potions were even greater. After dinner, the noble pharmacists entered the underground alchemy room one after another. Gunai had taught them many things. At the same time, they were also given a lot of work. And these pharmacists were undoubtedly full of passion and interest in pharmaceutics. They were quite aware of the work Gunai had arranged for them. The maidservants began to clear the table. In the resting hall on the side, the fire in the fireplace was burning fiercely. Gunai, on the other hand, was making coffee. The butler, Fraser, was sitting across from Gun, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace. He watched Gun's unfamiliar movements with a faint smile on his face. A moment later, the low-temperature coffee pot began to boil the tea on low heat. Gunai also let out a sigh of relief. "I've embarrassed myself." Gunai laughed, trying to ease the awkwardness. "Sir Gun, what do you need from me?" Fraser said softly. Chapter 88 Mithril and Devil Gold. "I need to buy a powerful magic staff." Gunai didn't beat around the bush and explained. Fraser was a senior member of the Pioneer Group. Naturally, he knew about the powerful equipment in the Pioneer Group. Gunai, on the other hand, knew nothing about the powerful equipment in the Pioneer Group. Therefore, when Gun wanted to buy powerful equipment, he had to consult Fraser. A magic staff for a mage, it would be best if it was secret silver rank. Although I'd rather buy a magic gold staff, I'm afraid I can't control it with my current strength. Then, is there any other requirement for Ying Ying's magic staff? After some slight consideration, Fraser asked. There is. Gunai explained. Its shape and size are similar to my staff. As he spoke, Gunai took out the silver feather. Some of the staves are like maces. It's said that when source power is exhausted, they can be used as a melee weapon to smash the enemy's head. I don't need this type. What I need is this kind of small and convenient staff. Understood. I only need 2 types of runes in this staff, the secret crossing rune and the amplification rune. I'll use the secret crossing rune as the main rune. No need to accelerate to conform to the ensemble runes. The speed rune is a rune that a law incantation master needs. Are you sure you don't need it? Fraser's expression changed. Yes, no need. Gunai nodded. When he reached the 2nd rank, Gunai could form around 9 secret crossing runes. Intermediate spells could be cast instantly. Naturally, Gunai didn't need a speed rune to speed up. As for the ensemble rune, if one borrowed the staff to gather 10 ensemble runes and condense a CO soul. In that case, even though soul immersion would speed up the staff's ability to absorb magic and activate the staff's extraordinary characteristics, it would still be very effective. But the staff would slow down one's cultivation, and when he changed the staff in the future, his soul would be slightly damaged. To an ordinary extraordinary, it was already very rare to get a secret silver staff. The powerful characteristics of a secret silver staff were enough to cover up these small details. Gun, on the other hand, had a choice, so he didn't have to accommodate the staff. Secret crossing rune, amplification rune. Fraser repeated and nodded, taking note of it. At the same time, I also need a hauberk, Gunai continued. Chain mail, this time, Fraser couldn't help but look over in confusion. It's also a secret silver ranked item. Yes, I am, Gunai nodded. It's best to add a little devil gold. This way, the defensive power will be stronger, and the price won't be too expensive. Are you sure you want the chainmail made of devil gold? This time, Fraser could not sit still. Yes, I am. Do you know how heavy a chainmail made of devil gold is? Fraser said with a frown. About 150 jin. Gunai replied. Mithril had a density of 15.8 grams per cubic centimeter. Its density was twice that of steel, and its toughness was 30 times that of steel. Furthermore, after being forged through alchemy and matched with magic gold, its density, strength, toughness, and extraordinary characteristics would increase by a lot. As a result, a suit of chainmail made of magic gold would weigh about 150 pounds, which was equivalent to carrying a person on one's back. Those fighters didn't really care. Even heavier tank armor could be worn by fighters with strong physical bodies. But the problem was that Gunai was a law incantation master. The constitution, strength, and endurance of a law magus were even worse than those of the shadow element. The shadow element was all leather armor. As for the mages, they chose to use robes and cloaks, which did not have strong defensive abilities, but could more effectively make themselves more compatible with source power. Gunai was wearing the heavy mithril and devil gold chainmail on his body. It was hard for ordinary people to understand. After a moment of silence, Fraser slowly opened his mouth. Even if you can withstand such a heavy weight, you can rely on the hauberk's protection. But the problem is that the enemy can also attack your neck and head. In addition, in the transcendent world, there are some strange methods, such as mem, curse, soul attack, and even rune techniques. Neither of them can be defended against by chainmail. I know all of this. When it came to the issue of self-defense, Gun had considered it more thoroughly than Fraser. Gunai had to consider every aspect and every possibility. He even had to think about how to deal with any problems that appeared. Right now, what I need the most is a chainmail with strong defensive properties, Gunai said. Hearing Gun's words, Fraser didn't try to stop him. He had learned from Nigel that this extremely talented gunny was very special. Since he had instructions, he would just do as he was told. A secret silver staff. It uses the secret crossing rune as the main rune, with the amplification rune as the secondary rune. It doesn't need any other runes. Secret silver chainmail, defense-oriented. Fraser repeated Gun's request. What's your budget, Ran? Whether it was a secret silver ranked staff or a secret silver ranked hauberk. In addition to the regular mithril, there was also a certain amount of magic gold and other rare materials used to forge mithril and magic gold, which was a mid-stage rare equipment. It all depended on Gunai's budget. With a high budget, the equipment would be more inclined to the powerful mithril and magic gold level. With a low budget, it could only be ordinary mithril equipment. Even if he had a lower budget, he could only buy equipment made of magic copper mithril. The budget is about 10,000 gold pounds. If you encounter a better staff with a higher price, it's not a problem to add a little more money. With a budget of 10,000 gold pounds, it shouldn't be a problem to buy a high-quality mithril or devil gold staff and chainmail armor. Fraser nodded slightly. Such a large budget was already quite sufficient. At the same time, Gunai said after a moment of silence. Please help me find out more about the Great Thunder Flame Curse and the Little Thunder Flame Curse. The Major and Minor Thunder Flame Curses. Fraser raised his eyebrows. All right, I'll keep an eye out for you. The Thunder Flame Curse was a strange spell that would occasionally appear in the Transcendent Association. It was an unusual attack-type spell. The Little Thunder Flame spell was an intermediate spell. It would explode after it hit its target. Its power was terrifying and it would numb the muscles and nerves. The Great Thunder Flame spell was a low-rank secret engrave level spell. When it hit its target, it would explode. The explosion was 10 times more powerful than the Little Thunder Flame spell. The effect of the powerful electric current could set an extraordinary on fire in an instant. A powerful secret engrave level law incantation was no joke. The 3 levels of law incantations, beginner, intermediate, and advanced, were all different. The other transcendent professions could still resist the spells of a law incantation master by relying on their physical bodies and some defensive transcendent skills. However, once it reached the level of engravings, that wasn't a problem that could be solved by resistance. If they touched, they would die. At this time, the spellcasters and other types of extraordinaries would have a greater gap in destructive power and power. And it grew bigger and bigger. The extraordinary humans of the other extraordinary sequences would definitely not be able to resist the spells of the spellcasters. When fighting against spellcasters, they could only win by getting rid of the spellcasters themselves. This was the time to test a spellcaster's survival ability. As of now, Gunai's level was still very low, and he had many powerful life-saving methods that he couldn't master. The only thing he could do now was to directly attack the level to increase his survival ability. As Gunai's level and strength increased, he would learn more about those powerful life-saving techniques. Chapter 89: A Unique Perspective. Gunai's Private Alchemy Room. Gunai carefully took out the Nightmare Fragment, Soul Spit Grass, Solidified Nightmare Dragon Blood, Eye of the Mysterious Soul, and the fingernail-sized Soul Crystal from the Water of Life. Then, Gunai took out the comparison data he'd recorded and began to compare them. After 5 to 6 minutes of comparison, Gunai nodded. It's about the same as what I predicted. Apart from the soul saliva grass, which has about 5% of its soluble property, the other extraordinary properties of the extraordinary materials are almost completely insoluble in the water of life. As for the soul saliva grass's special property, when it was mixed with the pure origin power spring water, only 2% of it dissolved, the rest remained the same. It's not that it doesn't melt. Gunai carefully examined the flask he had used to soak the fragment of nightmare. However, the dissolving ratio is very low, not even 0.1%. It's negligible. If you really want to obtain the extraordinary characteristic by soaking it in the water of the spring of life, that would require a very long time to soak it thoroughly. And this time will be measured in months, or even years. And in the end, the ratio might not be very high. It's possible to soak for a year before 1% of the transcendent characteristic fuses with the water of the spring of life. As expected, Gunai sighed. Even with the water of the spring of life, the difficulty of extracting the extraordinary characteristic is still very high. The extraction of the extraordinary characteristic was the first obstacle in refining the engraving potion. At present, no one had many good methods to extract the extraordinary characteristics from extraordinary herbs. Extract the extraordinary characteristics from extraordinary materials. This was the first challenge Gunai had to overcome. Gunai already had an idea of what to do with this first obstacle. The other expert-level pharmacists didn't have enough spring water of life to do their experiments, so they could only use pure spring water of origin power for their experiments. The difference between the spring water of life and the spring water of pure origin power was simply on another level. This caused the progress of the experiment to be very slow. But Gunai was different. During this period of time, as the fountain of life had already expanded into a big bowl and was starting to expand into a basin, it had accumulated a lot of energy. Gunai had already collected a large amount of water from the spring of life for his experiments. More importantly, thanks to Gunai's level 7 bone essence medicine curse, he had a unique perspective on extraordinary medicinal properties. Gunai had seen some of the secrets of the extraordinary characteristics. Using this aspect that others couldn't see, Gunai had a different way of thinking than others. Nowadays, the mainstream method in the pharmaceutical academic community was the high-pressure heating extraction method. When the extraordinary material was placed in water and heated, some of the extraordinary characteristics would be mixed into the water vapor. After that, it was condensed into a mixture with the extraordinary characteristic. He then purified the mixture. He then carried out precise proportions of mixing. The last step was to use runes, heat, or magic circles to activate it and obtain the potion. This was the only way to obtain the engraving potion in the current academic community of extraordinary potions. At the same time, this high-temperature extraction method was also the idea of the previous high-grade precious potion. Nowadays, Gun used this high-temperature extraction method to make high-grade potions every day. It could be seen from this. The engraving potion and the high-tier precious potion were of the same lineage. High-grade precious potions required extraordinary medicinal properties, which were relatively easy to extract. As for the signet potion, not only did it require extraordinary medicinal properties, it also required a deeper level of extraordinary characteristics. The difficulty of extracting the extraordinary characteristic was quite high. In order to extract the extraordinary characteristics, Gun had heard that some pharmaceutics laboratories had already started building extraction boilers with super high temperatures and pressure. They wanted to use super high pressure and high temperature to force the extraordinary characteristics into the pure origin power spring water. But Gunai didn't approve of this method. The reason was that Gunai had used the rank 7 bone essence medicine secret curse to discover some special secrets about extraordinary characteristics. The high temperature and high pressure had a very good effect on the extraction of extraordinary medicinal properties. However, high temperature and high pressure did not have a good effect on the extraction of extraordinary characteristics. Gun had also experimented by using a sealed crucible to heat these herbs that contained extraordinary properties at high temperatures and high pressure. The general conclusion was that even if the high temperature and high pressure were multiplied, the extraction ratio of the extraordinary characteristics would only increase by a little. But Gunai didn't deny this path. After all, Gun didn't know if extraordinary characteristics would change under extreme temperatures and pressure. But Gunai had a better idea. The level 7 spell of Bone Essence Medicine allowed Gunai to see the extraordinary properties of extraordinary materials. At the same time, Gunai was able to observe a deeper area. That was the active level of the extraordinary characteristic. To be able to see extraordinary characteristics was already a rare thing for those expert and master pharmacists, and they even needed the help of tools. And beyond that, Gunai could only see a part of the extraordinary characteristics, but not as clearly. To them, that was a realm that they could not reach at all. In the beginning, Gunai didn't think it was strange. He also did not realize the key to the activity of a transcendent characteristic. That was until Gunai's tree of life began to produce water from the spring of life. Gun saw that the water of the spring of life in the pond and the water he had collected were very different. Gunai realized that he had grasped the key to the problem. Today, it was time to test if this research project was in line with Gun's conjecture. If he succeeded, then, the extraction of the extraordinary characteristic would no longer be a problem. With a flip of his hand, Gunai took out a large bottle of water from the spring of life. It was about the size of a Sprite bottle, about 1000 milliliters in total. As he sipped the water of the spring of life, Gunai tried to organize his thoughts. Extraordinary characteristics. They have many unique personalities. One of them is the activity of the supernatural characteristics. For now, this characteristic is called supernatural activation phenomenon. The extraordinary activation phenomenon is when the material is in an active state, the extraordinary characteristic will be in an active state. For example, when this nightmare fragment is in the body of a nightmare creature, its extraordinary activity is quite active. When the nightmare creatures were killed, some extraordinary people would use special collection methods to collect these nightmare fragments, and the extraordinary characteristics would settle down. Another example is the transcendent soul saliva grass. Before it's collected, its transcendent characteristics are still in an active state. After it's collected, its transcendent characteristics have settled down. Initial question: if I give life to the fragments of nightmare and soul saliva grass, will their extraordinary characteristics become active as well? By then, Gunai had finished 500 milliliters of the 1000 milliliters in one go. Gunai was so full that he couldn't drink any more. After a short rest, Gunai gritted his teeth and continued drinking. By the time he'd finished the last drop, the water was already in his throat. He was afraid that if he moved, it would spill out. After a minute, the water of the spring of life was being digested. Gunai felt his body warm up. The water of the spring of life isn't just water. In essence, it's a liquid that contains the extraordinary characteristics of life. From the point of view that long-term drinking can strengthen the body, improve the physique, and increase the upper limit of life. The water of the spring of life can be seen as a type of engraving potion. It's just that it's a naturally produced engraving potion. I can't help but admire the work of nature. At this moment, the dense life energy around Gunai started to disperse. Gunai had drunk so much that his body couldn't absorb it, so it was normal for it to dissipate. At the same time, what Gunai needed was the dissipation of this life force. He held the 150-year-old soul saliva grass in his hand. Gunai began to construct the life passage. Using runes to create a specific transmission channel was easy for Gun, who had walked the path of rune analysis. A few seconds later, a finger-sized vein connected to the soul saliva grass in Gunai's palm. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After a deep breath, Gunai directed the life force from his body to the soul saliva grass. "It's time to witness a miracle," Gunai said. Chapter 90 Historical Moment. As a large amount of life force entered the soul saliva grass through the life passage, the soul saliva grass's body suddenly changed. Gunai was worried that the soul grass wouldn't absorb it. But Gunai was overthinking. The moment the soul saliva grass came into contact with this extremely dense and lively life force, it immediately reacted. He immediately began to absorb it quickly. In Gun's field of vision, the activity of his extraordinary characteristic was increasing at a visible rate. However, it was not enough to just become active. Gunai needed these extraordinary characteristics to be very active, super active. It was even possible to let the life characteristics be abundant enough to squeeze out the extraordinary characteristics from the materials and let them escape. Gun poured more life force into the bottle as he took out a new bottle filled with water from the spring of life. Then, using the life passage as a rope, he placed the entire soul saliva grass into the spring of life. And then, within Gunai's field of vision, Gunai could see a small amount of the soul saliva grass's extraordinary medicinal properties. Under the stimulation of the life force, the extraordinary properties began to spread. The extraordinary characteristics that were spreading were all absorbed by the water of the spring of life. At the same time, when the active extraordinary properties entered the water of the spring of life, they quickly lost their power and settled in the water. "It's done." Seeing this, Gunai's breath began to tremble. He had made a breakthrough at the most crucial step. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After taking a deep breath, Gunai quickly calmed himself down, allowing himself to enter a state of calmness. Gunai continued to pour his life force into the spring of life, allowing the extraordinary properties of the soul grass to fuse with it. About 2 to 3 minutes later, the soul saliva grass's extraordinary characteristics seemed to have reached a threshold. It should be that the life force from the spring of life has washed its activity to its limit, Gunai thought. Gunai immediately cut off the life passage. He then picked up the fragment of a rank 6 nightmare. "I wonder if this biological extraordinary material can also be washed by the life force. In theory, nightmare creatures can also drink the water of the spring of life. I remember that semi-soul creatures can also drink it. There are records in history." Gunai constructed the life passage and began to pour the life force into it. It was just as Gunai had expected. This nightmare fragment could also be washed out with extraordinary characteristics by the life force. However, this ratio was clearly much lower than the soul saliva grass. In less than a minute, it had reached the threshold. The life force from the spring of life was growing stronger and stronger, and it was still rising. After clearing the nightmare fragment, Gunai continued to clear the other materials. It was the solidified blood of a rank 6 nightmare dragon. The eye of the secret soul that was born from the transcendent plant. And the natural resource, soul crystals. Gunai tried all of them. Except for the mineral crystals, soul crystals, which were not washed by the life force. The other 4 materials could be washed. When Gunai finished his test, the life force in his body seemed to have reached its peak. And Gunai had drunk so much that he would be able to maintain his peak condition for a while. Gunai's body glowed faintly, a result of the excessive life force. Fortunately, there were quite a lot of these materials, with 5 or 6 portions of each. Gunai quickly took out the other materials and began to wash them one by one. It would be a waste to not use such a large bottle of water of the spring of life. About half an hour later, after all the materials that could be washed had been washed, his life force was still dissipating, but it was already at its end. Rubbing his belly, Gunai heaved a sigh of relief. He drank more than 10,000 gold pounds in one go. However, it's worth it. Looking at the bottles of water from the spring of life with different concentrations and different extraordinary properties, Gun's mouth curved into a brilliant smile. He took out bottles of different types of water from the spring of life and began to record them. Rank 6 nightmare fragments, 16.8%. Soul Saliva Grass around 150 years old, 28.3%. Type 6 Nightmare Dragon's Blood, solid 22.4%. Eye of the Secret Soul that was around 150 years old, 18.6%. 150-year-old Soul Crystals, 0%. Note, when 200 ml of water from the Spring of Life is used, the dissolving ratio will fluctuate depending on the degree of washing for the same material. Gunai had directly excluded the Soul Crystal. This Soul Crystal can't be fused with the water of the Spring of Life. It can be absorbed and can slightly improve the strength of the soul. This thing is also extremely expensive after all. It's a transcendent treasure. Anything that's effective for transcendence is not cheap. Stroking the egg-sized soul crystal in his hand, Gunai thought to himself. The most important step of the extraordinary characteristics extraction has been completed. Now, the next step is to mix it. The mixture of several extraordinary characteristics. What's the ratio of the different extraordinary characteristics and what's the appropriate concentration? What kind of temperature to mix it under and what kind of activation method to obtain the best absorption ratio of the extraordinary characteristic requires a lot of experiments to explore. At the same time, I also need white mice to test the effects of the drug. Sometimes, a seemingly good potion will obliterate a lot of one's extraordinary characteristics after one gulp. One's extraordinary profession, which was originally a 3-star, would directly become a 2-star. It's a huge loss. It's also possible that after eating it, there will be a strange reaction and the stomach will corrode. It's also possible that extraordinary characteristics breed barbarically, such as the nightmare extraordinary characteristic that causes the mutation of life. Or, the soul saliva grass will cause grass to grow all over your body and root under your feet. Of course, there might be good things too. For example, the nightmare dragon's extraordinary dragon bloodline will appear. His body has started to become tougher, and his muscles are covered with scales, greatly increasing his defense. These soul-type materials can activate the soul transcendence characteristic. After drinking it, the soul transcendence characteristic will begin to increase. At the same time, it can also increase the strength and volume of the soul. Of course, this is the most ideal situation. A large number of experiments are necessary. But overall, I'm already a big step ahead of the others. Furthermore, by borrowing my ability to see the activity level of extraordinary activity at a deep level, when I mix them, I'll be able to know under what circumstances the extraordinary characteristics will react with each other. I'll steadily experiment. I'll get closer and closer to the engraving potion. Gunai said softly. However, these materials are definitely not enough. We still need to follow up on the rest of the materials. Then, Gunai slightly twisted his neck. Caw 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 caw, a series of crisp sounds. Start working. Gun was busy working on the alchemy lab table. 3 hours later, Gunai finished the first round of experiments. He had concocted 9 different types of signet potions with different ratios. In theory, these potions were indeed rune potions. However, the medicinal effect unknown. Next up was the silver-armored rat experimental stage. Kaka ha 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 ha. Using runes, Gun opened the door to his private lab. Inside the large potion and alchemy room, many young pharmacists were busy processing the materials. Chapter 91 Potion Master. During this period of time, he had been carefully observing and learning how to process medicinal ingredients, as well as Gunai's occasional guidance. These young pharmacists, who were obviously quite talented, had already begun to master the handling of various medicinal materials. Of course, the entire process was done in accordance with Gunai's standards. They couldn't see the extraordinary medicinal properties, let alone the extraordinary characteristics of the medicinal herbs. It could only be processed with strict standards and then get a semi-finished product that met the standard. These semi-finished products saved Gun a lot of time and effort when he was making high-grade potions. He only needed 1 to 2 hours of mixing to produce nearly 100 bottles a day. After entering the secret alchemy room, Gun looked around and saw Leona, who was wearing a white potion robe and a protective mask. Originally, they didn't have the habit of wearing face armor. Until one time, an unlucky female pharmacist exploded when she was handling the temperature of the crucible and furnace. Her face was almost disfigured. Everyone obediently put on their face armor. Fortunately, the extraordinary had strong recovery abilities, and Gunai had given her a few bottles of high-grade blood essence potions in time to restore her appearance. However, no one knew if the psychological damage caused to him had recovered. Leona, Gunai said. Leona, who was heating and condensing a semi-finished liquid, quickly ran over after taking a look. Grandmaster Gunai, Leona said respectfully as she approached Gun. Everyone in the Podiwunnering community called him master. They all knew that Gunai had already started his research on the engraving potion. For an expert pharmacist like Gunai, who could easily make large amounts of high-level medicine with secret engravings and had a terrifyingly high success rate, he was a genius. Becoming a potion master was just a matter of a bottle of engraving potion. Go and get 10 silver-armored rats, Gunai said. Silver-armored rat. Leona's heart trembled when she heard that. Don't tell me he's. The silver-armored rat was a type of rat that had a certain amount of extraordinary bloodline. It had a gentle temperament and a relatively fast reproduction rate. In this transcendent world, its status was almost the same as the white mice in his previous life, and they were both experimental subjects. When Guinevere told Leona to take the silver-shelled rats, the others heard him. Suddenly, everyone couldn't help but look at Gunai. In fact, many of them started to get excited. In today's extraordinary academic community, as long as one could research and formulate the engraving potion, that would make him a master pharmacist. Of course, those that were concocted according to other people's methods did not count. The difference between an expert pharmacist and a master pharmacist was only a bottle of engraving potion. During this time, everyone recognized Gunai's amazing attainments in potions and his keen sense of the extraordinary characteristics of potions. They all believed that Gunai would become a great herbalist. He just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly. When Leona led the others to get the silver-shelled rats, Gun spoke up. I'm done with my work. Come over for a moment. We're going to conduct an experiment on a batch of mystical rune potions today. Bring your notebooks and make notes. Everyone's hearts trembled at Gunai's words. As expected, Master Gunai had already developed the engraving potion. In fact, many of them had various thoughts in their minds. Gun would report his research to the Pioneer Alliance and sign a confidentiality agreement. The potion would belong to the Pioneer Alliance, and Gun wouldn't be allowed to disclose the formula. But the problem was that Gunai couldn't disclose the method to the public. However, Gunai could make his own medicine. As long as Gugni didn't sell the potions openly, the Pioneer Alliance wouldn't care. If they could open this channel with Gunai, they would have another direct way to obtain the engraving potion. This was something that couldn't be measured with money. While the nobles were busy thinking, Leona had already brought back 10 silver-armored rats with her 3 pharmacists. Each silver-armored rat was kept in a black iron transcendent alloy cage. An ordinary iron cage wouldn't be able to keep the silver-armored rat. The silver-armored rats had some extraordinary characteristics. They would use things as hard as steel to grind their teeth. Only a black iron alloy cage with a certain transcendent characteristic could hold them. In a laboratory on the side of the potions and alchemy chamber. This place was designed to be used for experiments on the engraving potion. It had not been used in the past, but from today onwards, it would begin to show its effect. He placed the first silver-shelled rat into the safety glass box. Everyone became cautious. The experiment was about to begin. No one knew what kind of abnormal situation would occur. Some people had even quietly put on energy shields. After placing it properly, Gun opened the bottle labeled number 1 and poured it into the glass safety box. The signet potion flowed directly into the sink inside the transcendent black iron alloy cage. The silver-armored rat immediately turned around and lay down beside the sink, quickly licking its food. The extraordinary properties of the signet potion took effect much faster than Gunai had expected. In less than a minute, this silver-shelled rat started to make squeaking sounds and became a little restless. Then, in Gun's field of vision, the extraordinary characteristic bloomed. Green grass began to grow on the head of the silver-armored rat. Immediately after, grass began to grow all over his body. On his back, his sides, his abdomen, his legs, and even his eyes, the grass quickly bloomed. The green thatch grew to the size of a finger at a visible rate. The little silver-armored rat stopped struggling and lay motionless in the transcendent black iron alloy cage. It had already lost its life. And that strange blood-stained thatch was unusually vigorous. The soul saliva grass and eye of the soul, these two extraordinary plants, clearly have very strong extraordinary characteristics. They have broken the balance of the potion. Gunai made a rough conclusion. The people who saw this scene from behind looked at each other. They had never seen such a terrifying extraordinary potion before. After drinking it, their bodies would be pierced by the grass and they would die miserably. Just looking at it made them shiver. Extraordinary characteristics and extraordinary medicinal properties are different. Gunai's voice was transmitted. The reason why we humans are able to master the power of extraordinaries is ultimately because we accommodate extraordinary characteristics and form an extraordinary system. You all know the incompatibility between different extraordinary characteristics. The lightest is obliteration. The heaviest is mutation, loss of control, and even death. In the entire transcendent world, disharmony is the norm, while harmony is extremely rare. This engraving potion is the most profound thing to enhance our extraordinary characteristics. It's our foundation that's being changed. It's only natural that all sorts of deep abnormalities will appear. Not to mention this kind of situation where grass grows all over the body, even an explosion is a normal phenomenon. As he spoke, Gunai poured the rune potion number 2 into the second box. Then, as Gunai watched, the second silver-shelled rat that drank the rune potion quickly shed its hair and its body started to swell like a balloon. Immediately after, pang! The entire silver-armored rat exploded into a bloody mess, covering the entire safety glass box. Gunai, hee. Everyone, hee. Chapter 92 The Return of Viaduct. Half an hour later, as the ninth silver-armored rat convulsed, its transcendent characteristics were clearly worn away rapidly. Gunai finished his 9-drug experiment. This time, the experiment of the 9 types of potions had been completely annihilated. Gunai had originally thought that if there was a slightly more normal rat, he would be able to let the 10th rat drink some as well. The result was good, all 9 died. This thing worked faster than poison. A very successful experiment. It has successfully taught me 9 wrong paths. Gunai wasn't too discouraged, and he quickly adjusted his mentality. Leona, cultivate more silver-shelled rats during this period of time. We'll need more for the experiment. Gunai ordered. Yes, Master. Gunai understood. Leona replied respectfully. Gunai nodded and left. As for the cleaning work, it would naturally be done by these apprentices. In fact, Gun wouldn't even need to conduct the experiments himself when he came up with new potions of secret engravings in the future. He could just hand them over to Leona or Ericus and let them record the situation. Of course, he would wait until the rune potion had its initial effect. For more detailed data, it would definitely require the corresponding biological laboratory to carry out more rigorous experiments. After Gulai left, the laboratory was in an uproar. Everyone's face was filled with excitement. They began to communicate with each other in an unusually excited manner. Master Gunai has already made so many potions of secret engravings. Yet, I didn't expect so many of them to appear at once. It looks like Master Gunai has skipped the stage of extracting extraordinary characteristics. This is the most crucial step. I heard that many potion masters find it difficult to make progress in this area. I've also heard that the extraction of extraordinary characteristics is extremely difficult. Since you've already made this breakthrough, the more experiments you do, the more useful the potion of secret engravings will be. Indeed. The engraving potion is the crown of the pinnacle of pharmaceutics. If we can take it, we'll definitely become legendary figures in history. At that moment, everyone was in a heated discussion. Even in the entire Yuan Empire, the number of great herbalists could be counted on 2 hands. Although they had a feeling that Gunai would become a master pharmacist, they were not afraid of him. But when Gugni became a real potion master, they finally realized what was going on. Not only was Gugni a potion master, but he was also making history. And they were following the great potions master, Gunai, to make history. When they returned to their families in the future, this would be an extremely precious fortune for them. What's more, they had already learned a lot from Gunai. Outside the window, it was snowing heavily again, and it had not stopped for several days. After a busy day, Gugni was enjoying the warm fireplace in the hall and the rich coffee. Hoo. As he sipped his coffee, he thought about his recent success. The research on the rune potion had entered a steady process. Every day, a batch of silver-armored rats would be killed or injured, but at the same time, a batch of them would be kept. The results of the surviving silver-armored rats were also not satisfactory. It was either that the extraordinary characteristics were obliterated, that there was a mutation, or that 2 different extraordinary characteristics were fighting each other, causing the silver-shelled rat to live for a day or 2 before it died of exhaustion. Gunai was very calm. Compared to the steady progress of the engraving potions experiment, the other 2 were still in a good state. Gunai's own cultivation had also improved a lot. The first was the origin pool. As the red giant spider's spider crystal was completely digested, Gunai's origin pool easily broke through the 1000 mark, which gave him an abundance of origin power. It was already at the 3rd level of the Sebana origin pool, and Gunai could increase the capacity of the pool by more than 3 times every day. In the future, Gunai's origin pool would only become more and more abundant. Soul. His soul strength had long reached the standard of rank 2, and had even far exceeded it. The amount of soul he was releasing was also increasing. Of course, this was not the main point. The main point was, Gunai could feel that the opening of his blood pool had finally begun to move. Cultivating the blood pool codex to open up a blood pool was an extremely difficult thing to do. This was much more difficult than opening up the origin pool. Generally speaking, only a level 3 transcendent could open a blood pool. But Gun focused on the blood pool. With the help of the powerful characteristics of the hack system, the blood pool was able to open up so quickly. After opening up the blood pool, Gunai would awaken a blood cursemancer's extraordinary talent. As for what it was, Gunai didn't know. During the awakening, the stronger the strength of the blood itself, the stronger the extraordinary characteristics, and the stronger the naturally awakened blood curse. At the same time, after opening the blood pool, Gunai would have a very powerful blood shield that came with the pool itself. Gunai knew he would have the blood shield. That was why Gunai wasn't in a hurry to learn other spells like Source Shield. Blood Shield and Gun's magic shield necklace were more than enough to protect him. Of course, if he encountered a more powerful shield spell in the future, he would definitely practice it. After all, no one would complain about their strong defense. In a few days, when my blood pool is opened, I can try to advance to Transcendent Rank 2. However, after creating the blood pool, the problem of this powerful fresh blood has become a tricky one. After all, my blood curse mancer isn't like the blood clan. They're not picky and can accept any kind of fresh blood. What I need is very powerful, high-quality blood with high extraordinary characteristics. Gunai thought lazily as he looked at the snow outside the window. You're quite carefree, Ying. A voice came from behind Gunai. The voice was familiar. Gunai turned around. What he saw was Vivian, who was wearing a blue robe and cloak. There were some snowflakes on her clothes, and it was obvious that she had just come in from outside. Her devil dog was also in her hand. "You're back." When he saw it was Vera, Gunny stood up with a smile. Vilya poured herself a cup of coffee and sat down on a single-seater sofa that was closest to the stove. "How is it?" After Vilya took a few sips of her coffee, Gun asked. Gunai knew that this time, Weya had gone out to track down Hailuo and her family. Now that he had returned, naturally, he most likely had some results. "Thanks to the information you provided, our investigation was very fast. However, Hailuo's father is more cunning than we thought. He escaped very quickly. Fortunately, the tracking experts in our pioneer group are not weak. After nearly a week of investigation, we finally found them in a small city in the south near the ceasefire line of the war. Join forces with the guards there. They've successfully captured them. Of course, in the process of capturing, fighting is inevitable. 5 of them died, and 3 were captured. The 5 dead were believers who sacrificed their flesh and blood to the human-faced flower emperor and implanted their flowers. Among the 3 people we captured, there was Hailuo, her father, and a middle-level member of the human-face flower cult. They've already brought them back?" Gunai asked. "According to past rules, after a detailed interrogation and investigation, we will directly get rid of the 3 of them. Then, we will communicate with their spirits and find out their roots. However, due to some of your requests, we only killed the middle-level member of the human face flower cult, leaving Hailuo and her father behind. Unfortunately, when we were on the train, Hailuo's father seemed to have used some kind of forbidden spell to teleport Hailuo away from the train. He had also exhausted all his life force and died. Not even his soul remained. In other words, Hailuo has escaped." Gunai was shocked. "Isn't this the ending you wanted to see?" Wei Ya's eyes narrowed as she stared at Gunai. "It's not as complicated as you think," Gunai sighed. "We didn't kill Hailuo directly. Even when Hailuo begged for mercy, we didn't kill his father." Vilya leaned back on the sofa again and continued to speak softly. "If it wasn't for your request, they would have all died. There's no way that Hailuo will be able to escape. So, you don't owe that girl anything," said Vilya softly. "I know what you mean." After a moment of silence, Gunai nodded. Chapter 93 The Earthquake. Hoo. With a light breath, Gunai said, trying to ease the tension in his heart. The battle between the different powers in the transcendent world was not a game. It was a battle of life and death, a battle of iron and blood. The process would be cruel, cold, and bloody. Classmates and good friends who used to be together might become enemies in the future. If you don't want to face all this, then don't get involved. Since Gunai had already gotten involved, he had to pay the price. And Gunai was able to do it in this era of the Great Tide. He wanted to make himself stronger. He wanted to have more trump cards. He wanted to have a greater right to speak. This way, at least he could become the one who made the choice and have the power to choose. He didn't want to follow the orders of others and do things he didn't want to do. Since they were already involved in the tide of the times. Then, he had to stand on the waves and be the top trendsetter of this era. Those who dared to go against him would be crushed to death in the depths of the waves. After finishing the coffee, Vilya poured herself another cup and said softly while holding the coffee. "This time, we've captured Hailuo's men. We've also obtained a lot of important information." As she spoke, she lowered her voice. "We've found some clues about the Church of the Human-Faced Flower. From those clues, we know that the Human-Faced Flower Queen Misha didn't leave the Sug ruins. She's still here." Gun trembled slightly, and the coffee in his hand rippled. "Very good," he said. Gunai nodded. "We'll be carrying out a series of operations. As for the results, we can only know after the operation is over. Of course, this information is top secret and must not be spread." Yes, I understand. Gunai slightly nodded. How could Vaya tell me such important news? She must have known that I've started a large-scale experiment on the engraving potion. Gunai thought. On the second day after Gun finished his 9-bottle experiment, he received a telegram. The housekeeper, Froz, personally came to him. The telegram was sent by a senior member of the pioneer group. The letter stated that Gunai could request any of the rare materials he needed. At the same time, the mithril magic gold staff and mithril magic gold chainmail that Gunai needed would be the best. Since the pioneer group's higher UPS had said so, Gunai didn't hold back. Gunai had brought a certain amount of each material. After all, Gun didn't know which materials could be used to create a potion that was suitable for humans. Gunai said after some thought. If you capture or kill the human-faced Flower King, I hope to get in touch with it. Oh. Wei looked at Gunai, not understanding what he meant. I hope to touch this human-faced Flower King and then I will remember the taste of its blood. If we meet again in the future, it'll be easier to distinguish. Gunai explained. That's not a problem. I just don't know if we can capture the human-faced Flower King. After all, it's very powerful. I will definitely inform you if I catch him. N. Gunai nodded. It's already late. I'll inform the kitchen to prepare more food. You can have dinner here today. Gunai said. Yes, Vaya nodded and did not refuse. As night fell, the candles in the hall bloomed, illuminating the entire hall as if it was daytime. Everyone began to eat at the long dining table. The dinner was very sumptuous. There was Florence steak, minced cabbage meat, veal sausage, pastries made of codfish from the sea, deep-sea seaweed soup, and wild extraordinary goose caught on the deserted island. The humans in this world pursued food as much as the Chinese. If it was in the past, Gunai would have definitely controlled his appetite for such a large amount of meat. Eating a large amount of meat would cause one's body to become fat, which would then lead to various diseases. And in this transcendent world, as an extraordinary, he had a high demand for food, especially meat. The more he ate, the more his body would digest, and it would make his body stronger. Gunai had a deep understanding of this. The more he ate, the more Gunai felt like he was in the middle of the night. The slight movement of his stomach would supply a large amount of meat energy to his entire body, increasing the density of his body. His body would slowly strengthen in the middle of the night. If he had an empty stomach, the growth rate would not increase at night. Because of this, almost every extraordinary ate 4 to 5 times more than an ordinary person, and even more. Even if it was a slimmer and not tall Vera, the amount of food she ate at the table was quite amazing. As they ate, Vaya told Gun about many interesting news and recent events. For example, on the plateau of the Western Wilderness, the Demon Snake clan and the Centaur clan were at war again. On the other hand, the Barbarian Bull tribe had gained more benefits and land from the war, and built more Barbarian Bull castles. For example, in the depths of the extraordinary ocean in the east, there was a large number of meteorites falling. Many extraordinary individuals had begun to venture deep into the ocean to find those falling meteorites. Meteorites that could fall from the starry sky were at least on the level of devil gold. Some magic metals even had enough extraordinary characteristics to undergo a transformation, forming rare legendary metals. Another example was the steel ship of the northern continent and the extraordinary magic ship of a pirate king at sea. Transcendent magic ships had enough bizarreness, and at the same time, transcendent magic ships had the ability to dive in the deep sea and travel under the surface of the sea. The sailors on the demonic ship all had the ability to breathe in the deep sea and could dive into the deep sea with the demonic ship. However, the steel cannons of the steel ships made of extraordinary metal clearly had more terrifying destructive power. Moreover, the official extraordinary origin ability submarine also had the corresponding ability to dive in the deep sea. The transcendent magic ships of the pirates had a great advantage in robbing merchant ships. If they were to clash with the officials, it was obvious that the extraordinary magic ships of the pirates would be the ones at a disadvantage. Gunai wasn't the only one who was interested in the story. Everyone else was listening. After all, he was the frontline combat member of the pioneer group. The information that Vera knew was far more than anyone else's, and it was much more real. Demon ship, meteorite, mermaid, deep-sea banshee, strange fog, thunder island, island cannibals, deep-sea giant beasts. The ocean is really magnificent, Gunai exclaimed. I wonder if we'll discover a new world. Gunai also pondered in his heart. Now, this extraordinary world was in the era of geographical discovery with the rise of steam machinery. No one could be sure if there was a new world, or more than one or two. In fact, whether this world was a sphere or not was still open to question. From the rune algorithm, Gun was able to derive the framework of the world system and come to a general conclusion. That was, the real world of this world might not necessarily be a sphere. It was a combination of the real world and the shadow world, as well as the many layers of the shadow world. This could completely form a complete internal and external circulation system. The shadow world and the real world were perfectly projected in opposition to each other. In that case, the hemisphere in the inner volume was the most reasonable framework in the real world in the academic community. This was even more perfect than a sphere, and even more stable. The framework of the plane theory is perfectly in line with the extraordinary rune algorithm. Is this world really just a plane floating above the sea of the world? Gunai mused. In the era of the great geographical discovery, not only did they gain an understanding of the depths of the ocean, but they also gained an understanding of the entire world. While Gunai was thinking, suddenly, Gunai raised his head. At the same time, Vaya also raised her head. Immediately after, everyone who was eating raised their heads, then looked around in confusion. At this time, the source power was in a state of chaos and disorder, as if countless water droplets suddenly jumped up on a calm surface of water. This was extremely unusual. Weng, 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 weng. The ground began to tremble slightly. The castle also began to shake slightly. The plates, utensils, knives, forks, and other things on the table also jumped lightly, making a messy sound. In the shaking, candles kept falling, causing some timid girls to scream. It's an earthquake. Gunai was the first to react. Fortunately, the earthquake was not strong and did not last long. After about 10 seconds, it gradually weakened. About half a minute later, the slight trembling completely disappeared. In everyone's perception, the origin power also gradually returned to silence. Hoo-hoo! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. The short earthquake caused some decorations to fall down, and a few vases were already broken. The carpet not far away was set ablaze by the fallen candle. An ice-type spellcaster cast an area of effect ice elemental spell, and the flames were quickly extinguished. Even though the earthquake was not that intense. But the meaning behind this was no small matter. I'm afraid. What would happen to the Sug-ruined city? At this moment, everyone was silent. They could all feel something. Gunai opened his system and looked at the Miracle Adventure page. Whenever there was any movement, or when they arrived at a new place, or when they were free, Gunai would always open the system and glance at the miracle page. This had become a habit of his. Gunai's body froze. Fortunately, everyone was still in a state of panic after the earthquake, so they didn't pay much attention to Gunai. He saw that the miracle page, which was usually blank, had a new miracle this time. Chapter 94 Indescribable Flesh and Blood. Late at night, in a secret room. On the meditation seat, Gunai sat down cross-legged and opened his hack system to check the miracle page. Fortuitous encounter, indescribable flesh and blood. Adventure content: upon reaching a designated location, you can obtain indescribable, terrifying flesh and blood. Note: Eyes must be closed throughout the operation. Do not stare at it. The indescribable flesh and blood must be collected in the system space. After looking at the strange encounter and thinking about it, Gunai fell into deep thought. This indescribable flesh and blood was a very peculiar fortuitous encounter. The system had given him instructions that he had to be careful in both the process and the method. From its name, it could be seen that it had obviously touched on some powerful curse mim and other mystical powers. Of course, even though it was dangerous, there was no doubt that there would be no problem if he followed the system. However, Gunai was thinking about whether he could use his reincarnation to gain resistance to those unknown existences. After all, according to the system's information, there was a piece of flesh there, not some strange existence. The worst result would be death. Using reincarnation, Gunai could withstand this death, and after gaining resistance, Gunai could gain more. He could make use of the system's abilities to touch those terrifying and mysterious existences. This was what Gunai had to do. Of course, the details would have to be carried out after entering the strange place guided by the system. If he really couldn't resist it, Gunai wouldn't force it. Mysterious existence, indescribable object. Is it about to begin? Gunai, who was sitting on the meditation seat, began to think. The next day, the refining work of high-grade precious potions continued as usual. By noon, Gun had finished making hundreds of high-quality potions. Gun walked down the stone stairs and entered the hall. He was about to take a break for coffee. Leona caught up from behind with the experiment record file in her hand. Master Gun, I recorded the results of your last batch of potion yesterday afternoon. There's been some progress. Oh. Gunai was moved. There's progress. Yes, Leona nodded. After the silver-shelled rat consumed potion number 54, it showed signs of sleepiness. In the morning, I ate a lot more. After careful observation, the original scales on the surface of its body have turned into a matte state, and its strength seems to have increased slightly. From the strengthening of its scales, we can roughly deduce that its physical body should have been strengthened as well. Of course, we still need to conduct further detailed tests. After listening to Leona's explanation and reading all the information in the document, Gun closed the document and pondered for a moment before speaking. In other words, it's possible that the extraordinary physical characteristics of the silver-armored rat, or the extraordinary characteristics of the dragon blood in the medicine, have been activated. Yes, I am. Leona nodded in excitement. This was a breakthrough, so she was naturally very happy. Gunai was also quite surprised. What I wanted was to strengthen the soul-type extraordinary characteristic. I didn't expect to activate the extraordinary characteristic of this dragon's blood. Overall, I've gained something. No, I should say that I've gained a lot. Gunai thought about it for a while, and then realized the great effect of the dragon blood engraving potion, which used the nightmare dragon's blood as the core. Using dragon's blood to strengthen the physical body's extraordinary characteristics might have a wider effect than strengthening the soul's extraordinary characteristics. There were far more battle-type and shadow-type extraordinaries than spellcasting-type extraordinaries. I need to establish a project for potion number 54. The dragon blood potion's ability to strengthen the extraordinary characteristics of the body is also a major discovery. Gunai made up his mind. Then, he looked at Leona. The professional drug experimenters from Transcendent Biology sent by the higher UPS have yet to arrive? When Gunai was developing the potion of secret engravings, he needed to be a pharmaceutics apprentice. When it came to the experimental stage of potions, it was necessary for biology extraordinaries to carry out the corresponding experimental records to cooperate with Gun's progress. However, the pioneer group's higher UPS didn't expect Q-On to produce results so quickly. The extraordinary potion laboratory had yet to be built. Leona replied immediately. We're already sending people over. In order not to disturb your rest and research, a large-scale experimental site has been set up next door. Currently, it is already under construction in the castle next door. The White Castle next door. Gunai was startled. Yes, I am. The pioneer had bought another castle. Gunai was startled at first, but then he nodded. Rich and generous, but I like it. Gunai said. I need to cultivate in seclusion for a few days. You can just process it according to the normal medicinal herbs. I will refine it after I come out. Leona could not help but be stunned. Since there were already results, shouldn't they work harder? The higher UPS were all paying attention to the situation here. However, she didn't dare to say that. After all, no one in the entire castle, or rather, in the entire pharmaceutics community, knew more about the engraving potion than Gunai. Whatever Master Gunai ordered, she would follow. All right, he said. Leona replied. Gunai's closed-door cultivation was naturally to explore the location of the indescribable flesh and blood that the system had pointed out. Perhaps it would be done in one night, or it might take a few days. Gunaidor had a few days to prepare, so there wouldn't be any trouble. In the afternoon. In a cafe on the third floor of the Sug ruins. It was snowing heavily outside. Gunai was enjoying the coffee and the heater. He looked at the gloomy weather and the heavy snow outside, as well as the monastery with a black stone roof in the distance. The black stone-tiled monastery was the destination of Gun's secret trip. That was because that was the entrance to the indescribable flesh. Gunai seemed to have been sitting there for a long time. He shifted his position and his eyes. This time, Gunny's eyes fell on the police department of the Sug ruins across the street. Next to the police station building was a collapsed building. That should be the location of the police department's sealed artifact that was blown up. Gun had read in the newspaper that the Blood Moon Police Department had been attacked, causing the deaths of at least 20 police officers and a dozen civilians. Through his extraordinary channels, Gunai had obtained more information that some of the sealed artifacts in the police department had been stolen, and a small number of them had spread and been lost. Recently, the guards on duty had been tracking down the whereabouts of the sealed artifacts. Those foreign races and infidels are really unscrupulous. When they can kill government officials, they definitely won't show any mercy. Gunai thought. Therefore, when we kill them, we can't be soft-hearted at all. Gunai then checked the time. It was 2 in the afternoon. I've been waiting for more than 10 minutes. If he's here, he should be here soon. If he's not here by the time the coffee is finished, he's probably not here. Gunai thought. Today, Gugni had quietly left the castle through a secret passage. His goal was to go to the miracle site that the system had pointed out. As he walked past the police station, he remembered that George had saved him last time, and he had yet to thank him personally. He gave a paperboy 2 silver royals and asked him to enter the police station to find a senior police officer named George Derrick. He told him that someone was waiting for him at the coffee shop opposite. As Gunai was lost in thought, he heard footsteps behind him. Chapter 95 St. Mary Monastery. I was wondering who it was. So it's you. George Derrick, who was wearing a thick cotton coat and gloves, took off his hat and flicked the snow off it. The snow today is really heavy. George sat down across from Gugni and looked out the window. It's not small indeed. What do you want to drink? It's my treat today. Gunai laughed. Then I won't be polite. Who asked you to be so rich? George didn't hold back. He ordered a fruit salad, a large dessert, and a large cup of coffee. When the food was served, George didn't care about his table manners and immediately started eating. I've been busy the whole morning and haven't had lunch. George said as he ate. Thank you for what you did last time. Gunai said after the man was almost done eating. If you want to thank someone, you should thank yourself for your strong life force. I thought you were dead for sure. Gunai laughed. This blood curse-mancer of his was indeed quite outstanding in terms of survival, not to mention that he was good at hacking. At the same time, he had also consumed a large amount of water from the spring of life. Even if it was a fatal injury, Gunai could recover quickly. However, in general, he didn't die last time, and his soul even underwent a small mutation. This was indeed thanks to George. When they were almost done eating, George picked up the coffee cup and gently knocked on it. Ding, ding. With a crisp sound, the invisible interference barrier reappeared. Did you feel the earthquake yesterday? George looked over with a serious expression. Yes. After the earthquake, I sensed that the two Thanatos had run to the vicinity of the main cave of Incident 9970. Although I didn't get too close, I could clearly sense that they had been there for a long time. George continued. You know about incident number 9970, right? I know. Gunai nodded, but at the same time, he frowned. Did the Thanator run to the vicinity of the cave? As expected, Senior Nigel's guess was right. There is indeed a problem there, and it might be the barbarian saint's target. However, it's not easy to enter that place. The infidels haven't made a move yet. They should be waiting in the dark for an opportunity. Gunai thought to himself. Gun asked George. Reality is only projected into the shadow world, just like how our shadows are only projected on the ground. It's not like we're lying there. So the main body of event 9970 can also be projected into the shadow world. Yes, George nodded. Those terrifying, strange, and unreasonable existences, their power will penetrate into the depths of the world's framework. It's as if the terrifying power in the depths of the framework of some worlds will also dissipate into the real world. George continued. After the earthquake yesterday, we received some information this morning. The infidels seem to have made their move. Combined with the abnormal movements of those Thanatos, it's possible that he's injured. George lowered his voice. They'll be carrying out another operation soon, but I don't know how big it will be. No matter what, you have to be careful during this time. Yes, I know that. After the earthquake, Gunai had been on guard. At this moment, he once again obtained more in-depth information from George. Gunai was naturally more cautious. Half an hour later, George pushed open the door of the coffee shop, looked around, put on his top hat, and walked along the empty street toward the police department of the Sug ruins. A few minutes later, Gun, with his high collar and black top hat lowered, also entered the snow with an umbrella. The Black Rock Monastery wasn't far from here. 10 minutes later, Gugni had reached the vicinity of the Black Stone Tile Monastery. Black Rock Monastery was relatively close to the suburbs and occupied a large area. There were not many passers-by here. From the almost falling sign on the door, Gugni found the real name of the cloister with a black stone roof: St. Mary Monastery. The St. Mary Monastery should have been abandoned. It was completely covered in snow, and there were no signs of people living there. Gun was very satisfied with that. He turned around and found an ordinary cafe, where he asked for a private room. Gun ordered a coffee set and enjoyed his afternoon coffee. He took out a thick book on rune analysis and began to study it. The deeper the analysis and study of runes, the more they understood. Gunyu felt the profoundness and vastness of the rune. As he studied, Gunai's understanding of the world, runes, and incantations of law, rapidly increased. This made him even more interested in rune analysis. Nowadays, Gun would feel uncomfortable if he didn't spend a few hours studying and analyzing runes. Learning could also be addictive. By the time Gunai realized what was going on, it was already night. With the help of the light in the coffee shop, Gunai looked outside. In the dark night, the snow continued to fall. He closed the book and ordered coffee and dinner. Half an hour later, after leaving this ordinary coffee shop, the street was pitch black. The street lights on the side of the road were also out. Fortunately, the dark night was more suitable for Gunai to move around on his own. Gunai looked around and quietly disappeared into the night. In the dark street, Gunai walked very lightly. He left no trace on the snow, and he didn't make the slightest sound. When they arrived at the street outside St. Mary Monastery, Gunai stood quietly in a remote corner, then released his perception to sense the surroundings. During this time, Gunai's soul had improved a lot. Especially in terms of soul capacity, his improvement was quite astonishing. Before, he'd felt the pressure after casting 50 or 60 high-level spells. But now, Gunai wouldn't feel any pressure even if he cast 100 high-level spells. This was the benefit of having a large amount of soul energy. After carefully sensing for a few minutes and making sure no one was following him, Gunai put away his thoughts. Then, Gugni jumped into the 1-meter-thick snow like an assassin and quickly ran toward St. Mary Monastery. Gugni's target was an inconspicuous tower with a tall spire behind the monastery. He came to the edge of the spire of the circular tower. The first thing he saw was a door that was locked with a thick copper lock the size of a palm. If he didn't have any special means, he would have to force his way in, which would create a lot of noise and might be noticed. Fortunately, Gunai had a plan. With a single thought, the high-level spell puppet's secret thread was already displayed. The puppet's secret thread quickly seeped into the palm-sized copper lock. The puppet threads could penetrate into any object for detailed inspection and control. It would not be a problem for him to deal with Stage 2 and Stage 3 extraordinaries. It could be used to open a small copper lock without any problem. A moment later, the puppet silk threads moved. Gunai pulled. Ka. A sound. The lock was opened. Chapter 96. Please close your eyes in danger. As soon as he opened the door of the spire, a rotten smell hit him in the face. It was obvious that this place had been abandoned for a certain number of years. Gunai entered the tower and closed the door. The cold, dark interior of the tower was clearly displayed in Gunai's eyes. It was a round tower about 5 to 6 meters in diameter and 12 to 13 meters in height. A little water seeped into the frozen spiral stone stairs and extended down along the stone wall, forming a lot of icicles. Gunai looked back and forth, then carefully walked down the spiral stone stairs. It didn't take long for Gunai to reach the bottom of the tower. This position. Gunai raised his head and looked up. It should be 7 or 8 meters underground. He looked to the side of the tower. What he saw was a very ordinary stone wall made of stone. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to find anything unusual. However, under the system's vision, there was an empty space behind the stone wall. This stone wall hid a secret door. Placing one hand on the side of the secret door, Gunai began to exert his strength. An ordinary law incantation master would not be able to open the stone door with his own strength. But it wasn't a problem for Gunai. With the explosion of power. Buzz buzz buzz. The dull sound of friction between the stone slabs rang out, and the stone door was pushed open bit by bit. After pushing open a gap of about 30 centimeters, Gunai stopped. Gunai entered the secret cave behind the stone door and squinted his eyes as he looked around. The two sides of the secret cave were still stone walls, and the ground was also paved with stones. It was obvious that someone had built this place on purpose. Furthermore, it must have been built a few years ago. No one knew who had built it. But Gunai knew why the man had built a secret cave here. Because at the end of the secret cave was a transcendent door. Gunai was already standing in front of the extraordinary door. The extraordinary door in front of him had a stone arch frame. It was about 3 meters tall and 1.5 meters wide. The entire extraordinary door was pitch black, and both the door frame and the door itself were covered with runes the size of a finger. He walked up to the door frame and carefully examined the material and runes. After a full 5 to 6 minutes, Gunai slowly retracted his gaze. The material is very ancient, and the style of these runes also proves this. The extraordinary door is so powerful, Gunai frowned. It has at least 5,000 years of history. It should be the work of the ascetics during the era of the theocracy. Did this flesh and blood already exist 5,000 years ago? From the looks of it, it should be impossible to deal with it. In fact, it can't even be removed. In order to prevent it from spreading and causing greater damage, we have no choice but to seal it where it was. Then, Zhen. Is this flesh and blood related to the main cave of the 9970 incident? Gunai clearly remembered. When Senior Nigel told him about this, he said that anyone who entered the main body of cavern 9970 would be strongly rejected by their bodies, causing them to lose their sight, or even their eyeballs to be directly crushed. And this indescribable flesh and blood. The system clearly indicated that he had to close his eyes and not watch. Please close your eyes when it's dangerous. Gunai suppressed his speculations. As for the specific situation, he could just enter and find out. He placed a single hand on the extraordinary door. Gunai followed the system's instructions and began to chant. At the same time, when he finished reciting a total of 12 syllables, Gunai quickly closed his eyes. Because the system's notification was that everything behind the stone door could not be peeked. As for the consequences of peeking, he would only know after he saw it. Kaka ha 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 ha. The extraordinary door slowly opened. A sticky, bloody, and greasy smell mixed with volcanic lava hit him in the face. Gunai tried to use his perception to feel it. At this moment, an indescribable feeling of death was lingering in Gunai's heart. It was as if there was an abyss in front of him, and he would fall into it if he took a step. It was like a giant beast had opened its mouth, waiting for Gunai to take a step forward before it swallowed him and chewed him up. The fear of death made Gunai's body tremble. It was an instinctive fear of danger. Gunai wanted to control himself, but he couldn't. And this fear of life made it extremely difficult for Gunai to take this step. Even if I don't look, I can feel the threat of death from my soul perception alone? Is this the indescribable horror? Gunai's heart trembled with excitement. He opened the system in his mind and followed the system's instructions. The system had clearly marked Gunai's location and route. He just had to close his eyes and follow the system's instructions. The system's guidance was simple, but the actual operation was extremely difficult. After half a minute of silence, Gunai decided to open his eyes and take a look. Gunai's body was struggling to move under this terrifying pressure. The deeper he went, the greater the pressure he would face. If he entered under such high pressure, he would die if anything went wrong. It would be better to watch death first. This way, he could use the reincarnation function to turn the indescribable power that was eroding him into his own talent and resistance. It would be much easier to enter again. Breathing heavily, Gunai took a deep breath as he stood up. Immediately, Gunai suddenly opened his eyes. Gunai had only managed to catch a glimpse of what was happening before he could focus his eyes. Pang! Pang! Gunai's eyes suddenly hurt, and his eyeballs exploded. Blood gushed out of his eye sockets. In that brief glimpse, Gunai had seen a strange, twisted wall of flesh that seemed to carry endless disasters and plagues. Then, Gunai, who had been blinded and plunged into darkness, felt something strange. His blood was starting to go out of control. As a blood curse mancer, Gunai's blood density was now 6 times that of a normal human's. Under the effects of the spring of life, it was extremely active. But now, his transcendent blood was out of control. Then, Gunai felt intense pain all over his body. The pain came and went quickly, ending in a second or two. Then, Gunai felt that something was wrong. He touched his arm and felt a sticky feeling. Blood began to flow out uncontrollably along his skin. Even more frightening was that Gunai couldn't feel any pain at all. At the same time, Paji, Paji, Paji. It was as if something was constantly falling from his body. Gunai touched his face. With one touch, a large piece of flesh was directly gouged off. Then, there was a crash. Gunai's flesh and blood fell off his bones and scattered on the ground. He could even feel his own flesh wriggling in the direction of the wall of flesh that he had just glimpsed through the extraordinary door. My flesh is wriggling. This was Gunai's last consciousness, and he fell to the ground. Chapter 97 The Transformation of Reincarnation. When Gunai regained consciousness, Gun was 5 or 6 meters in the air, slanted down at a 45-degree angle. This was the death perspective. In the center of his vision, Gunai saw his broken self. The parts that were exposed outside the clothes, such as the head and the hands. Gunai could even see the white bones. At this moment, all of Gunai's flesh and blood were gone. His heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, muscles, skin, and an indescribable part of his body were all broken into pieces of flesh and blood. They all wriggled and climbed into the extraordinary door, trying to become part of the wall of flesh that Gunai had just seen. It had only been a glimpse, but Gunai had suffered such a devastating blow. This mysterious and terrifying power was truly terrifying. Following the death's perspective, at the edge of the extraordinary door that had already been opened, Gunai had also seen the tip of the iceberg of the flesh he had glimpsed. It was pitch black, strange flesh that did not have any life. It was like smoked meat that had been air-dried and turned black. It was very dry and very ordinary. At this moment, his own flesh and blood were desperately trying to get close to that flesh and blood, wanting to become a part of it. Gunai watched the scene with interest from the death angle. Gunai concluded. I was still thinking about whether I was in a soul state and whether I would be affected by other soul-type creatures. Now it seems that. Gunai stared at the tip of the iceberg that was revealed by the wall of flesh and blood. I can't even be affected by looking directly at the barrier of flesh and blood. It's obvious that this state of death isn't a soul-type or soul-type state, but a unique state of the system waiting to be resurrected. It won't be affected by any other circumstances. After coming to this conclusion, Gunai let out a sigh of relief. In this transcendent world, if there was no such reincarnation function, Gunai would have to be more careful. It would definitely have to hide and slowly develop, research the engraving potion, and upgrade itself from the normal monster level to the elite monster level, then upgrade to the leader monster, and finally become a powerful existence comparable to the Lord level. And with reincarnation as a safe backup. Then, by reincarnating, he could obtain more things that others could not reach to increase his foundation and means. It would give Gugni more cards up his sleeve, and it would also speed up the process of his transcendence. For example, this indescribable flesh and blood. Gunai wasn't in a hurry to revive. He was waiting. He allowed his flesh and blood to completely enter the flesh barrier. They would be infected even more and would be cursed even deeper. They would also be completely immersed in the strange mim that would kill them with a single glance. If he revived now, the extraordinary talent and resistance he would gain would be even more. By the time the last few wriggling pieces of his flesh had completely fused into the flesh barrier, more than 10 minutes had passed. Gunai looked at his reincarnation count. Current number of reincarnations, 4. He had recovered again in a month. Reincarnation. Gunai pressed the reincarnation button. Under the system's effect, the flesh that was originally devoured by the flesh barrier all turned into streams of light and flew back. On the ghastly white skeleton, flesh and blood quickly spread, and the aura of life once again gathered. Gunai's vision started to sink. Gunai quickly closed his eyes. After a few seconds, Gunai felt that his reincarnation was complete, and he had regained control of his body. What? After his mind settled down, Gunai could clearly feel that he was different from before. This reincarnation feels quite strange. Gunai closed his eyes and carefully felt the effects of his reincarnation. The strength of my soul, the capacity of my soul, the capacity of my origin pool, the strength of my physical body, and the strength of my blood have all been reduced by about 25%. The all-round weakening caused me to fall from the peak of level 1 late stage to the middle stage of level 1. This is indeed a real decrease in power. However, the slight pressure from the 7 secret crossing runes is gone, and it even feels very easy. This way, I don't need to advance to the second rank. When I reach the peak of the late stage of the first rank, I can form the 8th secret crossing rune. Once I reach stage 2, I can even form the 9th or 10th secret crossing rune. My source pool's capacity is awesome. When he felt the source pool's capacity, he was stunned. Gunai's heart ached. The capacity of the origin pool is only about 700 units. At the same time, the density of my source power has increased by another 25%. This is already close to the source power density of a rank 3 law incantation master. It can be considered as the source power of a pseudo rank 3 law incantation master. In terms of strength, Ying Ying's endurance has decreased, but her strength hasn't. No, Ying Ying's strength has still decreased. My physical strength has weakened. It's a real weakening, but it's my physical talent that has been strengthened. My blood has also decreased, and it's quite a lot. What's the enhancement? Bloodline talent. That's right, the higher the talent of the bloodline, the stronger the ability to assimilate and absorb it. For example, I'm still only a level 1 extraordinary, so I can only absorb level 2 ordinary dragon blood at most. With the strengthening of my bloodline talent, I can absorb rank 3 ordinary dragon blood, and I can also absorb rank 2 elite dragon blood. The higher the talent of the bloodline, the higher the ratio of absorption and transformation. Of course, that's not the main point. The main point is Ying Luo. Gunai took a deep breath, and his heart began to race. Previously, I had to release my perception to feel the origin power. And now, I can feel the surrounding origin power even with my eyes closed. Gunai raised his hand and gently waved it in front of him. He could clearly feel the origin power flowing through his fingers. As Gunai released his perception, he could clearly see the origin power. Compared to before, Gunai's compatibility with origin power and his ability to sense it had increased by 3 or 4 times. My compatibility with origin power has increased so much all of a sudden, that's a rather large leap. This didn't happen in my previous reincarnations. Could it be that the curse of the flesh barrier this time is too terrifying, and my talent has greatly improved after my reincarnation? Or could it be that after so many reincarnations, my talent has reached a critical point and I've broken through? My perception of source power has greatly improved. If I didn't have that much perception of runes, would I have also become weak? Gunai quickly checked the secret crossing rune inside his body. After carefully sensing it for a moment, Hoo. Gunai let out a long breath, and a smile bloomed on his face. Before, Gunai had only been able to vaguely feel the veins on the surface of the secret crossing rune. He could now clearly see the veins on the surface of the secret crossing rune. My perceptual compatibility with runes has also increased by 3 to 4 times. For me, the efficiency of in-depth understanding and learning of rune analysis, as well as going deep into the rune world to understand the profound meaning of runes, has greatly improved. Is this the improvement of extraordinary talent that reincarnation brings? It's indeed shocking. Gunai couldn't help but sigh. In fact, Pai Shiu has been reincarnating many times with me, continuously improving my extraordinary talent. When I reach the 3rd or 4th rank, my perception of the profound meaning of runes may be higher and clearer than those extraordinary masters. At that time, I'll be able to use the power of the runes to travel between the real world and the shadow world. I'll even be able to travel between the deeper worlds within the shadow world. Rune Profound, Engraving Potion. You've made rapid progress in these 2 aspects. Gunai exclaimed. The rune potion's special effect allowed Gunai to strengthen his special effect step by step, giving him a boss-like body. The system's reincarnation brought about an upgrade in extraordinary talent. It allowed one's potential to be more profound, the ceiling to be higher, one's ability to conform to the world and nature, and one's ability to clearly perceive runes to be greatly improved. This was a top student-like talent. He had the body of a boss and the talent of a top student. This was the direct manifestation of extraordinary characteristics and extraordinary talents. Chapter 98: The Containment of the System. After Gunai sensed it for a while, Gunai looked at the extraordinary door. I didn't watch it before. Just the perception it released made me feel the fear of death. At this time, even though I released my perception, the sense of danger is almost negligible. As expected, after reincarnating, I have a strong resistance to this strange curse. After a moment of silence, Gunai opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was the dried-up wall of flesh and blood. After 3 or 4 seconds, Gunai felt his eyes ache. Fortunately, he could still continue watching. After about 12 or 13 seconds, Gunai felt his vision turn black. At the same time, he felt a sharp pain in the depths of his eyes, and 2 streams of blood flowed out from the corners of his eyes. Gunai also quickly closed his eyes. He touched the blood that was flowing out of the corner of his eye. It has already lost its activity. Although I have resistance, I still need to be careful when facing this terrifying power. It's not like I can ignore its existence just because I have resistance. A terrifying power is still a terrifying power after all. Having resistance only prevents me from being killed by the curse of the mim released by a higher life form, or the crushing power of a lower life form. The current me only has the capital to lower my head and survive. If I want to resist, I'll need to possess great strength. Blood gushed out of Gunai's closed eyes. Soon, the injuries on his eyes recovered, and the transcendence blood that had lost its life force could no longer be recovered. Hoo. Gunai exhaled. With his eyes closed, he opened the Miracle System page. He then followed the system's guidance and advanced with his eyes closed. He had just entered the extraordinary door and taken 2 steps. Gunai felt like he had stepped on a wall of flesh. The flesh was as hard as stone, and Gunai could feel the flesh wriggling under his feet. When he stepped on it, his body moved up and down along with the squirming muscles. It's extremely hard and wriggling at the same time. This is a swan ni. While the flesh is alive, its strength is far beyond my imagination. That's why it has the 2 common characteristics of hardness and wriggling. The life level of this squirming flesh is very high, Gunai pondered. Gunai wanted to have a strong physical defense, so he had done a lot of research on it. The skin on the surface of a human's fleshy body, as well as the muscle membrane under the skin, did not exist for combat and defense. Therefore, humans needed to borrow transcendent defensive equipment. For example, the chainmail that Gunai wanted to buy. However, it would be difficult to achieve his goal of becoming a tank mage by just borrowing equipment. Having a strong defense and a strong life force were the ultimate skills of being a tank. Humans had never possessed a strong body and super strong defense. In the natural world, there were some extraordinary creatures that had excellent defensive abilities. Their thick fur was the representative of their appearance, while their higher forms were their hard scales and even the runic armor of some strange creatures. This wriggling flesh and blood had such a hard characteristic. Gunai couldn't help but have some strange thoughts. Let's test the toughness of this flesh. He quickly opened his eyes and looked around. There was a corner in front of him. After opening his eyes for 3 seconds, Gunai closed them again. And then, he began to chant the strange spell of the demon blade. After a few days of hacking, the demonic blade curse had been successfully upgraded to level 1. Its power was naturally much more powerful than the ordinary tier 4 magic spell, Fire Arrow. As Gunai finished his chant and released the demonic blade curse, he quickly opened his eyes. The half-moon long, 20-centimeter wide blade, which had the color of obsidian, tore through the air and slashed toward Gunai. The speed of the magic blade curse was very fast, much faster than the level 4 lightning arc and fire arrow. In the blink of an eye, it crossed the 30-meter distance and struck the wall of flesh at the corner. Bang! A sound. The demonic blade curse exploded. Gunai looked carefully and saw that the spot where the demonic blade curse had hit wasn't hurt. Gunai closed his eyes and walked forward. After turning the corner, Gunai opened his eyes again. He stared at it for 2 or 3 seconds, then closed his eyes again. I can't see any signs of damage at all. The defense of this flesh and blood is insanely strong, Gunai exclaimed. With that in mind, Gunai looked forward to the indescribable flesh and blood that the system was guiding him to. Gunai followed the system's guidance and went deeper. All along the way, he stepped on the squirming walls of flesh and blood. Fortunately, Gunai was wearing a pair of secret silver boots, so he didn't fall over the wall of squirming flesh. Gunai was very careful along the way, and he advanced about 200 meters. Gunai stopped. The indescribable flesh that the system had guided him to was right in front of him. When he saw the piece of flesh, he once again felt the threat of death. When he faced this piece of flesh, it was like he was facing death. Anyone who touched it would die. The system's guidance was also very clear. He couldn't touch it. It requires the puppet's secret thread or source power to lightly touch it and then store it in the system space. Using the puppet's secret thread, Gunai quietly touched the piece of flesh. Collect. Using the system's special ability, Gunai collected the flesh and blood and put it into his system inventory. The moment the indescribable flesh and blood were stored in the bag, that feeling of danger disappeared. Gunai also let out a sigh of relief. After some thought, Gunai slowly opened his eyes. What he saw was still the wriggling flesh barrier that looked like smoked meat. He waited for a few seconds, but there was nothing unusual in his eyes. After a dozen seconds, the wriggling flesh wriggled as usual, but there was no longer the piercing pain in his eyes. Obviously, after that piece of indescribable flesh was collected, the flesh barrier formed by the indescribable flesh immediately lost its destructive power. Indescribable flesh and blood. As he thought, Gunai looked at the package in the system space. When Gunai looked over, he didn't see anything strange about the flesh and blood. The uniqueness of the system space has directly caused the curse or mim of this indescribable flesh to fail. That should be it. The system's containment ability is amazing. The indescribable piece of flesh and blood entered his eyes. It was about the size of 2 palms of an adult man. Its entire body was as black as ink, and there were even golden blood streaks flowing on it. The whole piece of indescribable flesh and blood was like a piece of black gold, revealing an indescribable strange feeling. For now, I can't touch this flesh. Unless I let it kill me again. When I come into contact with this flesh, my resistance will be able to resist the corrosion of this flesh at that time, perhaps. Gunai's eyes narrowed as ambition grew in his heart. At that time, I can use the blood pool to digest this piece of flesh and strengthen my body. When the blood pool was at a low level, it could only digest blood and flesh of average quality. After the level was higher, it could digest high-level, powerful flesh. Gunai, who had been staring at the bloody remains, suddenly heard something fall from the sky. Beata cicadas, beata cicadas. Gunai was very familiar with this sound. It was the sound of flesh and blood falling. What's the situation? Gunai was shocked. Chapter 99 3 Sides of One Body. No way, again. He quickly closed the system package and looked at himself. He quickly checked his body. Fortunately, his flesh and blood did not fall off. Then what was the thing that dropped? Gunai looked around. The floor of flesh around him had a few pieces of flesh the size of a palm. These pieces of flesh were struggling and wriggling. Gunai suddenly looked up at the top of the flesh barrier. At the top of the wall of flesh, the flesh that was originally so strong that even the demonic blade and strange curse could not cut through split open on its own and fell off piece by piece. The flesh barrier is collapsing. It seems that it was most likely caused by me picking up that piece of flesh. Gunai wasn't worried, nor was he afraid, as he looked at the falling flesh. In any case, this flesh and blood could no longer cause him any harm. The cave was wide, and Gunai wasn't worried about them blocking the way. Blah 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 blah. As the flesh and blood continued to fall, the flesh and blood on the wall also began to fall off in large chunks. When the piles of flesh and blood were stacked together, Gunai discovered something strange. There were pieces of flesh and blood of all sizes. Some were the size of a thumb, some were the size of a palm, some were the size of a head, and some were the size of a basin. When they were stacked together, they seemed to be in the middle of a battle. They were wriggling around each other, devouring each other in some way. If it wasn't for the fact that Gunai's senses had been enhanced by 3 or 4 times, he wouldn't have been able to sense the battle between the flesh and blood. He would have thought that they were just crawling on each other. Devouring each other? Then what will the final victory be? Gunai's eyes lit up. Gunai wasn't in a hurry to leave, since the core of the unknown blood and flesh was in his hands. It would be difficult for the scattered flesh and blood to cause any waves. When he really couldn't handle it, Gunai closed his eyes and took out the indescribable flesh. These wriggling flesh barriers still had to behave themselves when they had to. While Gunai was thinking. Behind Gunai, the sound of a large piece of flesh collapsing could be heard. Gunai quickly turned around. This direction was also the end of the passage of the flesh barrier. As large pieces of flesh fell off, Gunai could see what was ahead. What he saw was a rather wide underground cave sphere. It was not small, about the size of a house or living room. At this moment, in the underground cavern, in addition to the passage of the flesh barrier that he was in, there were 2 other entrances that seemed to be the passages. However, these 2 passages had been completely blocked. It was as if the wall of flesh and blood had completely blocked the path Gunai was in. The 2 passages were blocked. One of them was pitch black, like a black hole that was devouring all the light from the stones and crystals. It was a pitch black cave that was completely blocked. One was made of white bones, such as the skull, hand bones, leg bones, ribs, and other bones. The ground barrier and even the top were all bones, a complete white bone cave. When he looked at the pitch black tunnel that was blocked, he didn't have any problems. When they saw the passage barrier made of white bones, they were stunned. Gunai felt like he couldn't control the bones in his body. It was as if the white bone cave was a magnet that wanted to suck his bones in. Gunai was alerted and quickly turned around. As Gunai turned around, the feeling of his bones losing control gradually disappeared. While waiting for the flesh and blood to kill each other, Gunai began to think. 3 caves. One is a cave of flesh and blood, one is a cave made of pure black stone, and the last is a cave of white bones. One body with 3 sides. There's an indescribable amount of flesh and blood in this cave. Then, are there any other unknown items or parts in the other 2 sealed caves? Gunai opened his system. At this time, the system's indescribable flesh and blood miracle adventure was displayed as completed. There were no other adventures. However, this did not mean that there were no terrifying things in the 2 caves. The system's fortuitous encounter does not come at the cost of death. Take this piece of flesh for example. If I closed my eyes and endured the mountain-like pressure to walk in step by step, then used the system to collect the flesh and then closed my eyes to walk out, it would be completely feasible. It's the same for my previous adventures. The system doesn't exchange death for adventures. But, to me, it's necessary to gain extraordinary resistance and qualifications by touching that terrifying existence with death. After all, the death upon contact was the biggest blow to me. At the same time, my talent and resistance have increased even more after I was resurrected. It's a pity that this place isn't the entrance Gunai sighed. Otherwise, I can touch the Black Cave and the Cave of Bones to obtain the corresponding extraordinary resistance and enter the system space to collect it. I'm not sure about the Bone Cave, but the Black Cave that absorbs light is very similar to Cave 9970. When I see Cave 9970, I'll know if this is connected to the main cave of the incident. With that in mind, Gunai opened his system. Number of reincarnations, 3. After pondering for a while, Gunai made up his mind. They passed through the cave passage. Gunai went back to the small underground space where the 3 caves were gathered. Magic Blade Curse. With the surge of his thoughts, the demonic blade curse quickly condensed. Whoosh! The magic blade curse quickly slashed at the densely packed bones in the cave. Pang! The demonic blade exploded. Gunai quickly looked over and saw that the bone was unharmed. Gunai quickly turned around. It's really hard. He then cast another spell, this time at the black stone that absorbed all the energy. Pang! The demonic blade exploded, but the black crystal rock that had absorbed all of the energy remained unscathed. Gunai had a rough idea. This black crystal stone that had absorbed all of the energy was most likely connected to the main body of Incident 9970. It's a pity that although I know the entrance to Cave 9970, I can't go in. There are many top experts from the Transcendent Association guarding there. If I go in and come out, they'll definitely check me inside and out, and even use some kind of incantation of truth to interrogate me. By then, all my secrets will be exposed. It's not feasible. On the other hand, it's Swan Knee's Cave of Bones. Gunai glanced at the white bone cave that had attracted his bones. If I have the corresponding resistance, I won't have to die when I enter. It's equivalent to fulfilling the condition. At that time, will the Swan and I have a fortuitous encounter and point me to the entrance? Whether or not there's a fortuitous encounter, I must get the corresponding extraordinary resistance of these two terrifying objects and the extraordinary talent they gave me. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. After taking a deep breath, Gunai calmed his mind. When two objects touch each other, the two forces will be infected at the same time. This kind of reincarnation will cause the infection of the curse matrix twice. The effect is even better. He walked to the crystal and looked at the bone cave. He put his hand on the crystal. The two strange and twisted feelings that made Gunai's soul tremble filled the depths of his mind. When he touched the crystal, Gunai felt like he was seeing an endless black hole devouring his soul, his life, and his will. He felt like he was falling down and down. The endless darkness swallowed Gunai. He couldn't feel anything outside, nor could he feel any physical, mental, or emotional fluctuations. It was as if he had entered an endless cold and lonely state. The bone cave was even worse. It pulled Gunai's skeleton out of its own flesh and blood, turning it into a stiff skeleton and throwing it into the bone cave. This time, Gunai died a miserable death. Chapter 100 Wriggling Flesh and Blood. When he entered the death view, Gunai was very calm when he saw his miserable state. In any case, in this extraordinary world, any form of death was not an exaggeration. Suicide was better than being killed by others and having their ashes scattered. After 5 to 6 minutes, when his bones had completely merged into the depths of the bone hole, he was finally able to move. Gunai clicked on reincarnation. There are only 2 reincarnations left. I still have to wait half a month before I can get the next reincarnation. We need to be more stable later on, Gunai thought. As he reincarnated once again, Gunai's blood curse Mansa realm fell to the early stage of extraordinary level 1, and he could clearly feel his strength drop. Along with his cultivation, after a period of time. The first time he reincarnated, his strength wasn't greatly weakened. However, after the second consecutive reincarnation, the drop in value was much greater. Gunai concluded after carefully examining the area. The strength of the soul and the amount of soul energy I can release have both dropped to the early stage of level 1. Source power capacity dropped to a little over 600. Feeling his own origin power, Gunai's mouth twitched. It seems that I need to store more treasures to open up the origin pool in the future. I can't open up too much at once. After each reincarnation, you can use a treasure to open up the retracted origin pool again. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to expand my origin pool. At the same time, my physical strength and blood strength have both dropped. The good news is that my perception of the source energy and the clarity of the rune compatibility has increased by more than 2 times. This improvement is indeed very exaggerated. I can now go past the surface of the rune and peek into some of the patterns inside. Now, I'm almost able to study the fundamental structure of runes. I can even sense the profound meaning of runes slightly. Sensing the profound meaning of runes is something only extraordinary masters can do. At this moment, Gunai was feeling a bit excited. After coming into contact with the strange power of the powerful curse matrix, Gunai's talent seemed to take off. This was the result of several reincarnations. At the same time, the density of my source power has also reached the level of a transcendent rank 3 mage. I haven't reached the standard in terms of soul, but the power of origin power is the foundation of a genuine rank 3. I can be considered a pseudo rank 3 law incantation master. For others, the level of origin power is the main core, and the level of law incantations is secondary. After all, their law incantations are basically at the beginner level, or level 1. There are very few level 2 incantations. Only by advancing on one's own will the origin power transform. At that time, the power of the incantation of law will have a decent increase. For me, the level of my incantation of law and the strength of my origin power are the main cores that determine its power. The level of my incantation of law is very high, and the level of my origin power is also very high. No matter what, my source power has reached level 3. This is good news. The power of the incantation has increased, but the duration has been reduced. In terms of the strength of the body and blood, it has been weakened. After examining himself for a while, Gunai slowly collected his thoughts. Gunai then looked at the black crystal ore next to him. After a light touch, the feeling of his soul being pulled into it became very faint. When he looked at the bones in the cave, the pulling force had weakened, and Gunai could easily resist it. He then opened his system. However, at this time, the miracle adventure page of the system was still the same as before. It showed that indescribable flesh and blood was completed, and no new miracle had appeared. You don't have any? Gunai's heart moved. It seems that there's no direct contact with the light-absorbing black crystal stone and the terrifying thing in the bone cave. This indescribable object isn't that easy to get, Gunai thought. He then turned around and walked back to the cave. At this moment, the large amount of flesh and blood in the cave had been devouring and absorbing each other for a long time. Most of them had already lost their life force and were stacked on the ground, no longer wriggling. In the depths of the flesh fortress, Gunai saw several pieces of flesh the size of basins still wriggling and fighting. He pondered for a moment. Gun formed a demonic blade curse and slashed at a piece of ordinary-looking flesh. Pang! The demonic blade curse also exploded. Gunai was surprised. I've already subdued your boss, and you're still so tough. Gunai looked at the piece of flesh. It's not a big deal. There's only a slight scar, but this scar is no different from a scrape. The defense of this flesh and blood is still quite terrifying. And this is the flesh and blood of those who died in battle. What about those who didn't die in battle? Gunai looked deep into the cave. The few huge pieces of squirming flesh were in the middle of a heated battle. It looked like it would take some time before the outcome could be decided. After a moment of thought, Gunai seemed to have thought of something. After that, Gunai flew toward the extraordinary door. Gunai remembered that the extraordinary door was still open. It would be bad if some flesh and blood ran out. Stepping on the dead flesh, Gunai felt like he was stepping on rocks. Even though the flesh was already dead, it still maintained its high strength and toughness. The passage of the flesh barrier didn't take long for Gunai to reach the entrance of the extraordinary door in a few breaths. Sure enough, Gunai saw a few pieces of wriggling flesh crawling out of the extraordinary door, leaving behind wriggling traces. Gunai didn't hesitate to cross the extraordinary door while forming the puppet thread. After entering the cave, Gunai saw a dozen palm-sized pieces of flesh fighting with each other. However, there were still traces of flesh wriggling and crawling out. Gunai walked past them and entered the tower. He then saw a large bowl of flesh trying to climb up the stairs. Fortunately, Gunai thought. Gunai was basically immune to their curse. However, the ordinary people outside didn't. Once they saw this wriggling flesh, those ordinary humans would definitely be torn apart. At that time, the meatball would only get bigger and bigger. With his own defensive ability, he did not know how much damage it would cause. The puppet's secret thread directly controlled the wriggling flesh. Gunai raised his hand slightly and felt that something was wrong. The bowl-sized piece of meat was extremely heavy, and Gunai didn't even lift it. Gunai quickly formed 3 more puppet strings, and 4 of them entered the wriggling body. Then, Gunai used his power again. This time, Gunai picked up the wriggling piece of flesh. Then, Gunai felt the wriggling flesh and blood devouring his puppet thread. Fortunately, its devouring speed was very slow. Gunai quickly returned to the extraordinary door and threw him into the bloody battlefield. After entering the tower again, Gunai patrolled around to make sure there was no other squirming flesh coming out. He let out a sigh of relief. Gunai returned to the extraordinary door, one by one, after the dozen pieces of flesh that had been killed in the passage. Gunai, who was standing guard at the entrance of the extraordinary gate, finally relaxed.